Preface and Chapter 1 of Hardtack and Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hardtack and Coffee, or The Unwritten Story of Army Life, by John D. Billings. Dedication. To my comrades of the Army of the Potomac, who, it is believed, will find rehearsed in these pages much that has not before appeared in print, and which it is hoped will secure to their children, in permanent form, valuable information about a soldier's life, in detail that has thus far been only partially written. This work is most affectionately dedicated by their friend, the author. Preface. During the summer of 1881, I was a sojourner for a few weeks at a popular hotel in the White Mountains. Among the 200 or more guests who were enjoying its retirement in good cheer, there were from 12 to 20 lads varying in age from 10 to 15 years. When tea had been disposed of, and darkness had put an end to their daily romp and hurrah without, they were wont to take in charge a gentleman from Chicago, formerly a gallant soldier in the Army of the Cumberland, and in a quiet corner of the spacious hotel parlor, or a remote part of the piazza, would listen with eager attention as he related chapters of his personal experience in the Civil War. Less than 2 days had elapsed before they pried out of the writer the acknowledgment that he too had served Uncle Sam, and immediately followed up this bit of information by requesting me to alternate evenings with the veteran from the West, in entertaining them with stories of the war as I saw it. I assented to the plan readily enough, and a more interested or interesting audience of its size could not be desired than that knot of boys who clustered around us on alternate nights, while we related to them in an offhand way many facts regarded as too commonplace for the general histories of the war. This trifling piece of personal experience led to the preparation of these sketches, and will largely account for the didactic manner in which they are written. They are far from complete. Many topics of interest are left untreated. They will readily suggest themselves to veterans, but it was thought best not to expand this volume beyond its present proportions. It is believed that what is herein written will appeal largely to a common experience among soldiers. In full faith that such is the case, they are now presented to veterans, their children, and the public, as an important contribution of warp to the more majestic woof which comprises the history of the great Civil War already written. That history, to date, is a history of battles, of campaigns, and of generals. This is the first attempt to record comprehensively Army life in detail, in which both text and illustrations aim to permanently record information which the history of no other war has preserved with equal accuracy and completeness. I am under obligations to many veterans for kindly suggestions and criticisms during the progress of this work, to Houghton and Mifflin for the use of Holmes's Sweet Little Man, and especially to Comrade Charles W. Reed for his many truthful and spirited illustrations. The large number of sketches which he brought from the field in 1865 has enabled him to reproduce with telling effect many sights and scenes once very familiar to the veterans of the Union armies, which cannot fail to recall stirring experiences in their soldier's life. Believing they will do this, and that these pages will appeal to a large number to whom the Civil War is yet something more than a myth, they are confidently put forth the pleasant labor of spare hours, with no claim for their literary excellence, but with a full assurance that they will partially meet a want hitherto unsupplied. Cambridgeport, Massachusetts, March 30th, 1887. Chapter 1. The Tocsin of War. A score of millions hear the cry and herald it abroad. To arms they fly to do or die for liberty and God. E. P. Dyer. And yet they keep gathering and marching away. Has the nation turned soldier and all in a day? There's the father and son. while the miller takes gun with the dust of the wheat still whitening his hair. Pray, where are they going with this martial air? F. E. Brooks. On the 6th of November, 1860, Abraham Lincoln, the candidate of the Republican Party, was elected President of the United States over 3 opponents. The autumn of that year witnessed the most exciting political canvass this country had ever seen. The Democratic Party, which had been in power for several years in succession, split into factions and nominated 2 candidates. The Northern Democrats nominated Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois, who was an advocate of the doctrine of squatter sovereignty, that is, the right of the people living in a territory which wanted admission into the Union as a state to decide for themselves whether they would or would not have slavery. The Southern Democrats nominated John C. Breckinridge of Kentucky, at that time Vice President of the United States. The doctrine which he and his party advocated was the right to carry their slaves into every state and territory in the Union without any hindrance whatever. Then there was still another party, called by some the Peace Party, which pointed to the Constitution of the country as its guide, but had nothing to say on the great question of slavery which was so prominent with the other parties. It took for its standard-bearer John Bell of Tennessee, and Edward Everett of Massachusetts was nominated as vice president. This party drew its membership from both of the others, but largely from the Democrats. Owing to these divisions, the Republican Party, which had not been in existence many years, was enabled to elect its candidate. The Republicans did not intend to meddle with slavery where it then was, but they opposed its extension into any new states or territories. This latter fact was very well known to the slaveholders, and so they voted almost solidly for John C. Breckinridge. But it was very evident to them, after the Democratic Party divided, that the Republicans would succeed. And so, long before the election actually took place, they began to make threats of seceding from the Union if Lincoln was elected. Freedom of speech was not tolerated in these states, and Northern people who were down south for business or pleasure, if they expressed opinions in opposition to the popular political sentiments of that section, were at once warned to leave. Hundreds came north immediately to seek personal safety, often leaving possessions of great value behind them. Even native Southerners who believed thoroughly in the Union, and there were hundreds of such, were not allowed to say so. This class of people suffered great indignities during the war on account of their loyalty to the old flag. Many of them were driven by insult and abuse to take up arms for a cause with which they did not sympathize, deserting it at the earliest opportunity, while others held out to the bitter end or sought a refuge from such persecution in the Union lines. As early as the 25th of October, several Southerners who were or had been prominent in politics met in South Carolina and decided by a unanimous vote that that state should withdraw from the Union in the event of Lincoln's election, which then seemed almost certain. Some other states held similar meetings at about the same date. Thus early did the traitor leaders prepare the South for disunion. These men were better known at that time as fire-eaters. As soon as Lincoln's election was announced, without waiting to see what his policy towards the slave states was going to be, the impetuous leaders at the South addressed themselves at once to the carrying out of their threats, and South Carolina, followed at intervals more or less brief by Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, and Texas, seceded from the Union and organized what was known as the Southern Confederacy. Virginia, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Tennessee seceded later. The people at the North stood amazed at the rapidity with which treason against the government was spreading, and the loyal Union-loving men began to inquire where President Buchanan was at this time, whose duty it was to see that all such uprisings were crushed out. And, "Oh, for 1 hour of Andrew Jackson in the president's chair," was the common exclamation, because that decided and unyielding soldier president had so promptly stamped out threatened rebellion in South Carolina when she had refused to allow the duties to be collected at Charleston. But that outbreak in its proportions was to this one as an infant to a giant, and it is quite doubtful if Old Hickory himself, with his promptness to act in an emergency, could have stayed the angry billows of rebellion which seemed just ready to break over the nation. But at any rate he would have attempted it, even if he had gone down in the fight. At least so thought the people. The very opposite of such a president was James Buchanan, who seemed anxious only for his term of office to expire, making little effort to save the country, nor even willing at first that others should do so. With a traitor for his Secretary of War, the South had been well supplied with arms under the very nose of the old man. With a traitor for his Secretary of the Navy, our vessels, not many in number it is true, had been sent into foreign waters where they could not be immediately recalled. With a traitor as his Secretary of the Treasury, the public treasury had been emptied. Then, too, there began the seizure of arsenals, mints, custom houses, post offices, and fortifications within the limits of the seceding states. And still the President did nothing, or worse than nothing, claiming that the South was wrong in these acts, but that he had no right to prevent treason and secession, or, in the phraseology of that day, no right to coerce a sovereign state. And so at last he left the office a disgraced old man for whom few had or have a kind word to offer. Such, briefly, was the condition of affairs when Abraham Lincoln, fearful of his life, which had been threatened, entered Washington under cover of darkness and quietly assumed the duties of his office. Never before were the people of this country in such a state of excitement. At the North there were a large number who boldly denounced the long-heeled abolitionists and black Republicans for having stirred up this trouble. I was not yet a voter at the time of Lincoln's election, but I had taken an active part in the torchlight parades of the wide-awakes and rail-splitters, as the political clubs of the Republicans were called, and so came in for a share of the abuse showered upon the followers of the new president. As fresh deeds of violence and new aggressions against the government were reported from the daily papers in the shop where I was then employed, someone who was not a Lincolnite would exclaim in an angry tone, "I hope you fellows are satisfied now. I don't blame the South an atom. They have been driven to desperation by such lunatics as Garrison and Phillips, and these men ought to be hung for it. If there is a war, I hope you and every other black Republican will be made to go and fight for the niggers all you want to. You like the niggers so well you'll marry one of them yet. And I want to see these hot-blooded abolitionists put into the front rank and shot first." These are mild quotations from the daily conversations, not only where I was employed, but in every other shop and factory in the North. Such wordy contests were by no means one-sided affairs, for the assailed, while not anxious for war, were not afraid of it, and were amply supplied with arguments with which they answered and enraged their antagonists, and if they did not always silence them, they drove them into making just such ridiculous remarks as the foregoing. If I were asked who these men were, I should not call them by name. They were my neighbors and my friends, but they are changed men today. There is not one of them who, in light of his later experiences, is not heartily ashamed of his attitude at that time. Many of them afterwards went to the field, and, sad to say, are there yet. But this was the period of the most intemperate and abusive language. Those who sympathized with the South were, some months later, called Copperheads. Lincoln and his party were reviled by these men without any restraint except such as personal shame and self-respect might impose, and these qualities were conspicuously absent. Nothing was too harsh to utter against Republicans. No fate was too evil for their political opponents to wish them. Of course, all of these revilers were not sincere in their ill wishes, but the effect of their utterances on the community was just as evil, and the situation of the new president, at its best a perplexing and critical one, was thus made all the harder by leading him to believe that a multitude of the citizens at the North would obstruct instead of supporting him. It also gave the slaveholders the impression that a very considerable number of Northern men were ready to aid them in prosecuting their treasonable schemes. But now the rapid march of events wrought a change in the opinions of the people in both sections. The leading abolitionists had argued that the South was too cowardly to fight for slavery, and the South had been told by the fire-eaters and their Northern friends that the North could not be kicked into fighting, that in case war should arise she would have her hands full to keep her enemies at home in check. Alas, how little did either party understand the temper of the other! How much like that story of the two Irishmen meeting one day in the army. One says, "How are you, Mike?" "How are you, Pat?" says the other. "But my name is not Pat," says the first speaker. "Neither is mine, Mike," says the second. "Faith, then," says the first, "it must be neither of us." Nothing could better illustrate the attitude of the North and South towards each other than this anecdote. Nothing could have been more perfect than this mutual misunderstanding each displayed of the temper of the other, as the stride of events soon showed. The story of how Major Anderson moved his little band of United States troops from Fort Moultrie to Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor for reasons of greater safety is a familiar one. Likewise, how the rebels fired upon a vessel sent by the President with supplies intended for it. And finally, after a severe bombardment of several days, how they compelled the fort to surrender. It was these events which opened the eyes of the Northern dough-faces, as those who sympathized with the South were often called, to the real intent of the seceders. A change came over the spirit of their dreams. Patriotism, love of the Union, at last came uppermost. They had heard it proposed to divide the old flag, giving a part to each section. They had seen a picture of the emblem thus rent, and it was not a pleasing one. Soon the greater portion of them ceased their sneers and ill wishes, and joined in the general demand that something be done at once to assert the majesty and power of the national government. Even President Lincoln, who, in his inaugural address, had counseled his countrymen, one and all, to take time and think calmly and well upon this whole subject, had come to feel that further forbearance was no virtue, and that a decent respect for this great nation and for his office as president demanded that something should be done speedily. So on the 15th of April he issued a proclamation calling out 75,000 militia for 3 months to suppress the rebellion and to cause the laws to be executed. Having been a Massachusetts soldier, it is but natural that I should refer occasionally to her part in the opening of this momentous crisis in the nation's history, as being more familiar to me than the record of any other state. Yet, proud as I am of her conspicuous services in the early war period, I have no desire to extol them at the expense of Pennsylvania, New York, and Rhode Island, who so promptly pressed forward and touched elbows with her in this emergency, nor of those other great Western states whose sturdy patriots so promptly crossed Mason's and Dixon's line in such serried ranks at the summons of Father Abraham. It has often been asked how Massachusetts, so much further from the national capital than any of the other states, should have been so prompt in coming to its assistance. Let me give some idea of how it happened. In December 1860, Adjutant General Schuyler of that state, in his annual report, suggested to Governor, afterwards General N.P. Banks, that as events were then occurring which might require that the militia of Massachusetts should be increased in number, it would be well for commanders of companies to forward to headquarters a complete roll of each company, with their names and residence, and that companies not full should be recruited to the limit fixed by law, which was then 101 for infantry. Shortly afterwards, John A. Andrew, now known in history as the great war governor of Massachusetts, assumed the duties of his office. He was not only a leading Republican before the war, but an abolitionist as well. He seemed to clearly foresee that the time for threats and arguments had gone by, and that the time for action was at hand. So on the 16th of January, he issued an order, number 4, which had for its object to ascertain exactly how many of the officers and men in the militia would hold themselves ready to respond immediately to any call which might be made upon their services by the President. All who were not ready to do so were discharged at once and their places filled by others. Thus it was that Massachusetts, for the second time in her history, prepared her Minutemen to take the field at a minute's notice. This general order of the governor's, although a very wise one as it proved, carried dismay into the ranks of the militia, for there were in Massachusetts, as in other states, very many men who had made valiant and well-disciplined peace soldiers, who, now that one of the real needs of a well-organized militia was upon us, were not at all thirsty for further military glory. But pride stood in the way of their frankness. They were ashamed in this hour of their country's peril to withdraw from the militia, for they feared to face public opinion. Yet there were men who had good and sufficient reasons for declining to pledge themselves for instant military service, at least until there was a more general demand for troops. They were loyal and worthy citizens, but could not in a moment cast aside or turn their back on their business or domestic responsibilities, and in a season of calmer reflection it would not have been expected of them. But the public pulse was then at fever heat, and reason was having a vacation. General Order Number 4 was, I believe, the first important step taken by the state in preparing for the crisis. The next was the passage of a bill by the legislature, which was approved by the governor April 3rd, appropriating $25,000 for overcoats, blankets, knapsacks, 200,000 ball cartridges, etc., for 2,000 troops. These supplies were soon ready. The militiamen then owned their uniforms, and as no particular kind was prescribed, no two companies of the same regiment were of necessity uniformed alike. It is only a few years since uniformity of dress has been required of the militia in Massachusetts. But to return to that memorable 15th of April, war, that much talked of, much dreaded calamity, was at last upon us. Could it really be so? We would not believe it, and yet daily happenings forced the unwelcome conclusion upon us. It seemed so strange. We had nothing in our experience to compare it with. True, some of us had dim remembrances of the Mexican War in our early childhood, but as Massachusetts sent only one regiment to that war, and that saw no fighting, and besides did not receive the sympathy and support of the people in the state generally, we only remembered that there was a Scott and a Taylor and a Santa Anna from the colored prints we had seen displayed of these worthies, so that we could only run back in memory to the stories and traditions of the wars of the Revolution in 1812, in which our ancestors had served, for anything like a vivid picture of what was about to occur, and this, of course, was utterly inadequate to do the subject justice. I have already stated that General Order Number 4 carried dismay into many hearts, causing the more timid to withdraw from military service at once. A great many more would have withdrawn at the same time had they not been restrained by pride and the lingering hope that there would be no war after all. But this very day, the 15th, came Special Order Number 14 from Governor Andrew, ordering the 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 8th regiments to assemble on Boston Common forthwith. This was the final test of the militiamen's actual courage and thirst for glory, and a severe one it proved to many of them, for at this 11th hour there was another falling out along the line. But the moment a man's declination for further service was made known, unless his reasons were of the very best, straightway he was hooted at for his cowardice, and for a time his existence was made quite unpleasant in his own immediate neighborhood. If he had been a commissioned officer, his face was likely to appear in an illustrated paper, accompanied by the statement that he had shown the white feather, another term for cowardice. A reference to any file of illustrated papers from those days will show a large number of such persons. Such gratuitous advertising by a generally loyal, though not always discreet, press did some men gross injustice, for, as already intimated, many of the men thus publicly sketched and denounced were among the most worthy and loyal of citizens. A little later than the period of which I am treating, Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote the following poem, hitting off a certain limited class in the community. The Sweet Little Man, dedicated to the stay-at-home Rangers. Now, while our soldiers are fighting our battles, each at his post to do all that he can, down among rebels and contraband chattels, what are you doing, my sweet little man? All the brave boys under canvas are sleeping, all of them pressing to march with the van, far from the home where their sweethearts are weeping. What are you waiting for, sweet little man? You with the terrible warlike mustaches, fit for a colonel or chief of a clan, you with a waist made for sword belts and sashes, where are your shoulder straps, sweet little man? Bring him the buttonless garment of woman, cover his face lest it freckle and tan, muster the apron string guards on the common, that is the corps for the sweet little man. Give him for escort a file of young misses, each of them armed with a deadly rattan. They shall defend him from laughter and hisses, aimed by low boys at this sweet little man. All the fair maidens about him shall cluster, pluck the white feather from bonnet and fan, make him a plume like a turkey-wing duster. That is the crest for the sweet little man. Oh, but the apron-string guards are the fellows, drilling each day since our trouble began. Handle your walking sticks, shoulder umbrellas. That is the style for the sweet little man. Have we a nation to save? In the first place, saving ourselves is the sensible plan. Surely the spot where there's shooting's the worst place where I can stand, says the sweet little man. Catch me confiding my person with strangers. Think how the cowardly bull-runners ran. In the brigade of the stay-at-home Rangers marches my corps, says the sweet little man. Such was the stuff of the Malakoff takers, such were the soldiers that sealed the Redan. Truculent housemaids and bloodthirsty Quakers brave not the wrath of the sweet little man. Yield him the sidewalk, ye nursery maidens. Sauve qui peut, Bridget, and right about, Anne. Fierce as a shark in a school of menhadens, see him advancing, the sweet little man. When the red flails of the battlefield's threshers beat out the continent's wheat from its bran, while the wind scatters the chaffy secessors, what will become of our sweet little man? When the brown soldiers come back from the borders, how will he look while his features they scan? How will he feel when he gets marching orders signed by his lady-love, sweet little man? Fear not for him, though the rebels expect him. Life is too precious to shorten its span. Woman her broomstick shall raise to protect him. Will she not fight for the sweet little man? Now then, 9 cheers for the stay-at-home Ranger. Blow the great fish-horn and beat the big pan. First in the field that is farthest from danger. Take your white feather plume, sweet little man. The 16th of April was a memorable day in the history of the Old Bay State, a day made more uncomfortable by the rain and sleet which were falling with disagreeable constancy. Well do I remember that day. Possessing an average amount of the fire and enthusiasm of youth, I had asked my father's consent to go out with Company A of the old 4th Regiment, which belonged to my native town. But he would not give ear to any such nonsense, and having been brought up to obey his orders, although of military age, 18, I did not enter the service in the first rally. This company did not go with full ranks. There were few that did. Several of my shopmates were in its membership. As those of us who remained gathered at the windows that stormy forenoon to see the company go by, the sight filled us with the most gloomy forebodings. So the troops went forth from the towns in the shore counties of Massachusetts. Most of the companies in the regiments that were called reported for duty at Boston this very 16th, 2 companies from Marblehead being the first to arrive. One of these companies was commanded by Captain Not V. Martin, who was engaged in slaughtering hogs, when Adjutant, now Major General E.W. Hinks, rode up and instructed him to report on Boston Common in the morning. Drawing his knife from the throat of a hog, the captain uttered an exclamation which has passed into history, threw the knife with a light toss to the floor, went immediately and notified his orderly sergeant, and then returned to his butchering. In the morning he and his company were ready for business. But the relatives who remained at home could not look calmly on the departure of these dear ones, who were going no one knew just where, and would return, perhaps, never. So there were many touching scenes witnessed at the various railway stations, as the men boarded the trains for Boston. When these Marblehead companies arrived at that city, the enthusiasm was something unprecedented, and as a new detachment appeared in the streets, it was cheered to the echo all along its line of march. The early months of the war were stirring ones for Boston, for not only did the most of the Massachusetts regiments march through her streets en route for the seat of the war, but also the troops from Maine and New Hampshire as well, so that a regiment halted for rest on the Common or marching to the strain of martial music to some railway station was at times a daily occurrence. It has always seemed to me that the 3 months' men have never received half the credit which the worth of their services to the country deserved. The fact of their having been called out for so short a time, compared with the troops that came after them, and of their having seen little or no fighting, places them at a disadvantage. But to have so suddenly left all and gone to the defense of the capital city, with no knowledge of what was in store for them, impelled by no other than the most patriotic of motives, seems to me fully as praiseworthy as to have gone later under the pressure of urgent need, when the full stress of war was upon us, and when its realities were better known, and the inducements to enlist greater in some other respects. There is no doubt whatever but what the prompt appearance of these short-term men not only saved the capital, but that it also served to show the rebels that the North, at short call, could send a large and comparatively well-equipped force into the field, and was ready to back its words by deeds. Furthermore, these soldiers gave the government time to catch its breath, as it were, and, looking the issue squarely in the face, to decide upon some settled plan of action. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Chapter 2 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 2. Enlisting. Oh, did you see him in the street, dressed up in army blue, when drums and trumpets into town their storm of music threw? A louder tune than all the winds could muster in the air, the rebel winds that tried so hard our flag in strips to tear. Lucy Larcom. Hardly had the 3 months' men reached the field before it was discovered that a mistake had been made in not calling out a larger number of troops, and for longer service. It took a long time to realize what a gigantic rebellion we had on our hands. So on the 3rd of May, President Lincoln issued a call for United States volunteers to serve 3 years, unless sooner discharged. At once thousands of loyal men sprang to arms. So large a number, in fact, that many regiments raised were refused until later. The methods by which these regiments were raised were various. In 1861, a common way was for someone who had been in the regular army, or perhaps who had been prominent in the militia, to take the initiative and circulate an enlistment paper for signatures. His chances were pretty good for obtaining a commission as its captain, for his active interest, and men who had been prominent in assisting him, if they were popular, would secure the lieutenancies. On the return of the 3 months' troops, many of the companies immediately re-enlisted in a body for 3 years, sometimes under their old officers. A large number of these short-term veterans, through influence at the various state capitals, secured commissions in new regiments that were organizing. In country towns too small to furnish a company, the men would post off to a neighboring town or city and there enlist. In 1862, men who had seen a year's active service were selected to receive a part of the commissions issued to new organizations, and should in justice have received all within the bestowal of governors. But the recruiting of troops soon resolved itself into individual enlistments, or this program. 20, 30, 50 or more men would go in a body to some recruiting station, and signify their readiness to enlist in a certain regiment, provided a certain specified member of their number should be commissioned captain. Sometimes they would compromise, if the outlook was not promising, and take a lieutenancy, but equally often it was necessary to accept their terms, or count them out. In the rivalry for men to fill up regiments, the result often was officers who were diamonds in the rough, but liberally intermingled with veritable clodhoppers, whom a brief experience in active service soon sent to the rear. This year the War Department was working on a more systematic basis, and when a call was made for additional troops, each state was immediately assigned its quota, and with marked promptness each city and town was informed by the state authorities how many men it was to furnish under that call. The war fever was not at such a fervid heat in '62 as in the year before, and so recruiting offices were multiplied in cities and large towns. These offices were of two kinds, viz. Those which were opened to secure recruits for regiments and batteries already in the field, and those which solicited enlistments in new organizations. Unquestionably, at this time, the latter were more popular. The former office was presided over by a line officer directly from the front, attended by 1 or 2 subordinates, all of whom had smelled powder. The latter office might be in charge of an experienced soldier recently commissioned, or of a man ambitious for such preferment. The flaming advertisements with which the newspapers of the day teemed, and the posters pasted on the billboards or the country fence, were the decoys which brought patronage to the fishers of men. Here is a sample: More Massachusetts volunteers accepted. 3 regiments to be immediately recruited. General Wilson's regiment, to which Captain Follett's battery is attached. Colonel Jones's gallant 6th regiment, which went through Baltimore. The N.E. Guards regiment, commanded by that excellent officer, Major J.T. Stevenson. The undersigned has this day been authorized and directed to fill up the ranks of these regiments forthwith. A grand opportunity is afforded for patriotic persons to enlist in the service of their country, under the command of as able officers as the country has yet furnished. Pay and rations will begin immediately on enlistment. Uniforms also provided. Citizens of Massachusetts should feel pride in attaching themselves to regiments from their own state, in order to maintain the proud supremacy which the old Bay State now enjoys in the contest for the Union and the Constitution. The people of many of the towns and cities of the Commonwealth have made ample provision for those joining the ranks of the army. If any person enlists in a company or regiment out of the Commonwealth, he cannot share in the bounty which has been thus liberally voted. Wherefore any town or city has assumed the privilege of supporting the families of volunteers. The Commonwealth reimburses such place to the amount of $12 per month for families of 3 persons. Patriots desiring to serve the country will bear in mind that the General Recruiting Station is at No. 14 Pitt Street, Boston. William W. Bullock, General Recruiting Officer, Massachusetts Volunteers. Boston Journal of September 12, 1861. Here is a call to a war meeting held out of doors. To arms! To arms! Great war meeting in Roxbury. Another meeting of the citizens of Roxbury, to reinforce their brothers in the field, will be held in Elliott Square, Roxbury, this evening at 8 o'clock. Speeches from Paul Willard, Reverend J.O. Means, Judge Russell, and other eloquent advocates. The brigade band will be on hand early. Come one, come all. God and your country call. Per order. Boston Journal of July 30th, 1862. Here are two which look quite businesslike. General Pope's Army. Lynch law for guerrillas and no rebel property guarded, is the motto of the 2nd Massachusetts Regiment. $578.50 for 21 months' service. $252 state aid for families of 4. $830.50 in short service. $125 cash in hand. This regiment, although second in number, is second to none in regard to discipline and efficiency, and is in the healthiest and most delightful country. Office at Coolidge House, Bedoin Square. Captain C. R. Mudge, Lieutenant A. D. Sawyer. $100 bounty. Cadet Regiment, Company D, 9 months' service. O. W. Peabody, Recruiting Officer. Headquarters, 113 Washington Street, Boston. Boston Journal, September 17, 1862. War meetings similar to the one called in Roxbury were designed to stir lagging enthusiasm. Musicians and orators blew themselves red in the face with their windy efforts. Choirs improvised for the occasion, sang Red, White, and Blue, and rallied round the flag till too hoarse for further endeavor. The old veteran soldier of 1812 was trotted out, and worked for all he was worth, and an occasional Mexican War veteran would air his nonchalance at grim-visaged war. At proper intervals, the enlistment roll would be presented for signatures. There was generally one old fellow present who, upon slight provocation, would yell like a hyena, and declare his readiness to shoulder his musket and go, if he wasn't so old, while his staid and half-fearful consort will pull violently at his coat-tails to repress his unseasonable effervescence ere it assumed more dangerous proportions. Then there was a patriotic maiden lady who kept a flag or a handkerchief waving with only the rarest and briefest of intervals, who would go in a minute if she was a man. Besides these, there was usually a man who would make one of 50, or some other safe number, to enlist, when he well understood that such a number could not be obtained. And there was one more often found present, who when challenged to sign would agree to, provided that A or B, men of wealth, would put down their names. I saw a man at a war meeting promise, with a bombastic flourishment, to enlist if a certain number, which I do not now remember, of the citizens would do the same. The number was obtained, but the small-sized patriot, who was willing to sacrifice his wife's relations on the altar of his country, crawled away amid the sneers of his townsmen. Sometimes the patriotism of such a gathering would be wrought up so intensely by waving banners, martial and vocal music, and burning eloquence, that a town's quota would be filled in less than an hour. It needed only the first man to step forward, put down his name, be patted on the back, placed upon the platform, and cheered to the echo as the hero of the hour, when a second, a third, a fourth would follow, and at last a perfect stampede set in to sign the enlistment roll, and a frenzy of enthusiasm would take possession of the meeting. The complete intoxication of such excitement, like intoxication from liquor, left some of its victims on the following day, especially if the fathers of families, with a sober second thought to wrestle with. But pride, that tyrannical master, rarely let them turn back. The next step was a medical examination to determine physical fitness for service. Each town had its physician for this work. The candidate for admission into the army must first divest himself of all clothing, and his soundness or unsoundness was then decided by causing him to jump, bend over, kick, receive sundry thumps in the chest and back, and such laying on of hands as was thought necessary. The teeth had also to be examined, and the eyesight tested, after which, if the candidate passed, he received a certificate to that effect. His next move was toward a recruiting station. There he would enter, signify his errand, sign the roll of the company or regiment into which he was going, leave his description, including height, complexion, and occupation, and then accompany a guard to the examining surgeon, where he was again subjected to a critical examination as to soundness. These men, who, on deciding to go to war, went directly to a recruiting office and enlisted, had but this simple examination to pass, the other being then unnecessary. It is interesting to note that in 1861 and '62, men were mainly examined to establish their fitness for service. In 1863 and '64, the tide had changed, and they were then only anxious to prove their unfitness. After the citizen in question had become a soldier, he was usually sent at once to camp or the seat of war, but if he wanted a short furlough, it was generally granted. If he had enlisted in a new regiment, he might remain weeks before being ordered to the front. If in an old regiment, he might find himself in a fight at short notice. Hundreds of the men who enlisted under the call issued by President Lincoln, July 2, 1862, were killed or wounded before they had been in the field a week. Any man or woman who lived in these thrilling early war days will never forget them. The spirit of patriotism was at fever heat, and animated both sexes of all ages. Such a display of the national colors had never been seen before. Flag raisings were the order of the day in public and private grounds. The trinity of red, white, and blue colors was to be seen in all directions. Shopkeepers decked their windows and counters with them. Men wore them in neckties, or in a rosette pinned on the breast, or tied in the buttonhole. The women wore them conspicuously also. The bands played only patriotic airs, and Yankee Doodle, Red, White, and Blue, and the Star-Spangled Banner would have been worn threadbare if possible. Then other patriotic songs and marches were composed, many of which had only a short-lived existence, and the poetry of this period, some of it excellent, would fill a large volume. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 3 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 3. How the Soldiers Were Sheltered. The heath this night must be my bed, the bracken curtain for my head, my lullaby the warder's tread, far, far from love and thee, Mary. Tomorrow eve, more stilly laid, my couch may be my bloody plaid, my vesper song, thy wail, sweet maid, it will not waken me, Mary. Lady of the Lake. After enlistment, what? This deed done, the responsibility of the citizen for himself ceased in a measure, and Uncle Sam took him in charge. A word here to make clear to the uninformed the distinction between the militia and the volunteers. The militia are the soldiers of the state, and their duties lie wholly within its limits, unless called out by the President of the United States in an emergency. Such an emergency occurred when President Lincoln made his call for 75 militia, already alluded to. The volunteers, on the other hand, enlist directly into the service of the United States, and it becomes the duty of the national government to provide for them from the very date of their enlistment. Before leaving the state, these volunteers were mustered into service. This often occurred soon after their enlistment, before they had been provided with the garb of Union soldiers. The oath of muster, which they took with uplifted hand, ran as follows: I, A-B- do solemnly swear that I will bear true allegiance to the United States of America, and that I will serve them honestly and faithfully against all their enemies and opposers whatsoever, and observe and obey the orders of the President of the United States, and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the rules and articles for the government of the armies of the United States. The provision made for the shelter of these troops before they took the field was varied. Some of them were quartered at Forts Warren and Independence while making ready to depart, but the most of the Massachusetts volunteers were quartered at camps established in different parts of the state. Among the earliest of these were Camp Andrew in West Roxbury and Camp Cameron in North Cambridge. Afterwards camps were laid out at Linfield, Pittsfield, Boxford, Redville, Worcester, Lowell, Long Island, and a few other places. The 3 months militia required no provision for their shelter, as they were ordered away soon after reporting for duty. Faneuil Hall furnished quarters for a part of them one night. The 1st Massachusetts Regiment of Infantry quartered for a week in Faneuil Hall, but, this not being a suitable place for so large a body of men to remain, "on the 1st day of June, the regiment marched out to Cambridge, and took possession of an old ice house on the borders of Fresh Pond, which had been procured by the state authorities, and partially fitted up for barracks, and established their first camp." But this was not the first camp established in the state. For 3 years troops had already been ordered into camp on Long Island and at Fort Warren. Owing to the unhealthiness of the location selected for the 1st Regiment, their stay in it was brief, and a removal was soon had to North Cambridge, where, on a well-chosen site, some new barracks had been built, and, in honor of President Lincoln's Secretary of War, had been named Camp Cameron. Barracks, then, it will be observed, served to shelter some of the troops. To such as are not familiar with these structures, I will simply say that they were generally a long, one-storied building, not unlike a bowling alley in proportions, having the entrance at one end, a broad aisle running through the center, and a double row of bunks, one above the other, on either side. They were calculated to hold one company of 100 men. Some of these buildings are still to be seen at Reedville, Massachusetts, near the old campgrounds. But while barracks were desirable quarters in the cooler weather of this latitude, and sheltered many regiments during their stay in the state, a still larger number found shelter in tents prior to their departure for the field. These tents were of various patterns, but the principal varieties used were the Sibley, the A, or wedge tent, and the hospital, or wall tent. The Sibley tent was invented by Henry Sibley in 1857. He was a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, and accompanied Captain John C. Fremont on one of his exploring expeditions. He evidently got his idea from the tepee, or tepar, the Indian wigwam of poles and covered with skins, and having a fire in the center, which he saw on the plains. When the rebellion broke out, Sibley cast in his fortune with the South. He afterwards attained the rank of brigadier general, but performed no services so likely to hand down his name as the invention of this tent. It has recently been stated that Sibley was not the actual inventor, the credit being assigned to some private soldier in his command. On account of its resemblance to a huge bell, it has sometimes been called a bell tent. It is 18 feet in diameter and 12 feet high, and is supported by a single pole, which rests on an iron tripod. This pole is the exact radius of the circle covered by the tent. By means of the tripod, the tent can be tightened or slackened at pleasure. At the top is a circular opening, perhaps a foot in diameter, which serves the double purpose of ventilation and of passing a stovepipe through in cool weather. This stovepipe connected with a cone-shaped stove suited to the shape of tent, which stood beneath the tripod. A small piece of canvas, called a cap, to which were attached 2 long guys, covered the opening at the top in stormy weather. It was not an unusual sight in the service to see the top of one of these tents in a blaze caused by some one having drawn the cap too near an overheated stovepipe. A chain depended from the fork of the tripod, with a hook, on which a kettle could be hung. When the stove was wanting, the fire was built on the ground. These tents are comfortably capacious for a dozen men. In cold or rainy weather, when every opening is closed, they are most unwholesome tenements, and to enter one of them of a rainy morning from the outer air, and encounter the night's accumulation of nauseating exhalations from the bodies of 12 men, differing widely in their habits of personal cleanliness, was an experience which no old soldier has ever been known to recall with any great enthusiasm. Of course the air was of the vilest sort, and it is surprising to see how men endured it as they did. In the daytime these tents were ventilated by lifting them up at the bottom. Sibley tents went out of field service in 1862, partly because they were too expensive, but principally on account of being so cumbrous. They increased the amount of impedimenta too largely, for they required many wagons for their transportation, and so were afterwards used only in camps of instruction. I believe they are still used to some extent by the militia of the various states. I remember having seen these tents raised on a stockade 4 feet high by some regiments during the war, and thus arranged they made very spacious and comfortable winter quarters. When thus raised, they accommodated 20 men. The camp for convalescents near Alexandria, Virginia, comprised this variety of tent stockaded. The A or wedge tents are yet quite common. The origin of this tent is not known, as far as I can learn. It seems to be about as old as history itself. A German historian, who wrote in 1751, represents the Amalekites as using them. Nothing simpler for a shelter could suggest itself to campers than some sort of awning stretched over a horizontal pole or bar. The setting up of branches on an incline against the low horizontal branch of a tree to form a rude shelter may have been its earliest suggestion. But whatever its origin, it is now a canvas tent stretched over a horizontal bar, perhaps 6 feet long, which is supported on 2 upright posts of about the same length. It covers, when pitched, an area nearly 7 feet square. The name of these tents is undoubtedly derived from the fact of the ends having the proportions of the Roman letter A, and because of their resemblance to a wedge. 4 men was the number usually assigned to one of them, but they were often occupied by 5, and sometimes 6. When so occupied at night, it was rather necessary to comfort that all should turn over at the same time, for 6 or even 5 men were a tight fit in the space enclosed, unless spooned together. These tents, when stockaded, were quite spacious and comfortable. A word or two just here with regard to stockading. A stockade proper is an enclosure made with posts set close together. In stockading a tent, the posts were split in halves, and the cleft sides all turned inward so as to make a clean and comely inside to the hut. But by far the most common way of logging up a tent was to build the walls cob fashion, notching them together at the corners. This method took much less time and material than the other. But whenever I use the word stockade or stockading in any descriptions, I include either method. I shall speak further of stockading by and by. The A tents were in quite general use by the state and also by the general government the first 2 years of the war, but, like the Sibley, they required too much wagon transportation to take along for use in the field, and so they also were turned over to camps of instruction and to troops permanently located in or near important military centers or stations. The hospital or wall tent is distinguished from those already described by having 4 upright sides or walls. To this fact it probably owes the latter name, and it doubtless gets the former from being used for hospital purposes in the field. These tents also are not of modern origin. They were certainly used by Napoleon, and probably long before his day. On account of their walls they are much more comfortable and convenient to occupy than the 2 preceding, as one can stand erect or move about in them with tolerable freedom. They are made of different sizes. Those used as field hospitals were quite large, accommodating from 6 to 20 patients, according to circumstances. It was a common occurrence to see 2 or more of these joined, being connected by ripping the central seam in the 2 ends that came in contact. By looping back the flaps thus liberated, the tents were thrown together, and quite a commodious hospital was in that way opened, with the central corridor running its entire length between a double row of cots. The smaller size of wall tent was in general use as a tent of commissioned officers, and so far as I now recall, was used by no one else. While the Army of the Potomac was at Harrison's Landing under McClellan, he issued a general order, August 10, 1862, prescribing among other things wall tents for general field and staff officers, and a single shelter tent for each line officer, and the same order was reissued by his successors. But in some way, many of these line officers managed to smuggle a wall tent into the wagon train, so that when a settled camp was entered upon, they were provided with those luxurious shelters instead of the shelter tent. Over the top, an extra piece of canvas, called a fly, was stretched as additional protection against sun and rain. These tents are generally familiar. Massachusetts now provides her militia with them, I believe, without distinction of rank. The tents thus far described I have referred to as used largely by the troops before they left the state. But there was another tent, most interesting of all, which was used exclusively in the field, and that was the tent d'abri, the dog or shelter tent. Just why it is called the shelter tent I cannot say, unless on the principle stated by the Rev. George Ellis for calling the pond on Boston Common a frog pond, because there are no frogs there. So there is little shelter in this variety of tent. But about that later. I can imagine no other reason for calling it a dog tent than this, that when one is pitched, it would only comfortably accommodate a dog, and a small one at that. This tent was invented late in 1861, or early in 1862. I am told it was made of light duck at first, then of rubber, and afterwards of duck again. But I never saw one made of anything heavier than cotton drilling. This was the tent of the rank and file. It did not come into general use till after the Peninsular Campaign. Each man was provided with a half shelter, as a single piece was called, which he was expected to carry on the march if he wanted a tent to sleep under. I will describe these more fully. One I recently measured is 5 feet 2 inches long by 4 feet 8 inches wide, and is provided with a single row of battens and button holes on 3 sides, and a pair of holes for stake loops at each corner. A single half shelter, it can be seen, would make a very contracted and uncomfortable abode for a man. But every soldier was expected to join his resources for shelter with some other fellow. It was only rarely that a soldier was met with who was so crooked a stick that no one would chum with him, or that he cared for no chum, although I have seen a few such cases in my experience. But the rule in the army was similar to that in civilian life. Every man had his chum or friend, with whom he associated when off duty, and these tended together. By mutual agreement, one was the old woman, the other the old man of the concern. A Marblehead man called his chum his chicken, more especially if the latter was a young soldier. By means of the buttons and button holes, 2 or more of these half shelters could be buttoned together, making a very complete roofing. There are hundreds of men that came from different sections of the same state, or from different states, who joined their resources in this manner, and today through this accidental association they are the warmest of personal friends, and will continue so while they live. It was not usual to pitch these tents every night when the army was on the march. The soldiers did not waste their time and strength much in that way. If the night was clear and pleasant, they lay down without roof shelter of any kind. But if it was stormy, or a storm was threatening when the order came to go into camp for the night, the shelters were then quite generally pitched. This operation was performed by the infantry in the following way. 2 muskets with bayonets fixed were stuck erect into the ground the width of a half-shelter apart. A guy rope which went with every half-shelter was stretched between the trigger guards of the muskets, and over this a ridge-pole the tent was pitched in a twinkling. Artillerymen pitched theirs over a horizontal bar supported by two uprights. This framework was split out of fence rails, if fence rails were to be had conveniently. Otherwise saplings were cut for the purpose. It often happened that men would throw away their shelters during the day, and take their chances with the weather, or of finding cover in some barn, or under the brow of some overhanging rock, rather than be burdened with them. In summer, when the army was not in proximity to the enemy, or was lying off recuperating, as the Army of the Potomac did a few weeks after the Gettysburg campaign, they would pitch their shelters high enough to get a free circulation of air beneath, and to enable them to build bunks or cots a foot or two above the ground. If the camp was not in the woods, it was common to build a bower of branches over the tents to ward off the sun. When cold weather came on, the soldiers built the stockades to which I have already referred. The walls of these structures were raised from 2 to 5 feet, according to the taste or working inclination of the intended occupants. Oftentimes, an excavation was made 1 or 2 feet deep. When such was the case, the walls were not built so high. Such a hut was warmer than one built entirely above ground. The size depended upon the number of the proposed mess. If the hut was to be occupied by 2, it was built nearly square, and covered by 2 half-shelters. Such a stockade would and often did accommodate 3 men, the third using his half-shelter to stop up one gable. When 4 men occupied a stockade, it was built accordingly, and covered by 4 half-shelters. In each case, they were stretched over a framework of light rafters raised on the walls of the stockade. Sometimes the gables were built up to the ridge poles with smaller logs, but just as often they were filled by an extra half-shelter, a rubber blanket, or an old poncho. An army poncho, I may here say, is specified as made of unbleached muslin coated with vulcanized India rubber, 60 inches wide and 71 inches long, having an opening in the center lengthwise of the poncho, through which the head passes, with a lap 3 inches wide and 16 inches long. This garment is derived from the woolen poncho worn by the Spanish Americans, but is of different proportions, these being 4 feet by 7. The army poncho was used in lieu of the gum blanket. The chinks between the logs were filled with mud, worked to a viscous consistency, which adhered more or less tenaciously according to the amount of clay in the mixture. It usually needed renewing after a severe storm. The chimney was built outside, after the southern fashion. It stood sometimes at the end, and sometimes in the middle of one side of the stockade. It started from a fireplace, which was fashioned with more or less skill, according to the taste or mechanical genius of the workman, or the tools and materials used, or both. In my own company, there were 2 masons who had opportunities, whenever a winter camp was pitched, to practice their trade far more than they were inclined to do. The fireplaces were built of brick, of stone, or of wood. If there was a deserted house in the neighborhood of the camp which boasted brick chimneys, they were sure to be brought low to serve the Union cause in the manner indicated, unless the house was used by some general officer as headquarters. When built of wood, the chimneys were lined with a very thick coating of mud. They were generally continued above the fireplace with split wood built cob fashion, which was filled between and lined with the red clayey soil of Virginia, but stones were used when abundant. Very frequently pork and beef barrels were secured to serve this purpose, being put one above another, and now and then a lively hurrah would run through the camp when one of these was discovered on fire. It is hardly necessary to remark that not all these chimneys were monuments of success. Too often the draught was down instead of up, and the inside of some stockades resembled smoke-houses. Still, it was "all in the 3 years," as the boys used to say. It was all the same to the average soldier, who rarely saw tit to tear down and build anew more scientifically. The smoke of his campfires in warm weather was an excellent preparative for the smoking fireplace of winter quarters. Many of these huts were deemed incomplete until a sign appeared over the door. Here and there someone would make an attempt at having a door-plate of wood suitably inscribed, but the more common sight was a sign over the entrance bearing such inscriptions, rudely cut or marked with charcoal, as Parker House, Hole in the Wall, Mose Pearson's, Astor House, Willard's Hotel, 5 Points, and other titles equally absurd, expressing in this ridiculous way the vagaries of the inmates. The last kind of shelter I shall mention as used in the field, but not the least in importance, was the bomb-proofs used by both Union and Rebel armies in the war. Probably there were more of these erected in the vicinity of Petersburg and Richmond than in all the rest of the South combined, if I except Vicksburg, as here the opposing armies established themselves, the one in defense, the other in siege of the two cities. These bomb-proofs were built just inside the fortifications. Their walls were made of logs heavily banked with earth, and having a door or wider opening on the side away from the enemy. The roof was also made of heavy logs covered with several feet of earth. The interior of these structures varied in size with the number that occupied them. Some were built on the surface of the ground, to keep them drier and more comfortable. Others were dug down, after the manner of a cellar kitchen. But all of them were at best damp and unwholesome habitations, even where fireplaces were introduced, which they were in cool weather. For these reasons they were occupied only when the enemy was engaged in sending over his iron complements in the shape of mortar shells. For all other hostile missiles, the breastworks were ample protection, and under their walls the men stretched their half-shelters and passed most of their time in the summer and fall of 1864, when their lot was cast in that part of the lines nearest the enemy in front of Petersburg. A mortar is a short, stout cannon designed to throw shells into fortifications. This is accomplished by elevating the muzzle a great deal, but the higher the elevation, the greater the strain upon the gun. For this reason it is that they are made so short and thick. They can be elevated so as to drop a shell just inside a fort, whereas a cannon ball would either strike it on the outside or pass over it far to the rear. Mortars were used very little as compared with cannon. In the siege of Petersburg, I think, they were used more at night than in the daytime. This was due to the exceeding watchfulness of the pickets of both armies. At some periods in the siege, each side was in nightly expectation of an attack from the other, and so the least provocation, an accidental shot, or a strange and unusual sound after dark, would draw the fire of the pickets, which would extend from the point of disturbance all along the line in both directions. Then the main lines, both infantry and artillery, thinking it might possibly be a night attack, would join in the fire, while the familiar rebel yell, responded to by the Union cheer, would swell louder as the din and roar increased. But soon the yelling, the cheering, the artillery, the musketry would subside, and the mortar batteries with which each fort was supplied would continue the contest, and the sky would become brilliant with the fiery arches of these lofty soaring and more dignified projectiles. As the mortar shells described their majestic curves across the heavens, every other sound was hushed, and the two armies seemed to stand in mute and mutual admiration of these magnificent messengers of destruction and woe. Sometimes a single shell could be seen climbing the sky from a rebel mortar, but ere it had reached its destination, as many as half a dozen from Union mortars would appear as if chasing each other through the air, anxious to be foremost and resenting such temerity on the part of the enemy. In this arm of the service, as in the artillery, the Union army was greatly superior to the enemy. These evening fusillades rarely did any damage. So harmless were they considered that President Lincoln and other officials frequently came down to the trenches to be a witness of them. But, harmless as they usually were to our side, they often enlisted our warm personal interest. The guns of my own company were several times a mark for their particular attentions by daylight. At such times we would watch the shells closely as they mounted the sky. If they veered to the right or left from a vertical in their ascent, we cared nothing for them, as we then knew they would go one side of us. If they rose perpendicularly, and at the same time increased in size, our interest intensified. If they soon began to descend, we lost interest, for that told us they would fall short. But if they continued climbing till much nearer the zenith, and we could hear the creaking whistle of the fuse as the shell slowly revolved through the air, business of a very pressing nature suddenly called us into the bomb-proofs, and it was not transacted until an explosion was heard, or a heavy jar told us that the bomb had expended its violence in the ground. These mortar bombs could be seen very distinctly at times, but only when they were fired directly toward or from us. They can be seen immediately after they leave the gun, if they come against the sky. Coming towards one, they appear first as a black speck, increasing in size as stated. Besides mortar shells, I have seen the shot and shell from 12-pounders in transit, but never from rifled pieces, as their flight is much more rapid. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 4 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Life in Tents. Sir, he made a chimney in my father's house, and the bricks are alive at this day to testify it. King Henry VI. In the last chapter, I described quite fully the principal varieties of shelter that our troops used in the war. In this, I wish to detail their daily life in those tents when they settled down in camp. Enter with me into a Sibley tent which is not stockaded. If it is cold weather, we shall find the cone-shaped stove, which I have already mentioned, setting in the center. These stoves were useless for cooking purposes, and the men were likely to burn their blankets on them in the night, so that many of the troops utilized them by building a small brick or stone oven below, in which they did their cooking, setting the stove on top as part of the flue. The length of pipe furnished by the government was not sufficient to reach the opening at the top, and the result was that unless the inmates bought more to piece it out, the upper part of such tents was as black and sooty as a chimney flue. The dozen men occupying a Sibley tent slept with their feet towards the center. The choice place to occupy was that portion opposite the door, as one was not then in the way of passers in and out, although he was himself more or less of a nuisance to others when he came in. The tent was most crowded at meal times, for, owing to its shape, there can be no standing or sitting erect except about the center. But while there was more or less growling at accidents by some, there was much forbearance by others, and aside from the vexations arising from the constitutional blundering of the Jonahs and the Beats, whom I shall describe later, these little knots were quite family-like and sociable. The manner in which the time was spent in these tents, and for that matter in all tents, varied with the disposition of the inmates. It was not always practicable for men of kindred tastes to band themselves under the same canvas, and so, just as they differed in their avocations as citizens, they differed in their social life, and many kinds of pastimes went on simultaneously. Of course, all wrote letters more or less, but there were a few men who seemed to spend the most of their spare time in this occupation. Especially was this so in the earlier part of a man's war experience. The side or end strip of a hardtack box, held on the knees, constituted the writing desk on which this operation was performed. It is well remembered that in the early months of the war silver money disappeared, as it commanded a premium, so that, change being scarce, postage stamps were used instead. This was before scrip was issued by the government to take the place of silver, and although the use of stamps as change was not authorized by the national government, yet everybody took them, and the soldiers in particular, just about to leave for the war, carried large quantities away with them, not all in the best of condition. This could hardly be expected when they had passed through so many hands. They were passed about in little envelopes containing 25 and 50 cents in value. Many an old soldier can recall his disgust on finding what a mess his stamps were in, either from rain, perspiration, or compression, as he attempted, after a hot march, to get one for a letter. If he could split off one from a welded mass of perhaps 100 or more, he counted himself fortunate. Of course, they could be soaked out after a while, but he would need to dry them on a griddle afterwards, they were so sticky. It was later than this that the Postmaster General issued an order allowing soldiers to send letters without prepayment, but if I recollect right, it was necessary to write on the outside "Soldier's Letter." I recall in this connection a verse that was said to have appeared on a letter of this kind. It ran as follows: "Soldier's letter, nary read, hardtack and no soft bread. Postmaster, please put it through. I've nary sent, but 6 months due." There was a large number of fanciful envelopes got up during the war. I heard of a young man who had a collection of more than 7,000 such, all of different designs. I have several in my possession, which I found among the numerous letters written home during wartime. One is bordered by 34 red stars, the number of states then in the Union, each star bearing the abbreviated name of a state. At the left end of the envelope hovers an eagle holding a shield and a streamer, with the motto, "Love one another." Another one bears a representation of the Earth in space, with United States marked on it in large letters and the American eagle above it. Enclosing all is the inscription, "What God has joined, let no man put asunder." A third has a medallion portrait of Washington, under which is "A Southern man with Union principles." A fourth displays a man sitting among money bags on horseback and driving at headlong speed. Underneath is the inscription, "Floyd off for the South. All that the seceding states ask is to be let alone." Another has a Negro standing grinning, a hoe in his hand. He is represented as saying, "Masser can't have this child, that's what's the matter." And beneath is the title, "The Latest Contraband of War." Then there are many bearing the portraits of early Union generals. On others, Jeff Davis is represented as hanged, while the national colors appear in 100 or more ways on a number, all of which, in a degree at least, expressed some phase of the sentiments popular at the North. The Christian Commission also furnished envelopes gratuitously to the armies, bearing their stamp and soldier's letter in one corner. Besides letter writing, the various games of cards were freely engaged in. Many men played for money. Cribbage and euchre were favorite games. Reading was a pastime quite generally indulged in, and there was no novel so dull, trashy, or sensational as not to find someone so bored with nothing to do that he would wade through it. I certainly never read so many such before or since. The mind was hungry for something, and took husks when it could get nothing better. A great deal of good might have been done by the Christian Commission or some other organization planned to furnish the soldiers with good literature, for in that way many might have acquired a taste for the works of the best authors, who would not have been likely to acquire it except under just such a condition as they were then in, namely, a want of some entertaining pastime. There would then have been much less gambling and sleeping away of daylight than there was. Religious tracts were scattered among the soldiers by thousands, it is true, and probably did some good. I heard a Massachusetts soldier say not long ago that when his regiment arrived in New York en route for the seat of war, the men were presented with a plate of thin soup and a Testament. This remark to me was very suggestive. It reminded me of the vast amount of mistaken or misguided philanthropy that was expended upon the army by good Christian men and women, who, with the best of motives urging them forward, no doubt, often labored under the delusion that the army was composed entirely of men thoroughly bad, and governed their actions accordingly. That there were bad men in the army is too well known to be denied, if one cared to deny it, and while I may forgive, I cannot forget a war governor who granted pardon to several criminals that were serving out sentences in prison if they would enlist. But the morally bad soldiers were in the minority. The good men should have received more consideration, and the tolerably good even more. Men are only children of an older growth. They like to be appreciated at their worth at least, and the nature of many of the tracts was such that they defeated the object aimed at in their distribution. Checkers was a popular game among the soldiers, backgammon less so, and it was only rarely that the statelier and less familiar game of chess was to be observed on the board. There were some soldiers who rarely joined in any games. In this class were to be found the illiterate members of a company. Of course, they did not read or write, and they rarely played cards. They were usually satisfied to lie on their blankets and talk with one another, or watch the playing. Yes, they did have one pastime, the proverbial soldier's pastime of smoking. A pipe was their omnipresent companion, and seemed to make up to them in sociability for whatever they lacked of entertainment in other directions. Then there were a few men in every organization who engaged in no pastimes and joined in no social intercourse. These men were irreproachable as soldiers, it may have been, doing without grumbling everything that was expected of them in the line of military or fatigue duty, but they seemed shut up within an impenetrable shell, and would lie on their blankets silent while all the others joined in the social round, or perhaps would get up and go out of the tent, as if its lively social atmosphere was uncongenial, and walk up and down the parade or company street alone. Should you address them, they would answer pleasantly, but in monosyllables, and if the conversation continued, it must be done in the same way. They could not be drawn out. They would cook by themselves, eat by themselves, camp by themselves on the march. In fact, keep by themselves at all times as much as possible. Guard duty was the one occupation which seemed most suited to their natures, for it provided them with the exclusiveness and comparative solitude that their peculiar mental condition craved. But these men were the exceptions. They were few in number, and the more noticeable on that account. They only served to emphasize the fact that the average soldier was a sociable being. One branch of business which was carried on quite extensively was the making of pipes and rings as mementos of a camp or a battlefield. The pipes were made from the root of the mountain laurel when it could be had, and often ornamented with the badges of the various corps, either in relief or inlaid. The rings were sometimes made of dried horn or hoof, very often of bone, and some were fashioned out of large gutta percha buttons which were sent from home. The evenings in camp were less occupied in game-playing, I should say, than the hours off-duty in the daytime, partly perhaps because the tents were rather dimly lighted, and partly because of a surfeit of such recreations by daylight. But whatever the cause, I think old soldiers will generally agree in the statement that the evenings were the time of sociability and reminiscences. It was then quite a visiting time among soldiers of the same organization. It was then that men from the same town or neighborhood got together and exchanged home gossip. Each one would produce recent letters, giving interesting information about mutual friends or acquaintances, telling that such a girl or such an old schoolmate was married, that such a man had enlisted in such a regiment, that another was wounded and at home on furlough, that such another had been exempted from the forthcoming draft because he had lost teeth, that yet another had suddenly gone to Canada on important business, which was a favorite refuge for all those who were afraid of being forced into the service. And when the draft was finally ordered, such chucklings as these old schoolmates or fellow townsmen would exchange, as they again compared notes, first to think that they themselves had voluntarily responded to their country's appeal, and second to hope that some of the croakers they left at home might be drafted and sent to the front at the point of the bayonet, interchanging sentiments of the following character: "There's A. He was always urging others to go, and declaring he would himself make one of the next quota. I want to see him out here with a government suit on. Yes, and there's B, who has lots of money. If he's drafted, he'll send a substitute. The government ought not to allow any able-bodied man, even if he has got money, to send a substitute. Then there's C, who declared he'd die on his doorstep rather than be forced into the service. I only hope that his courage will be put to the test." Such are fair samples of the remarks these fellow soldiers would exchange with one another during an evening visitation. Then there were many men not so fortunate as to have enlisted with acquaintances, or to be near them in the army. These were wont to lie on their blankets and join in the general conversation, or exchange pre-war experiences, and find much of interest in common. But whatever the number or variety of the evening diversions, there is not the slightest doubt that home, its inmates and surroundings, were more thought of and talked of then than in all the rest of the 24 hours. In some tents, vocal or instrumental music was a feature of the evening. There was probably not a regiment in the service that did not boast at least one violinist, one banjoist, and a bone player in its ranks, not to mention other instruments generally found associated with these, and one or all of them could be heard in operation, either inside or in a company street, most any pleasant evening. However unskillful the artists, they were sure to be the center of an interested audience. The usual medley of comic songs and Negro melodies comprised the greater part of the entertainment, and if the space permitted, a jig or clog dance was stepped out on a hardtack box or other crude platform. Sometimes a real Negro was brought in to enliven the occasion by patting and dancing juba or singing his quaint music. There was always plenty of them in or near camp, ready to fill any gap, for they asked nothing better than to be with Mr. Lincoln's soldiers. But the men played tricks of all descriptions on them, descending at times to the most shameful abuse until someone interfered. There were a few of the soldiers who were not satisfied to play a reasonable practical joke, but must bear down with all that the good-natured Ethiopians could stand, and having the fullest confidence in the friendship of the soldiers, these poor fellows stood much more than human nature should be called on to endure without a murmur. Of course they were on the lookout the second time. There was one song which the boys of the old Third Corps used to sing in the fall of 1863 to the tune of When Johnny Comes Marching Home, which is an amusing jingle of historical facts. I have not heard it sung since that time, but it ran substantially as follows. "We are the boys of Potomac's ranks, hurrah, hurrah! We are the boys of Potomac's ranks, we ran with McDowell, retreated with Banks, and we'll all drink stone blind, Johnny fill up the bowl. We fought with McClellan, the Rebs shakes in fever, hurrah, hurrah! Then we fought with McClellan, the Rebs shakes in fever, but Mac joined the Navy on reaching James River, and we'll all drink stone blind, Johnny fill up the bowl. Then they gave us John Pope, our patience to tax, hurrah, hurrah! Then they gave us John Popes, our patience to tax, who said that out west he'd seen naught but grey-backs, and we'll all drink, etc. He said his headquarters were in the saddle, hurrah, hurrah! He said his headquarters were in the saddle, but Stonewall Jackson made him skedaddle, etc. Then Mac was recalled, but after Antietam, hurrah, hurrah! Then Mac was recalled, but after Antietam, Abe gave him a rest, he was too slow to beat him. Oh, Burnside, then he tried his luck, hurrah, hurrah! Oh, Burnside, then he tried his luck, but in the mud so fast got stuck. Then Hooker was taken to fill the bill, hurrah, hurrah! Then Hooker was taken to fill the bill, but he got a black eye at Chancellorsville. Next came General Meade, a slow old plug, hurrah, hurrah! Next came General Meade, a slow old plug, for he led 'em away at Gettysburg. I think there were other verses, and some of the above may have got distorted with the lapse of time, but they are essentially correct. Here is the revised Prayer of the Soldier while on the celebrated Mud March of Burnside. Now I lay me down to sleep in mud that's many fathoms deep. If I'm not here when you awake, just hunt me up with an oyster rake. It was rather interesting to walk through a company street of an evening and listen to a few words of the conversation in progress in the tents, all lighted up unless someone was saving or had consumed his allowance of candle. It would read much like a chapter from the telephone, noted down by a listener from one end of the line only. Then to peer into the tents as one went along, just time enough to see what was going on and excite the curiosity of the inmates as to the identity of the intruder, was a feature of such a walk. While the description I have been giving applies in some particulars to life in the Sibley tents, yet so far as much of it is concerned, it describes equally well the life of the private soldier in any tent. But the tent of the army was the shelter or dog tent, and the life of the private soldier in log huts under these tents requires treatment by itself in many respects. I shall therefore leave it for consideration in another chapter. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 5 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Life in Log Huts. Then he built him a hut, and in it he put the carcass of Robinson Crusoe. Old Song. The camp of a regiment or battery was supposed to be laid out in regular order as definitely prescribed by the Army regulations. These, I may state in a general way, provided that each company of a regiment should pitch its tents in 2 files facing on a street which was at right angles with the color line of the regiment. This color line was the assigned place for regimental formation. Then, without going into details, I will add that the company officers' tents were pitched in the rear of their respective companies, and the field officers in rear of these. Cavalry had something of the same plan, but with 1 row of tents to a company, while the artillery had 3 files of tents, 1 to each section. All of this is preliminary to saying that while there was in Army regulations this prescribed plan for laying out camps, yet the soldiers were more distinguished for their breach than for their observance of this plan. Army regulations were adopted for the guidance of the regular standing army, but this same regular army was now only a very small fraction of the Union forces. The largest portion, by far, the biggest half, to use a Hibernianism, were volunteers, who could not or would not all be bound by Army regulations. In the establishing of camps, therefore, there was much of the go-as-you-please order of procedure. It is true that regiments commanded by strict disciplinarians were likely to, and did, keep pretty close to regulations. Many others approximated this standard, but still there then remained a large residuum who suited themselves, or rather, perhaps, did not attempt to suit anybody unless compelled to by superior authority. So that in entering some camps one might find everything betokening the supervision of a critical military spirit, while others were such a hurly-burly lack of plan that a mere plow-jogger might have been, and perhaps was, the controlling genius of the camp. When troops located in the woods, as they always did for their winter cantonments, this lack of system in the arrangement was likely to be deviated from on account of trees. But to the promised topic of this chapter. Come with me into one of the log huts. I have already spoken of its walls, its roof, its chimney, its fireplace. The door we are to enter may be cut in the same end with the fireplace. Such was often the case, as there was just about enough unoccupied space for that purpose. But where 4 or more soldiers located together, it was oftener put in the center of one side. In that case, the fireplace was in the opposite side as a rule. In entering a door at the end, one would usually observe 2 bunks across the opposite end, one near the ground, or floor when there was such a luxury, which was rarely, and the other well up towards the top of the walls. I say usually. It depended upon circumstances. When 2 men only occupied the hut, there was 1 bunk. Sometimes when 4 occupied it, there was but 1, and that one running lengthwise. There are other exceptions, which I need not mention, but the average hut contained 2 bunks. The construction of these bunks was varied in character. Some were built of boards from hardtack boxes, some of barrel staves laid crosswise on 2 poles. Some men improvised a spring bed of slender saplings and padded them with a cushion of hay, oak, or pine leaves. Others obtained coarse grain sacks from an artillery or cavalry camp, or from some wagon train, and by making a hammock-like arrangement of them, thus devised to make repose a little sweeter. At the head of each bunk were the knapsacks or bundles, which contained what each soldier boasted of personal effects. These were likely to be underclothes, socks, thread, needles, buttons, letters, stationery, photographs, etc. The number of such articles was fewer among the infantry than among artillerymen, who, on the march, had their effects carried for them on the gun carriages and caissons. But in winter quarters both accumulated a large assortment of conveniences from home, sent on in the boxes which so gladdened the soldier's heart. The haversacks and canteens and the equipments usually hung on pegs inserted in the logs. The muskets had no regular abiding place. Some stood them in a corner, some hung them on pegs by their slings. Domestic conveniences were not entirely wanting in the best ordered of these rude establishments. A hardtack box, nailed end upwards against the logs, with its cover on leather hinges serving as a door, and having suitable shelves inserted, made a very passable dish-closet. Another such box, put upside down on legs, did duty as a table, small, but large enough for the family and useful. Over the fireplace, 1 or more shelves were sometimes put to catch the bric-a-brac of the hut, and 3 or 4-legged stools enough were manufactured for the inmates. But such a hut as this one I have been describing was rather high-toned. There were many huts without any of these conveniences. A soldier's table furnishings were his tin dipper, tin plate, knife, fork, and spoon. When he had finished his meal, he did not, in many cases, stand on ceremony, and his dishes were tossed under the bunk to await the next meal. Or, if he condescended to do a little dish-cleaning, it was not of an aesthetic kind. Sometimes he was satisfied to scrape his plate out with his knife and let it go at that. Another time he would take a wisp of straw or a handful of leaves from his bunk and wipe it out. When the soft bread was abundant, a piece of that made a convenient and serviceable dishcloth and towel. Now and then a man would pour a little of his hot coffee into his plate to cleanse it, while here and there one, with neither pride nor shame nor squeamishness, would take his plate out just as he last used it to get his ration, offering no other remark to the comment of the cook than this, that he guessed the plate was a fit receptacle for the ration. As to the knife and fork, when they got too black to be tolerated, and they had to be of a very sable hue, it should be said, there was no cleansing process so inexpensive, simple, available, and efficient as running them vigorously into the earth a few times. For lighting these huts, the government furnished candles in limited quantities, at first long ones which had to be cut for distribution, but later they provided short ones. I have said they were furnished in limited quantities. I will modify that statement. Sometimes they were abundant, sometimes the contrary, but no one could account for any scarcity. It was customary to charge quartermasters with peculation in such cases, and it is true that many of them were rascals, but I think they were sometimes saddled with burdens that did not belong to them. Some men used more light than others.
Indeed, some men were constitutionally out of everything. They seemed to have conscientious scruples against keeping rations of any description in stock for the limit of time for which they were drawn. As to candlesticks, the government provided the troops with these by the thousands. They were of steel and very durable, but they were supplied only to the infantry, who had simply to unfix bayonets, stick the points of the same in the ground, and their candlesticks were ready for service. As a fact, the bayonet shank was the candlestick of the rank and file who used that implement. It was always available, and it just filled the bill in other respects. Potatoes were too valuable to come into very general use for this purpose. Quite often the candle was set up on a box in its own drippings. Whenever candles failed, slush lamps were brought into use. These I have seen made by filling a sardine box with cookhouse grease and inserting a piece of rag in one corner for a wick. The whole was then suspended from the ridgepole of the hut by a wire. This wire came to camp around bales of hay brought to the horses and mules. The bunks were the most popular institutions in the huts. Soldiering is at times a lazy life, and bunks were then liberally patronized. For, as is well known, ottomans, lounges, and easy chairs are not part of a soldier's outfit. For that reason, the bunks served as a substitute for all these luxuries in the line of furniture. I will describe in greater detail how they were used. All soldiers were provided with a woolen and a rubber blanket. When they retired, after tattoo roll call, they did not strip to the skin and put on nightdresses as they would at home. They were satisfied ordinarily with taking off coat and boots, and perhaps the vest. Some, however, stripped to their flannels, and donning a smoking cap would turn in and pass a very comfortable night. There were a few in every regiment who never took off anything night or day unless compelled to, and these turned in at night in full uniform with all the covering they could muster. I shall speak of this class in another connection. There was a special advantage in two men bunking together in winter quarters, for then each got the benefit of the other's blankets, no mean advantage either in much of the weather. It was a common plan with the soldiers to make an undersheet of the rubber blanket, the lining side up, just as when they camped out on the ground, for it excluded the cold air from below in the one case, as it kept out dampness in the other. Moreover, it prevented the escape of animal heat. I think I have said that the half-shelters were not impervious to a hard rain, but I was about to say that whenever such a storm came on, it was often necessary for the occupants of the upper bunk to cover that part of the tent above them with their rubber blankets or ponchos, or if they did not wish to venture out to adjust such a protection, they would pitch them on the inside. When they did not care to bestir themselves enough to do either, they would compromise by spreading a rubber blanket over themselves and let the water run off onto the tent floor. At intervals, whose length was governed somewhat by the movements of the army, an inspector of government property put in an appearance to examine into the condition of the belongings of the government in the possession of an organization, and when in his opinion any property was unfit for further service, it was declared condemned and marked with his official brand, I.C., meaning Inspected Condemned. This I.C. became a byword among the men, who made an amusing application of it on many occasions. In the daytime the men lay in their bunks and slept, or read a great deal, or sat on them and wrote their letters. Unless otherwise forbidden, callers felt at liberty to perch on them, but there was such a wide difference in the habits of cleanliness of the soldiers that some proprietors of huts had, as they thought, sufficient reasons why no one else should occupy their berths but themselves. And so, if the three-legged stools or boxes did not furnish seating capacity enough for company and the regular boarders too, the R.B., regular boarders, would take to the bunks with a dispatch which betokened a deeper interest than that required of simple etiquette. This remark naturally leads me to say something of the insect life which seemed to have enlisted with the soldiers for 3 years or duration of the war, and which required and received a large share of attention in quarters, much more, in fact, than during active campaigning. I refer now especially to the pediculus vestimenti, as the scientific men call him, but whose picture, when it is well taken and somewhat magnified, bears this familiar outline. Old soldiers will recognize the picture, if the name is an odd one to them. This was the historic grayback, which went in and out before Union and Confederate soldiers without ceasing. Like death, it was no respecter of persons. It preyed alike on the just and the unjust. It inserted its bill as confidingly into the body of a major general as of the lowest private. I once heard the orderly of a company officer relate that he had picked 52 graybacks from the shirt of his chief at one sitting. Aristocrat or plebeian, it mattered not. Every soldier seemed foreordained to encounter this pest at close quarters. Eternal vigilance was not the price of liberty. That failed the most scrupulously careful veteran in active campaigning. True, the neatest escaped the longest, but sooner or later the time came when it was simply impossible for even them not to let the left hand know what the right hand was doing. The secretiveness which a man suddenly developed when he found himself inhabited for the first time was very entertaining. He would cuddle all knowledge of it as closely as the old 49ers did the hiding place of their bag of gold dust. Perhaps he would find only one of these vermin. This he would secretly murder, keeping all knowledge of it from his tent mates, while he nourished the hope that it was the Robinson Crusoe of its race, cast away on a strange shore with none of its kind at hand to cheer its loneliness. Alas, vain delusion! In 99 cases out of 100, this solitary pediculus would prove to be the advance guard of generations yet to come, which, ere its capture, had been stealthily engaged in sowing its seed, and in a space of time all too brief after the first discovery, the same soldier would appoint himself an investigating committee of one to sit with closed doors and hie away to the desired seclusion. There he would seat himself, taking his garments across his knees in turn, conscientiously doing his knitting work, inspecting every fiber with the scrutiny of a dealer in broadcloths. The feeling of intense disgust aroused by first contact with these creepers soon gave way to hardened indifference, as a soldier realized the utter impossibility of keeping free from them, and the privacy with which he carried on his first skirmishing, as this search for happiness came to be called, was soon abandoned, and the warfare carried on more openly. In fact, it was the mark of a cleanly soldier to be seen engaged at it, for there was no disguising the fact that everybody needed to do it. In cool weather, skirmishing was carried on in quarters, but in warmer weather the men preferred to go outside of camp for this purpose, and the woods usually found near camps were full of them sprinkled about, singly or in social parties of 2 or 3, slaying their victims by the thousands. Now and then a man could be seen just away from the quartermaster with an entire new suit on his arm, bent on starting afresh. He would hang the suit on a bush, strip off every piece of the old, and set fire to the same, and then don the new suit of blue. So far, well, but he was a lucky man if he did not share his new clothes with other hungry pediculi within a week. Skirmishing, however, furnished only slight relief from the oppressive attentions of the grayback, and furthermore took much time. Hot water was the sovereign remedy, for it penetrated every mesh and seam, and cooked the millions yet unborn, which Job himself could not have exterminated by the thumbnail process unaided. So tenacious of life were these creatures, that some veterans affirm they have seen them still creeping on garments taken out of boiling water, and that only by putting salt in the water were they sure of accomplishing their destruction. I think there was but one opinion among the soldiers in regard to the graybacks, namely that the country was being ruined by overproduction. What the Colorado beetle is to the potato crop, they were to the soldiers of both armies, and that man has fame and fortune in his hand, who, before the next great war in any country, shall have invented an extirpator which shall do for the pediculus what Paris green does for the potato bug. From all this it can readily be seen why no good soldier wanted his bunk to be regarded as common property. I may add in passing that no other variety of insect life caused any material annoyance to the soldier. Now and then a wood tick would insert his head on the sly into some part of the human integument, but these were not common or unclean. I have already related much that the soldier did to pass away time. I will add to that which I have already given 2 branches of domestic industry that occupied a considerable time in log huts with a few, and less, very much less indeed, with others. I refer to washing and mending. Some men were just as particular about changing their underclothing at least once a week as they would be at home, while others would do so only under the severest pressure. It is disgusting to remember, even at this late day, how little care hundreds of men bestowed upon bodily cleanliness. The story, quite familiar to old soldiers, about the man who was so negligent in this respect that when he finally took a bath he found a number of shirts and socks which he supposed he had lost, arose from the fact of there being a few men in every organization who were most unaccountably regardless of all rules of health, and of whom such a statement would seem, to those that knew the parties, only slightly exaggerated. How was this washing done? Well, if the troops were camping near a brook, that simplified the matter somewhat. But even then the clothes must be boiled, and for this purpose there was but one resource, the mess kettles. There is a familiar anecdote related of Daniel Webster that while he was Secretary of State, the French minister at Washington asked him whether the United States would recognize the new government of France, I think Louis Napoleon's. Assuming a very solemn tone and posture, Webster replied, "Why not? The United States has recognized the Bourbons, the French Republic, the Directory, the Council of 500, the First Consul, the Emperor, Louis XVIII, Charles X, Louis Philippe, the—" "Enough, enough," cried the minister, fully satisfied with this extended array of precedent cited. So, in regard to using our mess kettles to boil our clothes in, it might be asked, why not? Were they not used to boil our meat and potatoes in, to make our bean, pea, and meat soups in, to boil our tea and coffee in, to make our apple and peach sauce in? Why not use them as wash boilers? Well, gentle reader, while it might at first interfere somewhat with your appetite to have your food cooked in the wash boiler, you would soon get used to it. And so this complex use of the mess kettles soon ceased to have any effect upon the appetite or to shock the sense of propriety of the average soldier as to the eternal fitness of things, for he was often compelled by circumstances to endure much greater improprieties. It would indeed have been a most admirable arrangement in many respects could each man have been provided with an excellent McGee range with copper boiler annex and set tubs nearby, but the line had to be drawn somewhere, and so everything in the line of impedimenta was done away with unless it was absolutely essential to the service. For this reason we could not take along a well-equipped laundry, but must make some articles do double or triple service. It may be asked what kind of figure the men cut as washerwomen. Well, some of them were awkward and imperfect enough at it, but necessity is a capital teacher, and in this, as in many other directions, men did perforce what they would not have attempted at home. It was not necessary, however, for every man to do his own washing, for in most companies there was at least one man who, for a reasonable recompense, was ready to do such work, and he usually found all he could attend to in the time he had off duty. There was no ironing to be done, for boiled shirts, as white-bosomed shirts were called, were almost an unknown garment in the army except in hospitals. Flannels were the order of the day. If a man had the courage to face the ridicule of his comrades by wearing a white collar, it was of the paper variety, and white cuffs were unknown in camp. In the department of mending garments, each man did his own work, or left it undone, just as he thought best, but no one hired it done. Every man had a housewife, or its equivalent, containing the necessary needles, yarn, thimble, etc., furnished to him by some mother, sister, sweetheart, or Soldiers' Aid Society, and from this came his materials to mend or darn with. Now, the average soldier was not so susceptible to the charms and allurements of sock darning as he should have been, and for this reason he always put off the direful day until both heels looked boldly and with hardened visage out of the back door, while his 10 toes ranged themselves en echelon in front of their quarters. By such delay or neglect, good ventilation and the opportunity of drawing on the socks from either end were secured. The task of once more restricting the toes to quarters was not an easy one, and the processes of arriving at this end were not many in number. Perhaps the speediest and most unique, if not the most artistic, was that of tying a string around the hole. This was a scheme for cutting the Gordian knot of darning, which a few modern Alexanders put into execution, but I never heard any of them commend its comforts after the job was done. Then there were other men who, having arranged a checkerboard of stitches over the holes, as they had seen their mothers do, had not the time or patience to fill in the squares, and the inevitable consequence was that both heels and toes would look through the bars only a few hours before breaking jail again. But there were a few of the boys who were kept well furnished with homemade socks, knit perhaps by their good old grandmas, who seemed to inherit the patience of the granddames themselves, for whenever there was mending or darning to be done, they would sit by the hour and do the work as neatly and conscientiously as anyone could desire. I am not wide of the facts when I say that the heels of the socks darned by these men remained firm when the rest of the fabric was spent. There was little attempt made to repair the socks drawn from the government supplies, for they were generally of the shoddiest description and not worth it. In symmetry, they were like the elbow of a stovepipe, nor did the likeness end here, for while the stovepipe is open at both ends, so were the socks within 48 hours after putting them on. Cooking was also an industry which occupied more or less of the time of individuals, but when the army was in settled camp, company cooks usually took charge of the rations. Sometimes, when companies preferred it, the rations were served out to them in the raw state, but there was no invariable rule in this matter. I think the soldiers, as a whole, preferred to receive their coffee and sugar raw, for rough experience in campaigning soon made each man an expert in the preparation of this beverage. Moreover, he could make a more palatable cup for himself than the cooks made for him, for too often their handiwork betrayed some of the other uses of the mess kettles to which I have made reference. Then again, some men liked their coffee strong, others weak. Some liked it sweet, others wished little or no sweetening, and this latter class could and did save their sugar for other purposes. I shall give other particulars about this when I take up the subject of army rations. It occurs to me to mention in this connection a circumstance which may seem somewhat strange to many, and that is that some parts of the army burned hundreds of cords of green pine wood while lying in winter quarters. It was very often their only resource for heat and warmth. People at the north would as soon think of attempting to burn water as green pine. But the explanation of the paradox is this: the pine of the southern latitudes has more pitch in it than that of northern latitudes. Then the heartwood of all pines is comparatively dry. It seemed especially so south. The heartwood was used to kindle with, and the pitchy sapwood was placed on top, and by the time the heartwood had burned, the sappy portion had also seasoned enough to blaze and make a good fire. These pines had the advantage over the hardwoods of being more easily worked up, an advantage which the average soldier appreciated. Nearly every organization had its barber in established camp. True, many men never used the razor in the service, but allowed a shrubby, straggling growth of hair and beard to grow, as if to conceal them from the enemy in time of battle. Many more carried their own kit of tools and shaved themselves, frequently shedding innocent blood in the service of their country while undergoing the operation. But there was yet a large number left who, whether from lack of skill in the use and care of the razor or from want of inclination, preferred to patronize the camp barber. This personage plied his vocation inside the tent in cold or stormy weather, but at other times took up his post in rear of the tent, where he had improvised a chair for the comfort of his victims. This chair was a product of home manufacture. Its framework was 4 stakes driven into the ground, 2 long ones for the back legs and 2 shorter ones for the front. On this foundation, a superstructure was raised which made a passable barber's chair. But not all the professors who presided at these chairs were finished tonsors, and the back of a soldier's head whose hair had been shingled by one of them was likely to show each course of the shingles with painful distinctness. The razors, too, were of the most barbarous sort, like the trust razor of the old song with which the Irishman got his love o' God shave. One other occupation of a few men in every camp, which I must not overlook, was that of studying the tactics. Some were doing it, perhaps, under the instructions of superior officers, some perhaps because of an ambition to deserve promotion. Some were looking to passing a competitive examination with a view of obtaining a furlough, and so these men, from various motives, were booking themselves. But the great mass of the rank and file had too much to do with the practice of war to take much interest in working out its theory, and freely gave themselves up, when off duty, to every available variety of physical or mental recreation, doing their utmost to pass the time away rapidly, and even those troops having nearly 3 years to serve would exclaim with a cheerfulness more feigned than real, as each day dragged to its close, "It's only 2 years and a butt." End of Chapter 5. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Chapter 6 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Jonahs and Beats. Good people, I'll sing you a ditty, so bear with me, all ye who can. I make an appeal to your pity, for I'm a most unlucky man. 'Twas under an unlucky planet that I, a poor mortal, was born. My existence, since first I began it, has been very sad and forlorn. Then do not make sport of my troubles, but pity me, all ye who can, for I'm an uncomfortable, horrible, terrible, inconsolable, unlucky man. Old Song. In a former chapter, I made the statement that Sibley tents furnished quarters capacious enough for 12 men. That statement is to be taken with some qualifications. If those men were all lying down asleep, there did not seem much of a crowd. But if one man of the 12 happened to be on guard at night, and furthermore was on what we used to know as the Third Relief Guard, which in my company was posted at 12 midnight, and came off post at 2 a.m., when all were soundly sleeping, and moreover, if this man chanced to quarter in that part of the tent opposite the entrance, and if, in seeking his blanket and board in the darkness, it was his luck to step on the stocking foot of a recumbent form having a large voice, a large temper, but a small though forcible selection of English defiled, straightway that selection was hurled at the head of the offending, even though well-meaning guard. And if, under the excitement of his mishap, the luckless guard makes a spring thinking to clear all other intervening slumberers and score a home run, but alights instead amidships of the comrade who sleeps next him, expelling from him a groan that by all known comparisons should have been his last, the poor guard has only involved himself the more inextricably in trouble. For as soon as his latest victim recovers consciousness sufficiently to know that it was not a 12-pound cannonball that has doubled him up, and that stretcher-bearers are not needed to take him to the rear, he strikes up in the same strain and pitch and force as that of the first victim, and together they make the midnight air vocal with choice invective against their representative of the Third Relief. But this time the rest of the tent's crew have been waked up, cross enough, too, at being thus rudely disturbed, and they all come in heavily on the chorus. As the wordy assault continues, the inmates of adjoining tents who have also been aroused, take a hand in it, and "Shut up! Sergeant of the guard! Go lie down! Shoot him on the spot! Put him in the guardhouse!" are a few of the many impromptu orders issued within and without the tent in question. At last the tempest in a teapot expends itself, and by the time that the sergeant of the guard has arrived to seek out the cause of the tumult, and enforce the instructions of the officer of the day, by putting the offenders against the rules and discipline of camp under arrest, for talking and disturbance after taps, all are quiet, for no one would make a complaint against the culprits. The temporary excitement has cooled, and the discreet sergeant is even in doubt as to which tent contains the offenders. Now, accidents will happen to the most careful and the best of men, but the soldier whom I have been describing can be found in every squad in camp, that is, a man of his kind. Such men were called Jonahs on account of their ill luck. Perhaps this particular Jonah, after getting his tin plate level full of hot pea soup, was sure, on entering the tent, to spill a part of it down somebody's back. The higher he could hold it, the better it seemed to please him as he made his way to his accustomed place in the tent, and in bringing it down into a latitude where he proposed to eat it, he usually managed to dispose of much of the remainder, either on his own or somebody else's blankets. When pea soup failed him for a diversion, he was a dead shot on kicking over his neighbor's pot of coffee, which the owner had put down for a moment while he adjusted his lap table to receive his supper. The profuseness of the Jonah's apologies, and they always were profuse, and undoubtedly sincere, was utterly inadequate as a balm for the wounds he made. Anybody else in the tent might have kicked the coffee to the remotest bounds of camp with malice aforethought, and it would not have produced a tithe of the aggravation which it did to have this constitutional blunderer do it by accident. It may be that he wished to borrow your ink. Of course you could not refuse him. It may have been made by you with some ink powder sent from home, perhaps the last you had, and which you should want yourself that very day. It mattered not. He took it with complacency and fair promises, put it on a box by his side, and tipped the box over 5 minutes afterward by the watch. Cooking was the forte of this Jonah. He could be found most any time of day or night, if he was a guardsman, around the campfire with his little mess of something in his tomato can or tin dipper, which he would throw an air of mystery around every now and then, by drawing a small package from the depths of his pocket or haversack, and scattering some of its contents into the brew. But there was a time in the history of his culinary pursuits when he rose to a supreme height as a blunderer. It was when he appeared at the campfire, which, by the way, he never kindled himself, ready to occupy the choice places with his dishes. And after the 2 rails, between which fires were usually built, had been well burdened by the coffee pots of his comrades, it presented an opportunity which his evil genius was likely to take advantage of, for then he was suddenly seized with a thought of something else that he had forgotten to borrow. Turning in his haste to go to the tent for this purpose, he was sure to stumble over the end of one or both of the rails, when the downfall of the coffee pots and the quenching of the fire followed as a matter of course. At just this point in his career, it would be to the credit of his associates to drop the curtain on the picture, but the sequel must be told. The average soldier was not an especially devout man, and while in times of imminent danger he had serious thoughts, yet at other times his many trials, his privations, and the rigors of a necessary discipline all conduced to make him a highly explosive creature on demand. Moreover, coffee and sugar were staple articles with the soldier, and the least waste of them was not to be tolerated under ordinary circumstances. But to have a whole line of coffee pots with their precious contents upset by the Jonah of the tent in his recklessness was the last ounce of pressure removed from the safety valve of his tent mate's wrath. and such a discharge of hard names and oaths, long, loud, and deep, as many of these sufferers would deliver themselves of, if it could have been utilized against the enemy, might have demolished a regiment; and the others, who did not give vent to their passions by blows or the use of strong language, seemed to sympathize very keenly with those who did. 2 chaplains apiece to some of the men would have been none too many to hold them in check. I remember one man who seemed always to have hard luck, in spite of himself. He was a good soldier, and meant well, but would blunder badly now and then. His last act in the service was to plunge an axe through his boot while he was cutting wood. Unfortunately for him, as it happened, his foot was in it at the time. On pulling it out of the boot and looking it over, he found that several of his toes had got left. So he took up his boot, turned it upside down, and shook out a shower of toes as complacently as if that was what he enlisted for. This casualty closed his career in active service. There are divers other directions in which the Jonah distinguished himself, but I must leave him for the present to direct attention to the other class of men of whom I wish to say something. They were the beats of the service, a name given them by their comrades in arms. There were all grades of beats. The original idea of beat was that of a lazy man or a shirk, who would by hook or by crook get rid of all military or fatigue duty that he could, but the term grew to have a broader significance. One of the milder forms of beat was the man who sat over the fire in the tent piling on wood all the time, and roasting out the rest of the tent's crew, who seemed to have no rights that this fireman felt bound to respect. He was always cold. He wore overcoat, dress coat, blouse, and flannels, the full government allowance all at once, but never complained of being too warm. He never took off any of these garments night or day, unless compelled to on an inspection. He was most at home on fatigue duty, for he seemed fatigued from the start, and moved like real estate. A sprinkling of this class seemed necessary to the success of the Union arms, for they were certainly to be found in every organization. Another and more positive type of beat were the men who never had any water in their canteens. Even when the army was in settled camp, water was not always to be had without going some distance for it, but these men were never known to go after any. They always managed to hang their canteen on someone else who was bound for the spring. If, when the army was on the move, a rush was made during a temporary halt for a spring or stream some distance away, these men never rushed. They were satisfied to lie down and drink a supply which they took their chances of begging from some recruit, perhaps, who did not know their propensities. If it happened to any man to be so straitened in his cooking operations as to be under the necessity of borrowing from one of these, he was sure of being called upon to requite the favor fully as many times as his temper would endure it. Then, as to rations, their hardtack never held out, and they were ever on the alert to borrow. It mattered not how great the scarcity, real or anticipated, they could not provide for a contingency, and their neighbors in the same squad were mean and avaricious, so the beats said, if they would not give of their husbanded resources to these profligate and provident comrades. But this class did not stop at borrowing hardtack. They were not all of them particular, and when hardtack could not be spared, they would get along with coffee or sugar or salt work, or if they could borrow $1, just for a day or two, they would then repay it surely, because several letters from their friends at home, each one containing money, were already overdue. People in civil life think they know all about the imperfections of the United States Postal Service, and tell of their letters and papers lost, miscarried, or in some way delayed, with much pedantry. But they have yet to learn the ABC of its imperfections, and no one that I know of is so competent to teach them as certain of the Union soldiers. I could have produced men in 1862 through 1865, Yes, I can now, who lost more letters in 1 year, 3 out of every 4 of which contained considerable sums of money, than any Postmaster General yet appointed is willing to admit have been lost since the establishment of a mail service. This, remember, the loss of one man, and when it is multiplied by the number of men just like him that were to be found, not in one army alone, but in all the armies of the Union, a special reason is obvious why the government should be liberal in its dealings with the old soldier. In this connection I am reminded of another interesting feature of army experience, which is of some historical value. It was this: whenever the troops were paid off, a very large majority of them wished to send the most of their pay home to their families or their friends for safe keeping. Of course, there was some risk attending the sending of it in the mails. To obviate this risk, an allotment plan was adopted by means of which when the troops were visited by the paymaster, on signing a roll prepared for that purpose, so much of their pay as they wished was allotted or assigned by the soldiers to whomsoever they designated at the North. To illustrate, John Smith had 4 months' pay due him at the rate of $13 a month. He decided to allot $10 per month of this to his wife at Plymouth, Massachusetts. So the paymaster pays him $12, and the remaining $40 is paid to his wife by check in Plymouth, without any further action on the part of John. This plan was a great convenience to both the soldiers and their families. In this division of his income, the calculation of the soldier was to save out enough for himself to pay all incidental expenses of camp life, such as washing, tobacco, newspapers, pies, and biscuits, bought of auntie, and cheese and cakes of the sutler. But in spite of his nice calculations, the rule was that the larger part of the money allotted home was returned, by request of the sender, in small amounts of $1 or the fraction of $1. I have previously stated that at the time silver had gone out of use, it being only to be had by paying the premium on it, just as on gold, and so to take its place the government issued what was generally known as scrip, being paper currency of the denominations of 50, 25, 10, 5, and later 15 and 3-cent pieces, some of which are still in circulation. They were a great convenience to the soldiers and their friends. But to resume. If the statements made by these beats as to the amount of money they had sent for and were expecting were to be believed, they must not only have sent for their full allotment, but have drawn liberally on their home credit, for the charity of their friends besides. In truth, however, the genuine beat never intended to return borrowed money. It is currently believed by outsiders that the soldiers who stood shoulder to shoulder battling for the Union, sharing the same exposures, the same shelter, the same mess, would ever afterwards be likely to stand steadfastly by one another. The organization of the Grand Army of the Republic seems to strengthen such an opinion, yet human nature remains pretty much the same in all situations. If a man was a shirk, or a thief, or a beat, or a coward, or a worthless scoundrel, generally in the army, it was because he had been educated to it before he enlisted. The leopard cannot change his spots, nor the Ethiopian his skin. It will therefore create no great surprise when I remark that a large amount of money borrowed by one soldier of another has never been repaid, and such is the lack of honesty and manliness on the part of these men, that they can meet the old comrades of whom in those trying war days they borrowed $1, $2, $5, or $10, and in some cases more, without so much as a blush or betraying in any manner the slightest recognition of their long-standing obligation. Some are so worthless and brazen-faced, even as to ask the same victims for more at this late day. One favorite dodge of the beat was to have the corporal arouse him twice or 3 times before he would finally get out of his bunk, and then he would prepare to go out at a snail's pace. Once on his beat, his next dodge was to maneuver so as to have the corporal of his relief do the most of his duty for him, for hardly would he have been posted before the corporal must be summoned, the beat having been seized with a desire to go to the company sink. That is good for half an hour out of the corporal at least. At last the dodger reappears, moving at a slow pace, and wearing the appearance of a man suffering for his discharge from service. He retails his woes to the corporal, as he resumes his equipments, in a most doleful strain. But the corporal is in no mood to listen after his long wait, and hastily directs his steps towards the guard tent. He is not allowed to remain there long, however, ere a summons reaches him from the same post, to which he responds with excusable ill-humor and mutterings at the duplicity of the guardsman in question. This time the patient has happened to think of some medicine at his tent, which will be of benefit to him. Of course the corporal is anxious enough to have him healed, and so he again assumes the duties of the post for the shirk, who does not reappear until his last hour of duty is well on its second quarter, feigning an excuse that he could not find his own panacea, and so was obliged to go elsewhere. Thus, in one way or another, by using the kind offices of his messmates together with those of the corporal, he would manage to get out of at least 2/3 of his guard duty. After the battle of Fredericksburg, a soldier, belonging to a gallant regiment in Burnside's corps, whose courage had evidently been put to a sore test in the above engagement, resorted to the rheumatic dodge to secure his discharge. He responded daily to sick call, pitifully warped out of shape, was prescribed for, but all to no avail. One leg was drawn up so that, apparently, he could not use it, and groans indicative of excruciating agony escaped him at studied intervals and on suitable occasions. So his case went on for 6 weeks, till at last the surgeon recommended his discharge. It was approved at regimental, brigade, and division headquarters, and had reached corps headquarters when the corps was ordered to Kentucky. At Covington, the party having the supposed invalid in charge, gained access in some manner to a barrel of whiskey. Not being a temperance man, the dodger was thrown off his guard by this spiritual bonanza, and taking his turn at the straw, for which entry had been made into the barrel, he was soon as sprightly on both legs as ever. In this condition his colonel found him. Of course his discharge was recalled from corps headquarters, and the way of this transgressor was made hard for months afterwards. There was another field in which the beat played an interesting part. I use played with a double significance, for he never worked if he could avoid it. It was when a detail of men was made to do some line of fatigue duty, by which is meant all the labors of the service distinct from strict military duty, such as the policing or clearing up of camp, procuring wood and water for the company, digging and fitting up of sinks, the water closets of the army, and in addition to these duties in cavalry and artillery, procuring grain and forage for the horses. It was a sad fate to befall a good duty soldier to get on to a detail to procure wood, where every second or third man was a shirk or beat. For while they must needs bear the appearance of doing something, they were really in the way of those who could work and were willing to. Many of these shirkers would waste a great deal of time and breath maligning the government or their officers for requiring them to do such work, indignantly declaring that they enlisted to fight and not to chop wood or dig sinks. But it was noticeable that when the fight came on, if any of these heroes got into it, they then appeared just as willing to bind themselves by contract to cut all the wood in Virginia, if they could only be let go just that once. These were the men who were invincible in peace and invisible in war, as the late Senator Hill of Georgia once said. I may add here that, coming as the soldiers did from all avocations and stations in life, these details for fatigue often brought together men few of whom had any practical knowledge of the work in hand, so that aside from the shirks, who could work but would not, there were others who would but could not, at least intelligently. Still, the army was a great educator in many ways to men who cared to learn, and some of the most ignorant became by force of circumstances quite expert, in time, in channels hitherto untraversed by them. But there was one detail upon which our shirks, beats, and men unskilled in manual labor, such as the handling of the spade and pickaxe, appeared in all the glory of their artful dodging and ignorance. If a man did not take hold of the work lively, whether because he preferred to shirk it, or because he did not understand it, the worse for him. The detail in question was one made to administer the last rites to a batch of deceased horses. It happened to the artillery and cavalry to lose a large number of these animals in winter, which, owing to the freezing of the ground, could not be buried until the disappearance of the frost in spring. But by that time, through the action of rain and sun and the frequent depredations of dogs, buzzards, and crows, the remains were not always in the most inviting condition for the administrations of the sexton. Then again, during the summer season, when the army made a halt for rest and recruiting, another sacrifice of glanders infected and generally used-up horses was made to the god of war. But as they were not always promptly committed to Mother Earth, either from a desire to show a decent respect for the memory of the deceased, or for some other reason best known to the red tape of military rule, the odors that were wafted from them on the breezes were wont to become far more spicy than agreeable, so that a speedy interment was generally ordered by the Military Board of Health. As soon as the nature of the business for which such a detail was ordered became generally known, the fun began, for a lively protest was wont to go up from the men against being selected to participate in the impending equine obsequies. Perhaps the first objection heard from a victim who has drawn a prize in the business is that he was on guard the day before and is not yet physically competent for such a detail. The sergeant is charged with unfairness and with having pets that he gives all the soft jobs to, etc. But the warrior of the triple Charon is inexorable, and his muttering, much injured subordinate finally reports to the corporal in charge of the detail, in front of the camp, betraying in his every word and movement a heartfelt desire for his term of service or this cruel war to be over. Another one whom his sergeant has booked for the enterprise has got wind of what is to be done, so that when found he is tucked up in his bunk. He stoutly insists that he is an invalid, and is only waiting for the next sounding of sick call to respond to it. But his attack is so sudden, and his language and lungs so strong for a sick man, that he finds it difficult to establish his claim. He calls on his tent mates to swear that he is telling the truth, but finds them strangely devout and totally ignorant of his ailments, for they are chuckling internally at their own good fortune in not being selected, which, if he proves his case, one of them may be. So, unless his plea is a pitiful and deserving one, they keep mum. A third victim does not claim to have been selected out of turn, but nevertheless alleges that the deal is unfair because he was on the last detail, but one made for this horse-burying business, and he does not think that he ought to be the chief mourner for his detachment for a paltry $13 a month. Besides, there may be others who would like to go on this detail. But as he is unable to name or find the man or men having this highly refined ambition, he finally goes off grumbling and joins the squad. A fourth victim is the constitutionally high-tempered and profane man. He finds no fault with the justice of the sergeant in assigning to him a participation in the ceremonies of the hour, but he had got comfortably seated to write a letter when the summons came, and, pausing only long enough to inquire the nature of the detail, he pitches his half-written letter and materials in one direction, his lapboard in another, gets up, kicks over the box or stool in which he was sitting, pulls on his cap with a vehement jerk, and then opens his battery. He directs none of his unmilitary English at the sergeant. That would hardly do. But he lays his furious lash upon the poor innocent back of the government, though just what branch of it is responsible he does not pause between his oaths long enough to state. He pursues it with the most terrible of curses uphill, and then with like violent language follows it down. He blanks the whole war, and hopes that the South may win. He wishes that all the horses were in blank, and adds by way of self-reproach that it serves any one who is such a fool as to enlist, right to have this filthy, disgusting work to do. And he leaves the stockade, shutting the door behind him with a wooden dam, as Holmes says, and goes off to report, making the air blue with his cursing. Let me say for this man, before leaving him, that he is not so hardened and bad at heart as he makes himself appear, and in the shock of battle he will be found standing manfully at his post, minus his temper and profanity. There is one more man whom I will describe here, representing another class than either mentioned, whose unlucky star has fated him to take a part in these obsequies. But he is not a shirk nor a beat. He is the paper-collared young man, just from the recruiting station, with enameled, long-legged boots and custom-made clothes, who yet looks with some measure of disdain on government clothing, and yet eats in a most gingerly way of the stern, unpoetical government rations. He is an only son, and was a dry goods clerk in the city at home, where no reasonable want went ungratified. And now, when he is summoned forth to join the burial party, he responds at once. True, his heart and stomach both revolt at the work ahead, but he wants to be, not an angel, but a veteran among veterans, and his pride prevents his entering any remonstrance in the presence of the older soldiers. As he clutches the spade pointed out to him, with one hand he shoves the other vacantly to the bottom of his breeches pocket, his mouth drawn codfish-like at the corners. He attempts to appear indifferent as he approaches the detail, and as they congratulate him on his good fortune, a sickly smile plays over his countenance, but it is Mark Tapley, feigning a jollity which he does not feel, and which soon subsides into a pale melancholy. His fellow victims feel their ill luck made more endurable by seeing him also drafted for the loathsome task. But their glow of satisfaction is only superficial, and speedily wanes as the officer of the day, who is to superintend the job, appears and orders them forward. And now the fitness of the selection becomes apparent as the squad moves off, for a more genuine body of mourners, to the eye, could not have been chosen. Their faces, with, it may be, a hardened or indifferent exception, were the most solemn of expressions, and their step is as slow as if they were following a muffled drum beating the requiem of a deceased comrade. Having arrived at the place of sepulture, the first business is to dig a grave close to each body, so that it may be easily rolled in. But if there has been no fun before, it commences when the rolling in begins. The hardened exception, who has occupied much of his time while digging and sketching distasteful pictures for the profane man to swear at, now makes a change of base, and calls upon the paper-collar young man to take hold and help roll in, which the young man reluctantly and gingerly does. But when the noxious gases begin to make their presence manifest, and the hardened wretch hands him an axe to break the legs that would otherwise protrude from the grave, it is the last straw to an already overburdened and sentimental soul. His emotions overpower him, and, turning his back on the deceased, he utters something which sounds like "hurrah," without the H, as Mark Twain puts it, repeating it with increasing emphasis. But he is not to express his enthusiasm on this question alone a great while. There are more sympathizers in the party than he anticipated, and not recruits either, and in less time than I have taken to relate it, more than half the detail, gallantly led off by the officer of the day, are standing about, leaning over at various angles like the tombstones in an old cemetery, disposing of their hardtack and coffee, and looking as if ready to throw up even the contract. The profane man is among them, and just as often as he can catch his breath long enough, he blanks the government and then dives again. The rest of the detail stand not far away holding up to their sides and roaring with laughter. But I must drop the curtain on this picture. It has been said that one touch of nature makes the whole world kin. Be that as it may, certain it is that the officer, the good duty soldier, the recruit, and the beat, after an occasion of this kind, had a common bond of sympathy which went far towards leveling military distinctions between them. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 7 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Army Rations. What they were, how they were distributed, how they were cooked. Here's a pretty mess. The Mikado. God bless the pudding, God bless the meat, God bless us all, sit down and eat. A Harvard student's blessing, 1796. All in for your rations, Company A. My theme is Army Rations, and while what I have to say on this subject may be applicable to all of the armies of the Union in large measure, yet, as they did not fare just alike, I will say once for all that my descriptions of army life pertain, when not otherwise specified, especially to that life as it was lived in the Army of the Potomac. In beginning, I wish to say that a false impression has obtained more or less currency both with regard to the quantity and quality of the food furnished the soldiers. I have been asked a great many times whether I always got enough to eat in the army, and have surprised inquirers by answering in the affirmative. Now, some old soldier may say who sees my reply, "Well, you were lucky, I didn't." But I should at once ask him to tell me for how long a time his regiment was ever without food of some kind. Of course, I am not now referring to our prisoners of war, who starved by the thousands, and I should be very much surprised if he should say more than 24 or 30 hours at the outside. I would grant that he himself might, perhaps, have been so situated as to be deprived of food a longer time, possibly when he was on an exposed picket post, or serving as rear guard to the army, or doing something which separated him temporarily from his company. But his case would be the exception and not the rule. Sometimes, when active operations were in progress, the army was compelled to wait a few hours for its trains to come up, but no general hardship to the men ever ensued on this account. Such a contingency was usually known some time in advance, and the men would husband their last issue of rations, or, perhaps, if the country admitted, would make additions to their bill of fare in the shape of poultry or pork. Usually it was the latter, for the Southerners do not pen up their swine as do the Northerners, but let them go wandering about, getting their living much of the time as best they can. This led some one to say jocosely, with no disrespect intended to the people, however, that every other person one meets on a Southern street is a hog. They certainly were quite abundant, and are today in some form, the chief meat food of that section. But on the point of scarcity of rations, I believe my statement will be generally agreed to by old soldiers. Now, as to the quality, the case is not quite so clear, but still the picture has been often overdrawn. There were, it is true, large quantities of stale beef, or salt horse, as the men were wont to call it, served out, and also rusty, unwholesome pork, and I presume the word hardtack suggests to the uninitiated a piece of petrified bread honeycombed with bugs and maggots. So much has this article of army diet been reviled by soldier and civilian. Indeed, it is a rare occurrence for a soldier to allude to it, even at this late day, without some reference to its hardness, the date of its manufacture, or its propensity for travel. But in spite of these unwholesome rations, whose existence no one calls in question, of which I have seen, I must not say eaten, large quantities, I think the government did well, under the circumstances, to furnish the soldiers with so good a quality of food as they averaged to receive. Unwholesome rations were not the rule, they were the exception, and it was not the fault of the government that these were furnished, but very often the intent of the rascally, thieving contractors who supplied them, for which they received the price of good rations, or perhaps of the inspectors, who were in league with the contractors, and who therefore did not always do their duty. No language can be too strong to express the contempt every patriotic man, woman, and child must feel for such small-souled creatures, many of whom are to-day rolling in the riches acquired in this way, and other ways equally disreputable and dishonorable. I will now give a complete list of the rations served out to the rank and file, as I remember them. They were salt pork, fresh beef, salt beef, rarely ham or bacon, hard bread, soft bread, potatoes, an occasional onion, flour, beans, split peas, rice, dried apples, dried peaches, desiccated vegetables, coffee, tea, sugar, molasses, vinegar, candles, soap, pepper, and salt. It is scarcely necessary to state that these were not all served out at one time. There was but one kind of meat served at once, and this, to use a Hibernianism, was usually pork. When it was hard bread, it wasn't soft bread, or flour, and when it was peas or beans, it wasn't rice. Here is just what a single ration comprised, that is, what a soldier was entitled to have in one day. He should have had 12 ounces of pork or bacon, or 1 pound 4 ounces of salt or fresh beef, 1 pound 6 ounces of soft bread or flour, or 1 pound of hard bread, or 1 pound 4 ounces of cornmeal. With every 100 such rations, there should have been distributed 1 peck of beans or peas, 10 pounds of rice or hominy, 10 pounds of green coffee, or 8 pounds of roasted and ground, or 1 pound 8 ounces of tea, 15 pounds of sugar, 1 pound 4 ounces of candles, 4 pounds of soap, 2 quarts of salt, 4 quarts of vinegar, 4 ounces of pepper, a half bushel of potatoes when practicable, and 1 quart of molasses. Desiccated potatoes, or desiccated compressed vegetables, might be substituted for the beans, peas, rice, hominy, or fresh potatoes. Vegetables, the dried fruits, pickles, and pickled cabbage were occasionally issued to prevent scurvy, but in small quantities. But the ration thus indicated was a camp ration. Here is the marching ration: 1 pound of hard bread, 3/4 of a pound of salt pork, or 1 1/4 pounds of fresh meat, sugar, coffee, and salt. The beans, rice, soap, candles, etc., were not issued to the soldier when on the march, as he could not carry them, but, singularly enough, as it seems to me, unless the troops went into camp before the end of the month, where a regular depot of supplies might be established from which the other parts of the rations could be issued, they were forfeited and reverted to the government, an injustice to the rank and file, who, through no fault of their own, were thus cut off from a part of their allowance at a time when they were giving most liberally of their strength, and perhaps of their very heart's blood. It was possible for company commanders, and for no one else, to receive the equivalent of these missing parts of the ration in cash from the brigade commissary, with the expectation that when thus received it would be distributed among the rank and file to whom it belonged. Many officers did not care to trouble themselves with it, but many others did, and forgot to pay it out afterwards. I have yet to learn of the first company whose members ever received any revenue from such a source, although the name of Company Fund is a familiar one to every veteran. The commissioned officers fared better in camp than the enlisted men. Instead of drawing rations after the manner of the latter, they had a certain cash allowance, according to rank, with which to purchase supplies from the brigade commissary, an official whose province was to keep stores on sale for their convenience. The monthly allowance of officers and infantry, including servants, was as follows: Colonel, 6 rations worth $56 and 2 servants. Lieutenant Colonel, 5 rations worth $45 and 2 servants. Major, 4 rations worth $36 and 2 servants. Captain, 4 rations worth $36 and 1 servant. First and second lieutenant, jointly, the same as captains. In addition to the above, the field officers had an allowance of horses and forage proportioned to their rank. I will speak of the rations more in detail, beginning with the hard bread, or, to use the name by which it was known in the Army of the Potomac, hardtack. What was hardtack? It was a plain flour and water biscuit, to which I have in my possession, as mementos, measure 3 1/8 by 2 7/8 inches, and are nearly half an inch thick. Although these biscuits were furnished to organizations by weight, they were dealt out to the men by number, 9 constituting a ration in some regiments, and 10 in others, but there were usually enough for those who wanted more, as some men would not draw them. While hardtack was nutritious, yet a hungry man could eat his 10 in a short time and still be hungry. When they were poor and fit objects for the soldier's wrath, it was due to one of 3 conditions. First, they may have been so hard that they could not be bitten. It then required a very strong blow of the fist to break them. The cause of this hardness it would be difficult for one not an expert to determine. This variety certainly well deserved their name. They could not be soaked soft, but after a time took on the elasticity of gutta percha. The second condition was when they were moldy or wet, as sometimes happened, and should not have been given to the soldiers. I think this condition was often due to their having been boxed up too long after baking. It certainly was frequently due to exposure to the weather. It was no uncommon sight to see thousands of boxes of hard bread piled up at some railway station or other place used as a base of supplies, where they were only imperfectly sheltered from the weather, and too often not sheltered at all. The failure of inspectors to do their full duty was one reason that so many of this sort reached the rank and file of the service. The third condition was when from storage they had become infested with maggots and weevils. These weevils were, in my experience, more abundant than the maggots. They were a little slim brown bug, 1/8 of an inch in length, and were great bores on a small scale, having the ability to completely riddle the hardtack. I believe they never interfered with the hardest variety. When the bread was moldy or moist, it was thrown away, and made good at the next drawing, so the men were not the losers. But in the case of its being infested with the weevils, they had to stand it as a rule, for the biscuits had to be pretty thoroughly alive, and well covered with the webs which these creatures left, to ensure condemnation. An exception occurs to me. 2 cargoes of hard bread came to City Point, and on being examined by an inspector, were found to be infested with weevils. This fact was brought to Grant's attention, who would not allow it landed, greatly to the discomfiture of the contractor, who had been attempting to bulldoze the inspector to pass it. The quartermasters did not always take an active interest in righting such matters as they should have done, and when the men growled at them, of course they were virtuously indignant and prompt to shift the responsibility to the next higher power, and so it passed on until the real culprit could not be found. But hardtack was not so bad an article of food, even when traversed by insects, as may be supposed. Eaten in the dark, no one could tell the difference between it and hardtack that was untenanted. It was no uncommon occurrence for a man to find the surface of his pot of coffee swimming with weevils, after breaking up hardtack in it, which had come out of the fragments only to drown, but they were easily skimmed off, and left no distinctive flavor behind. If a soldier cared to do so, he could expel the weevils by heating the bread at the fire. The maggots did not budge in that way. The most of the hard bread was made in Baltimore, and put up in boxes of 60 pounds gross, 50 pounds net, and it is said that some of the storehouses in which it was kept would swarm with weevils in an incredibly short time after the first box was infested with them. So rapidly did these pests multiply. Having gone so far, I know the reader will be interested to learn of the styles in which this particular article was served up by the soldiers. I say styles because I think there must have been at least a score of ways adopted to make this simple flour tile more edible. Of course, many of them were eaten just as they were received. Hardtack plain. Then I have already spoken of their being crumbled in coffee, giving the hardtack and coffee. Probably more were eaten in this way than in any other, for they thus frequently furnished the soldier his breakfast and supper. But there were other and more appetizing ways of preparing them. Many of the soldiers, partly through a slight taste for the business, but more from force of circumstance, became in their way and opinion experts in the art of cooking the greatest variety of dishes with the smallest amount of capital. Some of these crumbled them in soups for want of other thickening. For this purpose they served very well. Some crumbled them in cold water, then fried the crumbs in the juice and fat of meat. A dish akin to this one, which was said to make the hair curl, and certainly was indigestible enough to satisfy the cravings of the most ambitious dyspeptic, was prepared by soaking hardtack in cold water, then frying them brown in pork fat, salting to taste. Another name for this dish was skilly-gaily. Some liked them toasted, either to crumb and coffee, or, if a sutler was at hand whom they could patronize, to butter. Toasting generally took place from the end of a split stick, and if perchance they dropped out of it into the campfire, and were not recovered quickly enough to prevent them from getting pretty well charred, they were not thrown away on this account, being then thought good for weak bowels. Then they worked into milk toast made of condensed milk at 75 cents a can, but only a recruit with a big bounty, or an old vet the child of wealthy parents, or a re-enlisted man did much in that way. A few who succeeded by hook or by crook in saving up a portion of their sugar ration spread it upon hardtack. The hodgepodge of lobscouse also contained this edible among its divers other ingredients. And so in various ways the ingenuity of the men was taxed to make this plainest and commonest yet most serviceable of army food to do duty in every conceivable combination. There is an old song entitled Hard Times, which some one in the army parodied. I do not remember the verses, but the men used to sing the following chorus: "'Tis the song of the soldier, weary, hungry, and faint. Hardtack, hardtack, come again no more. Many days have I chewed you, and uttered no complaint. O greenbacks, come again once more." It is possible, at least, that this song, sung by the soldiers of the Army of the Potomac, was an outgrowth of the following circumstance and song. I am quite sure, however, that the verses were different. For some weeks before the Battle of Wilson's Creek, Missouri, where the lamented Lion fell, the 1st Iowa Regiment had been supplied with a very poor quality of hard bread. They were not then, 1861, called hardtack. During this period of hardship to the regiment, so the story goes, one of its members was inspired to produce the following touching lamentation. Chorus. "'Tis the song and sigh of the hungry. Hard crackers, come again no more. Many days have lingered upon our stomachs sore. O hard crackers, come again no more. There's a hungry, thirsty soldier who wears his life away, with torn clothes whose better days are o'er. He is sighing now for whiskey, and, with throat as dry as hay, sings, Hard crackers, come again no more." Chorus. "'Tis the song that is uttered in camp by night and day. 'Tis the wail that is mingled with each snore. 'Tis the sighing of the soul For spring chickens far away. O hard crackers, come again no more. Chorus. When General Lyon heard the men singing these stanzas in their tents, he is said to have been moved by them to the extent of ordering the cook to serve up cornmeal mush for a change, when the song received the following alteration: But to groans and to murmurs there has come a sudden hush. Our frail forms are fainting at the door. We are starving now, and horse feed, that the cooks call mush. O hard crackers, come again once more. Chorus. It is the dying wail of the starving. Hard crackers, come again once more. You are old and very wormy, but we pass your failings o'er. O hard crackers, come again once more. The name hardtack seems not to have been in general use among the men in the Western armies. But I now pass to consider the other bread ration, the loaf or soft bread. Early in the war, the ration of flour was served out to the men uncooked. But as the 18 ounces allowed by the government more than met the needs of the troops, who at that time obtained much of their living from outside sources, to be spoken of hereafter, it was allowed, as they innocently supposed, to be sold for the benefit of the company fund, already referred to. Some organizations drew, on requisition, ovens, semi-cylindrical in form, which were properly set in stone, and in these regimental cooks or bakers baked bread for the regiment. But all of this was a tentative period of the war. As rapidly as the needs of the troops pressed home to the government, they were met with such dispatch and efficiency as circumstances would permit. For a time, in 1861, the vaults under the broad terrace on the western front of the Capitol were converted into bakeries, where 16,000 loaves of bread were baked daily. The chimneys from the ovens pierced the terrace, where now the freestone pavement joins the grassy slope, and for months smoke poured out of these in dense black volumes. The greater part of the loaves supplied to the Army of the Potomac, up to the summer of 1864, were baked in Washington, Alexandria, and at Fort Monroe, Virginia. The ovens at the latter place had a capacity of 30,000 loaves a day. But even with all these sources worked to their uttermost, brigade commissaries were obliged to set up ovens near the respective depots, to eke out enough bread to fill orders. These were erected on the sheltered side of a hill or woods, then enclosed in a stockade, and the whole covered with old canvas. When the army reached the vicinity of Petersburg, the supply of fresh loaves became a matter of greater difficulty and delay, which Grant immediately obviated by ordering ovens built at City Point. A large number of citizen bakers were employed to run them night and day, and as a result 123,000 fresh loaves were furnished the army daily from this single source, and so closely did the delivery of these follow upon the manipulations of the bakers, that the soldiers quite frequently received them while yet warm from the oven. Soft bread was always a very welcome change from hard bread. Yet, on the other hand, I think the soldiers tired sooner of the former than of the latter. Men who had followed the sea preferred the hard bread. Jeffersonville, in southern Indiana, was the headquarters from which bread was largely supplied to the Western armies. I began my description of the rations with the bread as being the most important one to the soldier. Some old veterans may be disposed to question the judgment which gives it this rank, and claim that coffee, of which I shall speak next, should take first place in importance. In reply to which I will simply say that he is wrong, because coffee, being a stimulant, serves only a temporary purpose, while the bread is nearly or quite all the elements of nutrition necessary to build up the wasted tissues of the body, thus conferring a permanent benefit. Whatever words of condemnation or criticism may have been bestowed on other government rations, there was but one opinion of the coffee which was served out, and that was of unqualified approval. The rations may have been small, the commissary or quartermaster may have given us a short allowance, but what we got was good, and what a perfect godsend it seemed to us at times. How often, after being completely jaded by a night march, and this is an experience common to thousands, have I had a wash, if there was water to be had, made and drunk my pint or so of coffee, and felt as fresh and invigorated as if I had just risen from a night's sound sleep. At such times it could seem to have had no substitute. It would have interested a civilian to observe the manner in which the ration was served, and when the army was in active service. It was usually brought to camp in an outsack, the regimental quartermaster receiving and apportioning his among the 10 companies, and the quartermaster sergeant of a battery apportioning his to the 4 or 6 detachments. Then the orderly sergeant of a company, or the sergeant of a detachment, must devote himself to dividing it. One method of accomplishing this purpose was to spread a rubber blanket on the ground, more than one if the company was large, and upon it were put as many piles of the coffee as there were men to receive rations, and the care taken to make the piles of the same size to the eye, to keep the men from growling, would remind one of a country physician making his powders, taking a little from one pile and adding to another. The sugar which always accompanied the coffee was spooned out at the same time on another blanket. When both were ready, they were given out, each man taking a pile, or, in some companies, to prevent any charge of unfairness or injustice, the sergeant would turn his back on the rations and take out his roll of the company. Then, by request, someone else would point to a pile and ask, "Who shall have this?" And the sergeant, without turning, would call a name from his list of the company or detachment, and the person then called would appropriate the pile specified. This process would be continued until the last pile was disposed of. There were other plans for distributing the rations, but I have described this one because of its being quite common. The manner in which each man disposed of his coffee and sugar ration after receiving it is worth noting. Every soldier of a month's experience in campaigning was provided with some sort of bag into which he spooned his coffee, but the kind of bag he used indicated pretty accurately, in a general way, the length of time he had been in the service. For example, a raw recruit just arrived would take it up in paper and stow it away in that well-known receptacle for all eatables, the soldier's haversack, only to find it a part of a general mixture of hardtack, salt pork, pepper, salt, knife, fork, spoon, sugar, and coffee by the time the next halt was made. A recruit of longer standing, who had been through this experience and had begun to feel his wisdom teeth coming, would take his up in a bag made of a scrap of rubber blanket or a poncho. But after a few days carrying, the rubber would peel off, or the paint of the poncho would rub off from contact with the greasy pork or boiled meat ration which was its traveling companion, and make a black, dirty mess, besides leaving the coffee bag unfit for further use. Now and then some young soldier, a little starchier than his fellows, would bring out an oilskin bag, lined with cloth, which his mother had made and sent him. But even oilskin couldn't stand everything, certainly not the peculiar inside furnishings of the average soldier's haversack, so it too was not long in yielding. But your plain, straightforward old veteran, who had shed all his poetry and romance, if he had ever possessed any, who had roughed it up and down old Virginie, man and boy, for many months, and who had tried all plans under all circumstances, took out an oblong plain cloth bag, which looked as immaculate as the everyday shirt of a coal heaver, and into it scooped, without ceremony, both his sugar and coffee, and stirred them thoroughly together. There was method in this plan. He had learned from a hard experience that his sugar was a better investment, thus disposed of, than in any other way, for on several occasions he had eaten it with his hardtack a little at a time, had got it wet and melted in the rain, or what happened fully as often, had sweetened his coffee to his taste when the sugar was kept separate, and in consequence had several messes of coffee to drink without sweetening, which was not to his taste. There was now and then a man who could keep the two separate, sometimes in different ends of the same bag, and serve them up proportionately. The reader already knows that milk was a luxury in the army. It was a new experience for all soldiers to drink coffee without milk, but they soon learned to make a virtue of a necessity, and I doubt whether 1 man in 10, before the war closed, would have used the lactic fluid in his coffee from choice. Condensed milk of 2 brands, the Lewis and Borden, was to be had at the Sutlers when sutlers were handy, and occasionally milk was brought in from the soldiers of stray cows, the men milking them in their canteens. But this was early in the war. Later, war-swept Virginia afforded very few of these brutes, for they were regarded by the armies as more valuable for beef than for milking purposes, and only thus survived that were kept apart from lines of march. In many instances they were the chief reliance of Southern families, whose able-bodied men were in the rebel army, serving both as a source of nourishment and as beasts of burden. When the army was in settled camps, company cooks generally prepared the rations. These cooks were men selected from the company, who had a taste or an ambition for the business. If there were none such, turns were taken at it, but this did not often happen, as the office excused men from all other duty. When company cooks prepared the food, the soldiers, at the bugle sound, formed single file at the cook-house door in winter, or the cook's open fire in summer, where, with a long-handled dipper, he filled each man's tin with coffee from the mess kettles, and dispensed to him such other food as was to be given out at that meal. For various reasons, some of which I have previously hinted at, the coffee made by these cooks was of very inferior quality, and unpleasant to taste at times. It was not to be compared in excellence with what the men made for themselves. I think that when the soldiers were first thrown upon their own resources to prepare their food, they almost invariably cooked their coffee in the tin dipper with which all were provided, holding from a pint to a quart, perhaps. But it was an unfortunate dish for the purpose, forever tipping over and spilling the coffee into the fire, either because the coals burned away beneath, or because the Jonah upset it. Then if the fire was new and blazing, it sometimes needed a hand that could stand heat like a steam safe to get it when it was wanted, with the chance in favor of more than half of the coffee boiling out before it was rescued, all of which was conducive to ill temper, so that such utensils would soon disappear, and a recruit would afterwards be seen with his pint or quart preserve can, his improvised wire bail held on the end of a stick, boiling his coffee at the campfire, happy in the security of his ration from Jonahs and other casualties. His can soon became as black as the blackest, inside and out. This was the typical coffee boiler of the private soldier, and had the advantage of being easily replaced when lost, as canned goods were in very general use by commissioned officers and hospitals. Besides this, each man was generally supplied with a small tin cup as a drinking cup for his coffee and water. The coffee ration was most heartily appreciated by the soldier. When tired and footsore, he would drop out of the marching column, build his little campfire, cook his mess of coffee, take a nap behind the nearest shelter, and when he woke, hurry on to overtake his company. Such men were sometimes called stragglers, but it could obviously have no offensive meaning when applied to them. Tea was served so rarely that it does not merit any particular description. In the latter part of the war, it was rarely seen outside of hospitals. One of the most interesting scenes presented in army life took place at night when the army was on the point of bivouacking. As soon as this fact became known among the column, each man would seize a rail from the nearest fence, and with this additional arm on the shoulder would enter the proposed camping ground. In no more time than it takes to tell the story, the little campfires, rapidly increasing to hundreds in number, would shoot up along the hills and plains, and as if by magic acres of territory would be luminous with them. Soon they would be surrounded by the soldiers, who made it an almost invariable rule to cook their coffee first, after which a large number, tired out with the toils of the day, would make their supper of hardtack and coffee, and roll up their blankets for the night. If a march was ordered at midnight, unless a surprise was intended, it must be preceded by a pot of coffee. If a halt was ordered in mid-forenoon or afternoon, the same dish was inevitable, with hardtack accompaniment usually. It was coffee at meals and between meals, and men going on guard or coming off guard drank it at all hours of the night, and today the old soldiers who can stand it are the heartiest coffee drinkers in the community, through the schooling which they received in the service. At a certain period in the war, speculators brought up all the coffee there was in the market, with the view of compelling the government to pay them a very high price for the army supply. But on learning of their action, the agents of the United States and England were ordered to purchase several shiploads then anchored in the English Channel. The purchase was effected, and the coffee corner tumbled in ruins. At one time, when the government had advertised for bids to furnish the armies with a certain amount of coffee, one Sawyer, a member of a prominent New York importing firm, met the government official having the matter in charge. I think it was General Joseph H. Eaton, on the street, and anxiously asked him if he was too late to enter another bid, saying that he had been figuring the matter over carefully, and found that he could make a bid so much a pound lower than his first proposal. General Eaton replied that while the bids had all been opened, yet they had not been made public, and the successful bidder had not been notified, so that no injustice could accrue to anyone on that account. He would therefore assume the responsibility of taking his new bid. Having done so, the general informed Sawyer that he was the lowest bidder, and that the government would take not only the amount asked for, but all his firm had at its disposal at the same rate. But when General Eaton informed him that his first bid was also lower than any other offered, Sawyer's rage at Eaton and disgust at his own undue ambition to bid a second time can be imagined. The result was the saving of many thousands of dollars to the government. I have stated that by Army regulations, the soldiers were entitled to either 3/4 of a pound of pork or bacon, or 1 1/4 pounds of fresh or salt beef. I have also stated, in substance, that when the army was settled down for a probable long stop, company cooks did the cooking, but there was no uniformity about it, each company commander regulating the matter for his own command. It is safe to remark, however, that in the early history of each regiment, the rations were cooked for its members by persons especially selected for the duty, lest the regiment was sent at once into active service, in which case each man was immediately confronted with the problem of preparing his own food. In making this statement, I ignore the experience which troops had before leaving their native state, for in the different state rendezvous I think the practice was general for cooks to prepare the rations, but their culinary skill, or lack of it, was little appreciated by men within easy reach of home, friends, and cookie shops, who displayed as yet no undue anxiety to anticipate the unromantic living provided for Uncle Sam's patriot defenders. Having injected so much by way of further explanation, I come now to speak of the manner in which, first, the fresh meat ration was cooked. If it fell into the hands of the company cooks, it was fated to be boiled 24 times out of 25. There are rare occasions on record when these cooks attempted to boil steak enough for a whole company, and they would have succeeded tolerably if this particular tidbit could be found all the way through a steer, from the tip of his nose to the end of his tail, but as it is only local and limited, the amount of nice or even tolerable steak that fell to the lot of one company in its allowance was not very large. For this reason, among others, the cooks did not always receive the credit which they deserved for their efforts to change the diet or extend the variety on the bill of fare. Then, on occasions equally rare, when the beef ration drawn was of such a nature as to admit of it, roast beef was prepared in ovens such as I have already described, and served rare, middling, or well done. More frequently, yet not very often, a soup was made for a change, but it was usually boiled meat, and when this accumulated, the men sometimes fried it in pork fat for a change. When the meat ration was served out raw to the men, to prepare after their own taste, although the variety of its cooking may not perhaps have been much greater, yet it gave more general satisfaction. The growls most commonly heard were that the cooks kept the largest or choicest portions for themselves, or else that they sent them to the company officers, who were not entitled to them. Sometimes there was foundation for these complaints. In drawing his ration of meat from the commissary, the quartermaster had to be governed by his last selection. If it was a hind quarter then, he must take a fore quarter the next time, so that it will at once be seen, by those who know anything about beef, that it would not always cut up and distribute with the same acceptance. One man would get a good solid piece, the next a flabby one. When a ration of the latter description fell into the hands of a passionate man, such as I have described in another connection, he would instantly hurl it across the camp, and break out with such remarks as something not being fit for logs, always blank luck, etc. There was likely to be a little something gained by this dramatic exhibition, for the distributor would give the actor a good piece for several times afterwards, to restrain his temper. This kind of piece drawn naturally determined its disposition in the soldier's cuisine. If it was a stringy, flabby piece, straightway it was doomed to a dish of lobscouse, made with such other materials as were at hand. If onions were not in the larder, and they seldom were, the little garlic found in some places growing wild furnished a very acceptable substitute. If the meat was pretty solid, even though it had done duty when in active service, well down on the shank or shin, it was quite likely to be served as beef steak, and prepared for the palate in one of two ways, either fried in pork fat, if pork was to be had, otherwise tallow fat, or impaled on a ramrod or forked stick. It was then salted and peppered, and broiled in the flames, or it may have been thrown on the coals. This broiling was, I think, the favorite style with the oldest campaigners. It certainly was more healthful and palatable cooked in this wise, and was the most convenient in active service, for any of the men could prepare it thus at short notice. The meat generally came to as quivering from the butcher's knife, and was often eaten in less than 2 hours after slaughtering. To fry it necessitated the taking along of a frying pan, with which not many of the men cared to burden themselves. These fry pans, Marblehead-men called them creepers, were yet comparatively light, being made of thin wrought iron. They were of different sizes, and were kept on sale by sutlers. It was a common sight on the march to see them borne aloft on a musket, to which they were lashed or tucked beneath the straps of a knapsack. But there was another fry-pan which distanced these both in respect of lightness and space. The soldier called in his own ingenuity to aid him here as in so many other directions, and consequently the men could be seen by scores frying the food in their tin plate, held in the jaws of a split stick, or fully as often an old canteen was unsoldered, and its concave sides mustered into active duty as fry-pans. The fresh meat rations were thoroughly appreciated by the men, even though they really, if ever, got the full allowance stipulated in army regulations, for it was a relief from the salt pork, salt beef, or broiled fresh meat ration of settled camp. I remember one occasion in the Mine Run campaign, during the last days of November, 1863, when the army was put on short beef rations, that the men cut and scraped off the little rain-bleached shreds of meat that remained on the head of a steer, which lay near our line of battle at Robertson's Tavern. The animal had been slaughtered the day before, and what was left of its skeleton had been soaking in the rain, but not 1 ounce of muscular tissue could have been gleaned from the bones when our men left it. The liver, heart, and tongue were perquisites of the butcher. For the liver, the usual price asked was $1, and for the heart or tongue 50 cents. The salt horse, or salt beef, of frequent memory, was rarely furnished to the army except when in settled camp, as it would obviously have been a poor dish to serve on the march, when water was often so scarce. But even in camp, the men quite generally rejected it. Without doubt, it was the vilest ration distributed to the soldiers. It was thoroughly penetrated with saltpetre, was often yellow-green with rust from having lain out of brine, and when boiled was 4 times out of 5, if not 9 times out of 10, a stench in the nostrils, which no delicate palate cared to encounter at shorter range. It sometimes happened that the men would extract a good deal of amusement out of this ration, when an extremely unsavory lot was served out, by arranging a funeral, making the appointments as complete as possible with bearers, a bier improvised of boards or a hardtack box, on which was the beef accompanied by scraps of old harness, to indicate the original of the remains, and then, attended by solemn music and a mournful procession, it would be carried to the company sink and dumped, after a solemn mummery of words had been spoken, and a volley fired over its unhallowed grave. So salt was thus rationed that it was impossible to freshen it too much, and it was not an unusual occurrence for troops encamped by a running brook to tie a piece of this beef to the end of a cord, and throw it into the brook at night, to remain freshening until the following morning, as a necessary preparative in cooking. Salt pork was the principal meat ration, the mainstay as it were. Company cooks boiled it. There was little else they could do with it, but it was an extremely useful ration to the men who served out raw. They almost never boiled it, but, as I have already shown, much of it was used for frying purposes. On the march it was broiled and eaten with hard bread, while much of it was eaten raw, sandwiched between hardtack. Of course it was used with stewed as well as baked beans, and was an ingredient of soups and lobscouse. Many of us have since learned to call it indigestible rations, but we ignored the existence of such a thing as a stomach in the army, and then regarded pork as an indispensable one. Much of it was musty and rancid, like the salt horse, and much more was flabby, stringy, sow-belly, as the men called it, which, at this remove in distance, does not seem appetizing. However, it may have seemed at the time. The government had a pork-packing factory of its own, in Chicago, from which tons of this ration were furnished. Once in a while, a ration of ham or bacon was dealt out to the soldiers, but of such quality that I do not retain very grateful remembrances of it. It was usually black, rusty, and strong, and decidedly unpopular. Once only do I recall a lot of smoked shoulders as being supplied to my company, which were very good. They were never duplicated. For that reason, I presume, they stand out prominently in memory. The bean ration was an important factor in the sustenance of the army, and no edible, I think, was so thoroughly appreciated. Company cooks stewed them with pork, and when the pork was good, and the stew or soup was well done and not burned, a rare combination of circumstances, they were quite palatable in this way. Sometimes ovens were built of stones on the top of the ground, and the beans were baked in these, in mess pans or kettles. But I think the most popular method was to bake them in the ground. This was the almost invariable course pursued by the soldiers when the beans were distributed for them to cook. It was done in the following way. A hole was dug large enough to set a mess pan or kettle in, and have ample space around it besides. Mess kettles, let me explain here, are cylinders in shape, and made of heavy sheet iron. They are from 13 to 15 inches high, and vary in diameter from 7 inches to a foot. A mess pan stands about 6 inches high, and is a foot in diameter at the top. I think one will hold nearly 6 quarts. To resume, in the bottom of the hole dug a flat stone was part, if it could be obtained, then a fire was built in the hole and kept burning some hours, the beans being prepared for baking meanwhile. When all was ready, the coals were shoveled out, the kettle of beans and pork set in, with a board over the top, while the coals were shoveled back around the kettle. Some poles or boards were then laid across the hole, a piece of sacking or other material spread over the poles to exclude dirt, and a mound of earth piled above all, the net result of which, when the hole was opened the next morning, was the most enjoyable dish that fell to the lot of the common soldier. Baked beans at the homestead seemed at a discount in comparison. As it was hardly practicable to bake a single ration of beans in this way, or indeed in any way, a tent's crew either saved their allowance until enough accumulated for a good baking, where a half-dozen men would form a joint stock company and cook in a mess kettle, and when the treasure was unearthed in early morning, not a stockholder would be absent from the roll call, but all were promptly on hand with plate or coffee dipper to receive their dividends. Here is a post-bellum jingle sung to the music of "The Sweet By and By," in which some old veteran conveys the affection he still feels for this edible of precious memory. The Army Bean. There is a spot that the soldiers all love, the mess tent's the place that we mean, and the dish we best like to see there is the old-fashioned white army bean. Chorus. 'Tis the bean that we mean, and we'll eat as we narrate before. The army bean, nice and clean, will stick to our beans evermore. Now the bean, in its primitive state, is a plant we have all often met, and when cooked in the old army style, it has charms we can never forget. Chorus. The German is fond of sauerkraut. The potato is loved by the Mick, but the soldiers have long since found out that through life to our beans we should stick. Chorus. Boiled potatoes were furnished as occasionally in settled camp. On the march we varied the program by frying them. Onions, in my own company at least, were a great rarity, but highly appreciated when they did appear, even in homeopathic quantities. They were pretty sure to appear on the army table, fried. Split peas were also drawn by the quartermaster now and then, and stewed with pork by the cooks for supper, making pea soup or peas on a trencher, but if my memory serves me right, they were a dish in no great favor, even when they were not burned in cooking, which was usually their fate. The dried apple ration was supplied by the government, to swell the ranks of the army, as some would wittily say. There seemed but one practical way in which this could be prepared, that was to stew it. Thus cooked, it made a sauce for hardtack. Sometimes dried peaches were furnished instead, but of such a poor quality that the apples, with the 50% of skins and hulls which they contained, were considered far preferable. At remote intervals the cooks gave for supper a dish of boiled rice, burned of course, a sergeant spooning out a scanty allowance of molasses to bear it company. Occasionally a ration of what was known as desiccated vegetables was dealt out. This consisted of a small piece per man, an ounce in weight, and 2 or 3 inch cube of a sheet or block of vegetables, which had been prepared and apparently kiln-dried as sanitary fodder for the soldiers. In composition it looked not unlike the large cheeses of beef scraps that are seen in the muskets. When put in soak for a time, so perfectly had it been dried, and so firmly pressed that it swelled to an amazing extent, attaining to several times its dried proportions. In this pulpy state a favorable opportunity was afforded to analyze its composition. It seemed to show, and I think really did show, layers of cabbage leaves and turnip tops, stratified with layers of sliced carrots, turnips, parsnips, a bare suggestion of onions. They were too valuable to waste in this compound, and some other known vegetable quantities with a large residuum of insoluble and insoluble material which appeared to play the part of warp to the fabric, but which defied the powers of the analyst to give it a name. An inspector found in one lot, which he examined, powdered glass thickly sprinkled through it, apparently the work of a Confederate emissary. But if not, it showed how little care was exercised in preparing this diet for the soldier. In brief, this coarse vegetable compound could with much more propriety have been put before Southern swine than Northern soldiers. Desecrated vegetables was the more appropriate name which the men quite generally applied to this preparation of husks. I believe it was the 32nd Massachusetts Infantry which once had a special ration of 300 boxes of strawberries dealt out to it, but if there was another organization in the army anywhere which had such a delicious experience, I have yet to hear of it. I presume that no discussion of army rations would be considered complete that did not at least make mention of the whiskey ration so called. This was not a ration, properly speaking. The government supplied it to the army only on rare occasions, and then by order of the medical department. I think it was never served out to my company more than 3 or 4 times, and then during a cold rainstorm, or after unusually hard service. Captain N. D. Preston of the 10th New York Cavalry, in describing Sheridan's raid to Richmond in the spring of 1864, recently, speaks of being instructed by his brigade commander to make a light issue of whiskey to the men of the brigade, and adds, "The first and only regular issue of whiskey I ever made or know of being made to an enlisted man, but although he belonged to the arm of the service called the eyes and ears of the army, and was no doubt a gallant soldier, he is not well posted, for men who belong to other organizations in the Army of the Potomac assure me that it was served out to them much more frequently than I have related as coming under my observation. I think there can be no doubt on this point." The size of the whiskey allowance was declared, by those whose experience had made them competent judges, as trifling and insignificant, sometimes not more than a tablespoonful, but the quantity differed greatly in different organizations. The opinion was very prevalent, and undoubtedly correct, that the liquor was quite liberally sampled by the various headquarters, or the agents through whom it was transmitted to the rank and file, while there was considerable whiskey drank by the men unofficially, that is, which was obtained otherwise than on the order of the medical department. Yet, man for man, the private soldiers were as abstemious as the officers. The officers who did not drink more or less were too scarce in the service. They had only to send to the commissary to obtain as much as they pleased, whenever they pleased, by paying for it. But the private soldier could only obtain it of this official on order signed by a commissioned officer, usually the captain of his company. In fact, there was nothing but his sense of honor, his self-respect, or his fear of exposure and punishment, to restrain a captain, a colonel, or a general, of whatever command, from being intoxicated at a moment when he should have been in the full possession of his senses, leading his command on to the battle. And I regret to relate that these motives, strong as they are to impel to right and restrain from wrong doing, were no barrier to any officer whose appetite in a crisis thus imperiled in the cause and disgraced himself. Doesn't it seem strange that the enforcement of the rules of war was so lax as to allow the lives of 100, 1,000, or perhaps 50 or 100,000 sober men to be jeopardized, as they so often were, by holding them rigidly obedient to the orders of a man whose head at a critical moment might be crazed with commissary whiskey? Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives were sacrificed by such leadership. I may state here that drunkenness was equally as common with the rebels as with the Federals. The devices resorted to by these members of the rank and file, who hungered and thirsted for commissary to obtain it, are numerous and entertaining enough to occupy a chapter. But these I must leave for some one of broader experience and observation. I could name 2 or 3 men in my own company whose experience qualified them to fill the bill completely. They were always on the scent for something to drink. Such men were to be found in all organizations. It has always struck me that the government should have increased the size of the marching ration. If the soldier on the march had received 1 1/2 pounds of hard bread and 1 1/2 pounds of fresh beef daily with his sugar, coffee, and salt, it would have been no more than marching men required to keep up the requisite strength and resist disease. By such an increase the men would have been compensated for the parts of rations not issued to them, or the increase might have been an equivalent for these parts, and the temptation to dishonesty or neglect on the part of the company commanders thus removed. But, more than this, the men would not then have eaten up many days' rations in advance. It mattered not that the troops at a certain date were provided with 3, 4, or any number of days' rations. If these rations were exhausted before the limit for which they were distributed was even half reached, more must be immediately issued. As a consequence, in every summer campaign, the troops had drawn 10 or 15 days' marching rations ahead of time, proving season after season the inadequacy of this ration. This deficiency of active service had to be made up by shortening the rations issued in camp, when the men could live on a contracted diet without detriment to the service. But they knew nothing of this shortage at the time. I mean, now the rank and file, else what a universal growl would have rolled through the camps of each army corps, while the commissary was catching up. Where ignorance is bliss, etc. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 8 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Offences and Punishments. They braced my aunt against a board to make her straight and tall. They laced her up, they starved her down to make her light and small. They pinched her feet, they singed her hair, they screwed it up with pins. Oh, never mortal suffered more in penance for her sins. Holmes. No popular history of the war has yet treated in detail of the various indiscretions of which soldiers were guilty, nor of the punishments which followed breaches of discipline. Perhaps such a record is wanting because there are many men yet alive who cannot think with equanimity of punishments to which they were at some period of their service subjected. Indeed, within a few months I have seen veterans who, if not breathing out threatenings and slaughter like Saul of Tarsus, are still unreconciled to some of their old commanders, and are brooding over their old-time grievances, real or imaginary or both, when they ought to be engaged in more entertaining and profitable business. I shall not, because I cannot, name all the offences of soldiering to which punishments were affixed, as no two commanding officers had just the same violations of military discipline to deal with. But I shall endeavor in this chapter to include all those which appeal to a common experience. The most common offenses were drunkenness, absence from camp without leave, insubordination, disrespect to superior officers, absence from roll call without leave, turbulence after taps, sitting while on guard, gambling, and leaving the beat without relief. To explain these offenses in a little more detail, no soldier was supposed to leave camp without a pass or permit from the commander of the regiment or battery to which he belonged. A great many did leave for a few hours at a time, however, and took their chances of being missed and reported for it. In some companies, when it was thought that several were absent without a permit, a roll call was ordered simply to catch the culprits. Disrespect to a superior officer was shown in many ways. Some of the more common ways were to talk back in strong, unmilitary language, and to refuse to salute him or recognize him on duty, which military etiquette requires to be done. The other offenses named explain themselves. The methods of punishment were as diverse as the dispositions of the officers who sat in judgment on the cases of the offenders. In the early history of a regiment there was a guard-house or guard tent where the daily guard were wont to assemble, and which was their rendezvous when off-post during their 24 hours of duty. But when the ranks of the regiment had become very much depleted, and the men pretty well seasoned in military duty, the guard tent was likely to be dispensed with. In this guard tent offenders were put for different periods of time. Such confinement was a common punishment for drunkenness. This may not be thought a very severe penalty. Still, the men did not enjoy it, as it imposed quite a restriction on their freedom to be thus pent up and cut off from the rest of their associates. Absence from camp or roll call without leave was punished in various ways. There was no special penalty for it. I think every organization had what was known as a black list, on which the names of all offenders against the ordinary rules of camp were kept for frequent reference. And when there was any particularly disagreeable task about camp to be done, the black list furnished a quota for the work. The galling part of membership in the ranks of the Black List was that all of the work done as one of its victims was a gratuity, as the member must stand his regular turn in his squad for whatever other fatigue duty was required. Among the tasks that were thought quite interesting and profitable pastimes for the blacklisted to engage in were policing the camp and digging and fitting up new company sinks or filling in abandoned ones. A favorite treat meted out to the unfortunates in the artillery and cavalry was the burying of dead horses or cleaning up around the picket rope where the animals were tied. In brief, the men who kept off the blacklist in a company were spared many a hard and disagreeable job by the existence of a good long list of offenders against camp discipline. This placing of men on the blacklist was not as a rule resorted to by officers who cherished petty spites or personal malice, but by it they designed rather to enforce a salutary discipline. Such officers had no desire to torture the erring, but aimed to combine a reasonable form of punishment with utility to the camp, and to have a better behaved class of soldiers, and in this I think they were successful. But there was a class of officers who felt that every violation of camp rules should be visited with the infliction of bodily pain in some form. As a consequence, the sentences imposed by these military judges all looked toward that end. Some would buck and gag their victims, some would stand them on a barrel for a half day or a day at a time. A favorite punishment with some was to knock out both heads of a barrel and then make the victim stand on the ends of the staves. Some would compel them to wear an inverted barrel for several hours, by having a hole cut in the bottom through which the head passed, making a kind of wooden overcoat. Some culprits were compelled to stand a long time with their arms extending horizontally at the side, lashed to a heavy stick of wood that ran across their backs. Others were lashed to a tall wooden horse which stood perhaps 8 or 9 feet high. Some underwent the knapsack drill. That is, they walked a beat with a guardsman 2 hours on and 2 or 4 hours off, wearing a knapsack filled with bricks or stones. Here is an incident related by a veteran who served in the Gulf Department. One day, a captain in General Phelps's brigade put a man on knapsack drill. In other words, he filled his knapsack with bricks and made him march with it up and down the company street. The general had the habit of going through the camps of his brigade quite frequently, and that day he happened around just in time to see the performance, but returned to his quarters apparently without noticing it. Soon, however, he sent his orderly to the captain with a request to come to his tent. The captain was soon on his way, dressed in his best uniform, probably expecting at least a commendation for his efficiency or perhaps a promotion. On reaching the general's tent, he was admitted, when, after the usual salute, the following dialogue took place. General P. Good morning, Captain. Captain. Good morning, General. General P. I sent for you, Captain, to inquire of you what knapsacks were made for. Captain. Knapsacks? Why, I suppose they were made for soldiers to carry their spare clothing in. General P. Well, Captain, I passed your camp a short time ago and saw one of your men carrying bricks in his knapsack up and down the company street. Now go back to your company and send that man to his quarters, and don't let me know of your ordering any such punishment again while you are in my brigade. One regiment that I know of had a platform erected between 25 and 30 feet high, on which the offender was isolated from the camp and left to broil in the sun or soak in the rain, while a guard paced his beat below to keep away any who might like to communicate with him. Some were tied up by the thumbs with arms extended full length and compelled to stand in that position for hours. Some were put into what is known as the sweat box. This was a box 18 inches square and of the full height of a man, into which the culprit was placed to stand until released. Some had their full offense written out on a board with chalk.
and with this board strapped to their backs were marched up and down through the camp the entire day, without rest or refreshment. In the artillery, the favorite punishment was to lash the guilty party to the spare wheel, the extra wheel carried on the rear portion of every caisson in a battery. In the cavalry, men were sometimes punished by being compelled to carry their packed saddle a prescribed time, no small or insignificant burden to men unused to a knapsack. Sometimes the guilty parties were required to carry a heavy stick of wood on their shoulder. I knew one such man who, because of this punishment, took a solemn oath that he would never do another day's duty in his company, and he never did. From that day forward he reported at sick call, but the surgeon could find no traces of disease about him, and so returned him for duty. Still the man persistently refused to do duty, claiming that he was not able, and continued to report at sick call. By refusing to eat anything, he reduced himself to such a condition that he really appeared diseased, and at last was discharged, went home, and boasted of his achievement. Sometimes double guard duty was ordered for a man, on account of an omission or act of his while on guard. This punishment gave him 4 hours on and 2 off his post or beat, instead of the reverse. His offense may have been failing or refusing to salute his superior officer. It may have been that he was not properly equipped. It may have been for being found off his beat, or for leaving it without having been properly relieved. Or he may have failed in his duty when the grand rounds appeared. When non-commissioned officers sinned, which they did sometimes, they were punished by being reduced to the ranks. In some organizations, gambling was not allowed. In others, it was carried on by both officers and privates. In one command, at least, where this vice was interdicted, culprits in the ranks were punished by having 1/2 of their head shaved, a most humiliating and effective punishment. Then back talk, as it was commonly called, which interpreted means answering a superior officer insolently, was a prolific cause of punishments. It did not matter in some organizations who the officer was, from colonel or captain to the last corporal. To hear was to obey, and under such discipline the men became the merest puppets. In theory, such a regiment was the perfect military machine, where every man was in complete subordination to one mastermind. But the value of such a machine, after all, depended largely upon the kind of man the ruling spirit was, and whether he associated his inflexibility of steel with the justice of Aristides. If he did that, then it was indeed a model organization. But such bodies were rare, for the conditions were wanting to make them abundant. The master mind was too often tyrannical and abusive, either by nature or from having been suddenly clothed with a little brief authority over men. And often when nature, if left to herself, would have made him a good commander, an excessive use of commissary interfered to prevent, and the subordinates of such a leader, many of them appointed by his influence, would naturally partake of his characteristics, so that such regiments, instead of standing solidly on all occasions, were weakened as a fighting body by a lack of confidence in and personal respect for their leaders, and by a hatred begotten of unjust treatment. Hundreds of officers were put in commission through influence at court, wealth or personal influence deciding appointments that should have been made solely on the basis of merit. At the beginning of the war, it was inevitable that the officers should have been inexperienced and uninstructed in the details of warfare. But later on this condition changed, and the service would have been strengthened and materially improved by promoting men who had done honorable service and shown good conduct in action to commissions in new regiments. It is true that such was the intent and partial practice in some states, but the governors, more or less from necessity, took the advice of someone who was a warm personal friend of the applicant, so that the shoulder straps, instead of being always conferred for gallant conduct in the front rank, were sometimes a mark of distinguished prowess in the mule train or the cookhouse, which seemed to maintain readier and more influential communication with the appointing power at the rear than was had by the men who had stood nearest to the enemy. To bow in meek submission to the uneducated authority of the civilian, or to the soldier whose record was such as not to command the respect of his fellows, was the lot of thousands of intelligent and brave soldiers, the superiors, in all respects save that of military rank alone, of these selfsame officers, and to be commanded not to answer back, when they felt that they must utter a protest against injustice, was a humiliation that the average volunteer did not fully realize when he put his name to the roll, a humiliation which grew bitterer with every new indignity. Punishments or rebukes administered by social inferiors were galling even when deserved. It seems ludicrous to me when I recall some of the threats I used to hear made against officers for some of their misdeeds. Many a wearer of shoulder straps was to be shot by his own men in the first engagement. But somehow or other, when the engagement came along, there seemed to be rebels enough to shoot without throwing away ammunition on Union men. And about that time, too, the men who in more peaceful retreats were so anxious to shoot their own officers could not always be found, when wanted, to shoot more legitimate game. In these days, when private soldiers are so scarce and officers so exceedingly abundant, the question might very naturally arise how the abundance came about if the officers were so often between two fires. But what I have said will furnish a solution to the mystery. Then there were hundreds of officers that were to be settled with when they reached home, and were on an equality with the private soldier so far as military rank was concerned. But while there were, as I have previously intimated, a few who took their resentments out of the service with them, they were only few in number, and it is doubtful whether any of them ever executed their threatened deeds of violence. Poor, underpaid, non-commissioned officers, who occupied the perplexing and uncomfortable position of go-betweens, were frequently invited by privates to strip off their chevrons and be handsomely whipped for some act annoying to said privates, but I never heard of any NCO sacrificing his chevrons to any such ambition, for various reasons, of which the fear of a thrashing was not necessarily one. There were regiments, each of which, when off duty, seemed to contain at least 200 or 300 colonels and captains, so much social freedom obtained between officers and rank and file. Yet at the proper time there was just one commander of such a regiment to whom the men looked ready to do his bidding, even to follow him into the jaws of death. These officers were not always devout men. At an earlier period in their lives, some of them may have learned to be profane, some drank commissary whiskey occasionally, it may be, but in all their dealings with their subordinates, while they made rigid exactions of them as soldiers, they never forgot that they were men, and hence, endeavoring to be just in the settlement of camp troubles, protecting their command in the full enjoyment of all its rights among similar organizations, never saying go but come in the hour of danger, they welded their regiment into a military engine as solid and reliable as the old Grecian phalanx. Punishments in such regiments were rare, for manliness and self-respect were never crushed out by tyrants in miniature. The character of the officers had so much to do with determining the nature and the amount of the punishments in the army, that I consider what I have thrown in here as germane to the subject of this chapter. It should be said in justice to both officers and privates that the first 2 years of the war, when the exactions of the service were new, saw 3 times the number of punishments administered as in the 2 subsequent years. But aside from getting accustomed to the restraints of service, campaigning was more continuous in the later years, and this kept both mind and body occupied. It is inactivity which makes the growler's paradise. Then, in the last years of the war, the rigors of military discipline, the sharing of common dangers and hardships, and promotions from the ranks, had narrowed the gap between officers and privates, so that the cords of mutual sympathy were stronger than before, and trivial offenses were slightly rebuked or passed unnoticed. At the beginning of the war, many generals were very fearful lest some of the acts of the common soldier should give offense to the Southern people. This encouraged the latter to report every chicken lost, every beehive borrowed, every rail burnt, to headquarters, and subordinates were required to institute the most thorough search for evidence that should lead to the detection and punishment of the culprits, besides requiring them to make full restitution of the value of the property taken. Our government and its leading officers, military and civil, seemed at that time to stand hat in hand apologizing to the South for invading its sacred territory, and appearing almost to want only a proper pretext to retire honorably from the conflict. But by the time that the Peninsular Campaign was brought to a close, this kid-glove handling of the enemy had come to an end, and the Wandering Shote, the Hen Roosts, the Virginia Fence, and the Straw Stack came to be regarded, in a sense, as perquisites of the Union Army. Punishments for appropriating them after this time were much rarer, and the difficulty of finding the culprits increased as the officers were becoming judiciously nearsighted. Drumming out of camp was a punishment administered for cowardice. Whenever a man's courage gave out in the face of the enemy, at the earliest opportunity after the battle, he was stripped of his equipments and uniform, marched through the camp with a guard on either side and 4 soldiers following behind him at charge bayonets, while a fife and drum corps brought up the rear, droning out the rogue's march. He was sure of being hooted and jeered at throughout the whole camp. There were no restraints put upon the language of his recent associates, and their vocabularies were worked up to their full capacity in reviling him. After he had been thoroughly shown off to the entire command, he was marched outside the lines and set free. This whole performance may seem at first thought a very light punishment for so grave an offense, and an easy escape from the service for such men. But it was considered a most disgraceful punishment. No man likes to be called a coward, much less to be publicly turned out of the army in that disreputable way, and the facts recorded on his regimental roll side by side with the honorable record of his fellows. He was liable to the death penalty if found in camp afterwards. Many more men deserved this punishment than ever received it. There were very few soldiers put out of the service by this method. Sometimes an officer was assaulted by a private soldier or threatened by him. For all such offenses, soldiers were tried by court-martial and sentenced to the guardhouse or to hard labor at the rip-raps or the dry tortugas, with loss of pay, or to wear a ball and chain attached to their ankles for a stated period. These offenses were often committed when under the influence of liquor, but frequently through temper or exasperation at continued and unreasonable exactions, as the victim believed. The penalty for sleeping at one's post, that is, when it was a post of danger, was death. But whether this penalty was ever enforced in our army, I am unable to state. There is a very touching story of a young soldier who was pardoned by President Lincoln for this offense, through the pitiful intercession of the young man's mother. Whether it was a chapter from real life, I am in doubt. I certainly never heard of a sentinel being visited with this extreme penalty for this offense. The penalty attached to desertion is death by shooting, and this was no uncommon sight in the army, but it did not seem to stay the tide of desertion in the least. I have seen it stated that there was no time in the history of the Army of the Potomac, after its organization by McClellan, when it reported less than 1/4 of its full membership as absent without leave. The general reader will perhaps be interested in a description of the first execution of a deserter that I ever witnessed. I was then a member of Sickles' 3rd Corps, and my company was attached for the time being to General Birney's 1st Division, then covering Fairfax Station on the extreme left of the army. The guilty party was a member of a Pennsylvania regiment. He had deserted more than once, and was also charged with giving information to the enemy whereby a wagon train had been captured. The whole division was ordered out to witness the execution. The troops were drawn up around 3 sides of a rectangle in 2 double ranks, the outer facing inward and the inner facing outward. Between these 2 ranks, throughout their entire extent, the criminal was obliged to march, which he did with lowered head. The order of the solemn procession was as shown in the accompanying diagram, the arrows indicating the direction. First came the provost marshal, the sheriff of the army, mounted. Next, the band playing, what to me from its associations has now come to be the saddest of all tunes, Pleyel's hymn, even sadder than the Dead March in Saul, which I heard less frequently. Then followed 12 armed men who were deployed diagonally across the open end of the space after the procession had completed its round, to guard against any attempt the prisoner might make to escape. Fourth in order came 4 men bearing the coffin, followed by the prisoner, attended by a chaplain, and a single guard on either side. Next, a shooting detachment of 12 men. 11 of these had muskets loaded with ball, while the 12th had a blank cartridge in his musket. But as the muskets had been loaded beforehand by an officer and mixed up afterwards, no one knew who had possession of the musket with the blank cartridge, so that each man, if he wanted to, had the benefit of a faint hope at least that his was the musket loaded without ball. After these marched an additional shooting force of 6, to act in case the 12 should fail in the execution of their duty. When the slow and solemn round had been completed, the prisoner was seated on an end of his coffin, which had been placed in the center of the open end of the rectangle, near his grave. The chaplain then made a prayer and addressed a few words to the condemned man which were not audible to anyone else, and followed them by another brief prayer. The provost marshal next advanced, bound the prisoner's eyes with a handkerchief, and read the general order for the execution. He then gave the signal for the shooting party to execute their orders. They did so, and a soul passed into eternity. Throwing his arms convulsively into the air, he fell back upon his coffin, but made no further movement, and a surgeon who stood near, upon examination, found life to be extinct. The division was then marched past the corpse, off the field, and the sad scene was ended. I afterwards saw a deserter from the 1st Division of the 2nd Corps meet his end in the same way, down before Petersburg in the summer of 1864. These were the only exhibitions of this sort that I ever witnessed, although there were others that took place not far from my camp. The artillery was brigaded by itself in 1864 and 1865, and artillerymen were not then compelled to attend executions which took place in the infantry. Here is a story of another deserter and spy who was shot in or near Indianapolis in 1863. He had enlisted in the 71st Indiana Infantry. Not long afterwards he deserted and went over to the enemy, but soon reappeared in the Union lines as a rebel spy. While in this capacity, he was captured and taken to the headquarters of General Henry B. Carrington, who was then in command of this military district. He indignantly protested his innocence of the charge, but a thorough search for evidence of his treachery was begun. His coat was first taken and cut into narrow strips and carefully scrutinized to assure that it contained nothing suspicious. One by one, the rest of his garments were examined and thrown aside, until at last he stood naked before his captors, with no evidence of his guilt having been discovered. He was then requested to don a suit of clothes that was brought in. This he did, and then triumphantly demanded his release. But the general told him to keep cool, as the search was not yet completed, that full justice should be done him, whether guilty or innocent. Taking up the trousers again, the general noticed that one of the spring bottoms was a little stiffer than the other, and on further investigation with his scissors, sure enough, carefully sewed in under the buckram, he found a pass from the rebel General Kirby Smith. At this discovery, the culprit dropped on his knees and begged for his life. He was tried by court-martial and sentenced to be hanged.
Hanging is the penalty for treason, shooting being considered too honorable a death for traitors. But General Carrington, wishing the influence of the execution to be exerted as a check against desertion, which was very common, decided that he should be shot. It is customary to detail the shooting squad from the company to which the deserter belongs. But so enraged were the members of this man's company at his offense that they sent a unanimous request that the entire company might act as the firing party. This request was refused, however, and a detail of 15 men was made for that purpose. But whereas it is usual for the sergeant in charge of such a detail to load the muskets himself, putting blank cartridges into 1, 2, or 3 of the muskets, on this occasion the men were allowed to load for themselves, and when the surgeon examined the lifeless body, he found 15 bullets in it, showing that each one of the 15 men had felt it to be his duty to shoot his former comrade, and that he had conscientiously acted up to that duty. Shocking and solemn as such scenes were, I do not believe that the shooting of a deserter had any great deterring influence on the rank and file, for the opportunities to get away safely were most abundant. Indeed, any man who was base enough to desert his flag could almost choose his time for doing it. The wife of a man in my company brought him a suit of citizen's clothing to desert in, which he availed himself of later. But citizens' clothes even were not always necessary to ensure safety for deserters. When a man's honor failed to hold him in the ranks, his exit from military life in the South was easy enough. I have been asked if all deserters captured were shot. No, far from it. There were times in the war when the death penalty for this offense was entirely ignored, and then it would be revived again with the hope of diminishing the rapid rate at which desertions took place. Desertion was most prevalent in 1864, when the town and city governments hired so many foreigners who enlisted solely to get the large bounties paid and then deserted, many of them before getting to the field or immediately afterwards. They had no interest in the cause and could not be expected to have. These men were called bounty jumpers, and having deserted, went to some other state and enlisted again to secure another bounty. In this manner, many of them obtained hundreds of dollars without being detected, but many more were apprehended and suffered for it. I knew of 3 such being shot at one time, each having taken 3 bounties before they were finally captured. The greater part of these bounty jumpers came from Canada. A large number of reliable troops were necessary to take these men from the recruiting rendezvous to the various regiments which they were to join. The mass of recaptured deserters were put to hard labor on government works. Others were confined in some penitentiary to work out their unexpired term of service. I believe the penitentiary at Albany was used for this purpose, as was also the old Capitol Prison in Washington. Many more were sent to the Rip Raps near Fort Monroe. On the 11th of March, 1865, President Lincoln issued a proclamation offering full pardon to all deserters who should return to their respective commands within 60 days, that is, before May 10, 1865, with the understanding that they should serve out the full time of their respective organizations and make up all time lost as well. A large number whose consciences had given them no peace since their lapse availed themselves of this proclamation to make amends as far as possible, and to leave the service with a good name. This act was characteristic of the emancipators' matchless magnanimity and forgiving spirit, but scarcely deserved by the parties having the most at stake. I have already intimated that death by hanging was a punishment meted out to certain offenses against military law. One of these offenses was desertion to the enemy, that is, going from our army over to the enemy and enlisting in his ranks to fight on that side. In the autumn of 1864, near Fort Welch, I think it was, I saw 3 military criminals hanged at the same moment from the same gallows for this crime against the government. They were members of the 6th Corps. There was less ceremony about this execution than that of the deserter whose end I more fully described. The condemned men were all foreigners, and rode to the gallows in an ambulance attended by a chaplain. The ambulance was well guarded in front, in rear, and on the flanks. The gallows were also strongly guarded. If I recollect aright, the troops were not ordered out to witness the spectacle. Nevertheless, thousands of them from adjoining camps lined the route, and standing around the gallows saw the prisoners meet their fate. No loyal heart gave them any sympathy. In April 1864, I saw a man hanged for a different offense on the plains of Stevensburg. He belonged to the 2nd Division of my own corps. Most of the corps, which was then 27,000 strong, must have witnessed the scene from near or afar. In hanging this culprit, the provost marshal made a dreadful botch of the job, for the rope was too long, and when the drop fell, the man's feet touched the ground. This obliged the provost marshal to seize the rope, and by main strength to hold him clear of the ground until death ensued. It is quite probable that strangulation instead of a broken neck ended his life. His body was so light and emaciated that it is doubtful if, even under more favorable circumstances, his fall could have broken his neck. The report of the Adjutant General, made in 1870, shows that there were 121 men executed during the war, a very insignificant fraction of those who by military law were liable to the death penalty. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 9 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Day in Camp. I hear the bugle sound the calls for reveille and drill, for water, stable, and tattoo, for taps, and all was still. I hear it sound the sick call grim, and see the men in line, with faces wry as they drink down their whiskey and quinine. A partial description of the daily program of the rank and file of the Army in the monotony of camp life, more especially as it was lived during the years 1861, 62, and 63, covers the subject matter treated in this chapter. I do not expect it to be all new to the outside public even, who have attended the musters of the state militia and have witnessed something of the routine that is followed there. This routine was the same in the Union armies in many respects. Only with the latter there was a reality about the business, which nothing but stern war can impart, and which therefore makes soldiering comparatively uninteresting in state camp. Such at least is the opinion of old campaigners. The private soldiers in every arm of the service had many experiences in common in camp life, so that it will not be profitable to describe each in detail, but where their routine differs, I shall be more entertaining and exact by adhering to the branch with which I was most familiar, namely the light artillery, and this I shall do, and in so doing shall narrate not the routine of my own company alone, but essentially of that branch of the service throughout the Army as artillerymen saw and lived it. Beginning the Army day, then, the first bugle call blown was the one known in artillery tactics as the Assembly of Buglers, to sound which the corporal or sergeant of the guard would call up the bugler. Assembly of Buglers, Artillery. Assembly of Buglers, Infantry. It was sounded in the summer about 5 o'clock, and in winter at 6. It was the signal for the men to get out of their blankets and prepare for the morning roll call, known as reveille. At this signal, the hum of life could be heard within the tents. "Put the bugler in the guard-house," "Turn out," "All up," and other similar expressions, mingled with yawns, groans, and exclamations of deep disgust, formed a part of the response to this always unwelcome summons.
But as only the short space of 15 minutes was to intervene before the next call, the assembly, would be blown, the men had to bestir themselves. Most of them would arise at once, do the little dressing that was required, and perform or omit their toilet according to the inclination or habit or time of the individual. A common mode of washing was for one man to pour water from a canteen into the hands of his messmate, and thus take turns, but this method was practiced most on the march. In settled camp, some men had a short log scooped out for a wash basin. Some were not so particular about being washed every day, and in the morning would put the time required for the toilet into another turnover and nap. As such men always slept with their full uniform on, they were equivalent to a kind of minute-men, ready to take the field for roll call or any other call at a minute's notice. Assembly, artillery. Assembly, infantry. As soon as the assembly sounded, the sight presented was quite an interesting one. The men could be seen emerging from their tents or huts, their toilet in various stages of completion. Here was a man with one boot on and the other in his hand. Here one with his clothes buttoned in skips and blouse in hand, which he was putting on as he went to the line. Here was one with a blouse on, there one with his jacket or overcoat. Unless uniformity of dress on line was required, it was not always at the morning roll calls, and in some companies never only on inspections. Here and there was a man just about half awake, having a fist at each eye, and looking as disconsolate and forsaken as men usually do when they get from the bed before the public at short notice. Then this roll call was always a powerful cathartic on a large number, who must go at once to the sinks and let the rebel army wait, if it wanted to fight, until their return. The exodus in that direction at the sounding of the assembly was really quite a feature. All enlisted men in a company, except the guard and the sick, must be present at this roll call, unless excused for good reasons. But as the shirks always took pride in dodging it, their notice of intention to be absent from it for any reason was looked at askance by the sergeants of detachments. The studied agony that these men would work not only into their features, but their voice and even their gait, would have been ludicrous in the extreme, if frequent repetitions had not rendered it disgusting. And the humorous aspect of these dodgers was not a little enhanced by the appearance which they usually had, of having been dressed much as is a statue about to be dedicated, which at the signal, by the pulling of a single cord, is instantly stripped of all its drapery and displayed in its full glory. Other touches, which old soldiers, not artillerymen, would readily recognize as familiar, might be added to the scene presented in camp when the bugle or the drum called the men into line for the first time in the day. When at last the line was formed, it was dressed by the orderly, now called, I believe, the first sergeant, and while at parade rest, the bugles blew reveille. There were words improvised to many of these calls, which I wish I could accurately remember. Those adapted to reveille in some regiments ran as follows: I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up, I tell you, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up at all. The corporal's worse than the private, the sergeant's worse than the corporal, the lieutenant's worse than the sergeant, but the captain's worst of all. I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up this morning, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up, I can't get 'em up today. These are more appropriate when applied to the infantry, where this call was blown before the men came into line. When the bugle ceased to sound, the orderly sergeant of a battery said, "Pay attention to roll call," and the roll was called by the 6 line or duty sergeants, each of whom had charge of 25 men more or less. These sergeants then made their report of all present or accounted for, or whatever the report was, to the orderly sergeant, who in turn reported to the officer of the day in charge. If there were no special orders to be issued for fatigue duty, or no checks or rebukes or instructions to be given for the good of the order, the line was dismissed. Any men who were absent without leave were quite likely to be put on the blacklist for their temerity. Shortly after reveille, the buglers sounded forth the shrill notes of stable call. Here are the words sung to this call. "Go to the stable as quick as you're able, and groom off your horses and give them some corn. For if you don't do it, the captain will know it, and then you will rue it as sure as you're born." This call summoned all the drivers in the company to assemble at the grain pile with their pair of canvas nose bags, where the stable sergeant, so called, his rank was that of a private, though he sometimes put on the airs of a brigadier general, furnished each with the usual ration of grain, either oats or corn. With this forage and a curry comb and brush, they at once proceeded to the picket rope, where, under the inspection of the 6 sergeants, supervised also by the officer of the day and orderly, the horses were thoroughly groomed. At a given signal, the grooming ceased and the nose bags were strapped on. Sometimes the feed was given while the grooming was in progress. The only amusing phase of this duty that I now recall occurred when some luckless cannoneer, who would insist that he did not know the difference between a curry comb and a curry of mutton, was detailed to minister to the sanitary needs of some poor, unsavory, glanders infected, or greasy-heeled, or sore-backed, or hoof-rotten brute that could not be entirely neglected until he was condemned by governmental authority. Now, the cannoneers of a battery, who constituted what was known as the gun detachment, were an aristocracy. It is worthy of notice that when artillery companies received their first outfit of horses, there were always at least 3 men who wished to be drivers to 1 who cared to serve as a cannoneer, the prevailing idea among the uninitiated being that a driver's position was a safer place in battle than that of a cannoneer. I will only say, in passing this point, that they were much disappointed at its exposures when they came to the reality. But the cannoneers, taking the recognized post of danger from choice, a post whose duties when well executed were the most showy on parade, as well as the most effective in action, upon whose coolness and courage depended the safety not only of their own company, but often that of regiments, were nursed by these facts into the belief that they rightfully outranked the rest of the rank and file. The posturings and facial contortions of a cannoneer, therefore, who cherished these opinions, when called upon to perform such a task as I have specified, can readily be imagined. If they cannot, I will only say that they would have excited the risibilities of the most sympathetic heart. The 4-footed patients alluded to were usually assigned to the charge of spare men, that is, men who were neither drivers nor members of the gun detachments, who by use had come to fill the situation meekly and gracefully. There was one service that a cannoneer would occasionally condescend to do a driver. When the army was on the march, a driver would sometimes get weary of riding and ask a cannoneer to spell him while he stretched his legs. And just to oblige him, you know, the cannoneer would get into the saddle and ride 2 or 3 miles. But beyond that he kept to his own sphere. Following close upon the completion of stable duties came breakfast call, when the men prepared and ate their breakfast or received their dipper of coffee and other rations from the company cookhouse. I can add nothing in this connection to what I have already related in the chapter on rations. Breakfast call in the artillery. breakfast call in the infantry. At 8 o'clock, the bugler blew sick call. Sick call in the artillery. Sick call in the infantry. Here are the words improvised to this call. Dr. Jones says, Dr. Jones says, come and get your quinine. Come and get your quinine. In response to this call, some who were whole and needed not a physician, as well as those who were sick, reported at the surgeon's tent for prescriptions. Much used to be said by the soldiers in regard to the competency or incompetency of army surgeons. It was well understood in wartime that even though an examination of fitness was required of surgeons to secure an appointment in the army, at least in some states, many charlatans, by some means, received commissions. Such an examination had as much value as those the medicine men made of recruits in 64 and 65, for those who have occasion to remember will agree that a sufficient number of men too old or diseased came to the front in those years. No, they did not all get as far as the front, to fairly stock all the hospitals in the country. A part of this showing must be charged to incompetent physicians, and a part to the straits the government was in for recruits. The appointment of incompetent surgeons, on the other hand, is to be condoned in a government sorely pressed for medical assistance, and all too indifferent in its strait to the qualifications of candidates. Nothing in this line of remark is to be construed as reflecting on the great mass of army surgeons, who were most assiduous workers, and whose record makes a most creditable chapter in the history of the rebellion. There are incompetents in every class. Every soldier who tried to do his duty, and only responded to sick call when in direst need, should have received the most skillful treatment to be had. But a strict regard for the facts compels the statement that a large number of those who waited upon the doctor deserved no better treatment than the most ignorant of these men of medicine were likely to administer. Yes, there were a few individuals to be found, I believe, in every company in the service, who, to escape guard or fatigue duty, would feign illness, and, if possible, delude the surgeon into believing them proper subjects for his tenderest care. Too often they succeeded, and threw upon their own intimate associates the labors of the camp, which they themselves were able to perform, and degraded their bodies by swallowing drugs for the ailments to which they laid claim. I can see today, after a lapse of more than 20 years, these beats on the government emerging from their tents at sick call in the traditional army overcoat, with one hand tucked into the breast, the collar up, cap drawn down, one trouser's leg hung up on the strap of a government boot, and a pace slow and measured, appearing to bear as many of the woes and ills of mankind as Landseer has depicted in his Scapegoat. Sometimes the surgeons were shrewd enough to read the frauds among the patients, in which case they often gave them an unpalatable but harmless dose and reported them back for duty, or perhaps reported them back for duty without prescription, at the same time sending an advisory note to the captain of the company to be on the lookout for them. It was, of course, a great disappointment to these would-be shirkers to fail in their plans, but some of the more persistent would stick to their program, and by refusing food and taking but little exercise would in a short time make invalids of themselves in reality. There were undoubtedly many men in the service who secured admission to the hospitals and finally their discharge by this method, and some of these men by such a course of action planted the seeds of real diseases to which they long since succumbed or from which they are now sufferers. I must hasten to say that this is not a burlesque on all the soldiers who answered to sick call. God forbid. The genuine cases went with a different air from the shams. I can see some of my old comrades now, God bless them. Sterling fellows, soldiers to the core, stalwart men when they entered the army, but overtaken by disease, they would report to sick call day after day, hoping for a favorable change. Yet in spite of medicine and the nursing of their messmates, pining away until at last they disappeared, went to the hospitals, and there died. Oh, if such men could only have been sent to their homes before it was too late, where the surroundings were more congenial and comfortable, the nursing tender and more skillful, because administered by warmer hearts and the more loving hands of mother, wife, or sister. Thousands of these noble souls could have been saved to the government and to their families. But it was not to be, and so they wasted away, manfully battling for life against odds, dying with the names of dear ones on their lips, dear ones whose presence at their deathbed was in so many cases impossible, but dying as honorable deaths as if they had gone down with their back to the field and their feet to the foe. This is one of the saddest pictures that memory brings me from rebellion days. The proverbial prescription of the average army surgeon was quinine, whether for stomach or bowels, headache or toothache, for a cough or for lameness, rheumatism or fever and ague. Quinine was always and everywhere prescribed with a confidence and freedom which left all other medicines far in the rear. Making all due allowances for exaggerations, that drug was unquestionably the popular dose with the doctors. After sick call came water call, or watering call, at which the drivers in artillery and the full rank and file of the cavalry repaired to the picket rope, and taking their horses, set out to water them. This was a very simple and expeditious matter when the army was encamped near a river, as it frequently was. But when it was not, the horses were ridden from 1/2 a mile to 2 miles before a stream or pond was found adequate to the purpose. It was no small matter to provide the animals of the Army of the Potomac with water, as can be judged from the following figures. After Antietam, McClellan had about 38,800 horses and mules. When the army crossed the Rapidan into the wilderness in 1864, there were 56,499 horses and mules in it. Either of these is a large number to provide with water. But of course they were not all watered at the same pond or stream, since the army stretched across many miles of territory. In the summer of 1864, the problem of water getting before Petersburg was quite a serious one for man and beast. No rain had fallen for several weeks, and the animals belonging to that part of the army which was at quite a remove from the James and Appomattox rivers had to be ridden nearly 2 miles. Such was the case in my own company, at least. Perhaps others went further, for water, and then got only a warm, muddy, and stagnant fluid that had accumulated in some hollow. The soldiers were sorely pressed to get enough to supply their own needs. They would scoop out small holes in old watercourses and patiently await a dipperful of warm, milky-colored fluid to ooze from the clay, drop by drop. Hundreds wandered through the woods and valleys with their empty canteens, barely finding water enough to quench thirst. Even places usually dank and marshy became dry and baked under the continuous drought. But such a state of affairs was not to be endured a great while by live, energetic Union soldiers, and as the heavens continued to withhold the much-needed supply of water, shovels and pickaxes were forthwith diverted from the warlike occupation of entrenching to the more peaceful pursuit of well-digging, it soon being ascertained that an abundance of excellent water was to be had 10 or 12 feet below the surface of the ground. These wells were, most of them, dug broadest at the top and with shelving sides to prevent them from caving, stoning a well being obviously out of the question. Old-fashioned well curbs and sweeps were then erected over them, and man and beast were provided with excellent water in camp. Fatigue call was the next in regular order. Fatigue call, artillery. Fatigue call, infantry. The artillery were almost never detailed for fatigue duty outside of their own company. The only exception now occurring to me was when an artillery brigade headquarters was established nearby, and an occasional detail was made and sent there for temporary service, but that was all. Our camp fatigue duty consisted in policing or cleaning the camp, building stables, or perhaps I should more accurately designate them if I called them shelters, for the horses and mules, burying horses, getting wood and water, and washing gun carriages and caissons for inspections. This building of horse shelters was at times no mean or trivial enterprise, and sometimes employed a great many men a great many days. When the army was on the march, with no danger impending, the horses were unharnessed and tied to the picket rope. This was a rope about 200 feet long and 2 inches in diameter, which, when the battery was drawn up in park, was hitched to the outer hind wheel of a caisson on one flank of the battery, and then carried through the hind wheels and over the ammunition chests of the intervening caissons, and made fast to a hind wheel of the caisson on the other flank. In camp, a different plan was adopted. If it was in the open, a line of posts was set at intervals, such as would keep the rope from sagging low, and to them it was secured. The earth, for 10 feet on either side, was then thrown up beneath like a well-graded street, so as to drain off readily. Sometimes the picket was established in the edge of woods, in which case the rope ran from tree to tree. In summer camp, a shelter of boughs was constructed over the picket. In winter, a wall of pine boughs was set up around to fend off the bleak winds. Now and then one was roofed with a thatch of confiscated straw, and I remember seeing one nearly covered with long clapboard-like shingles, which were rifted out of pine logs. The character and stability of all such structures depended largely upon the skill displayed by regimental and company commanders in devising means to keep men employed, and on the tenure of the company's stay in one place. But at this late day I fail to recall a single instance where the men called a meeting and gave public expression to their gratitude and appreciation in a vote of thanks for the kind thoughtfulness displayed by said commanders. In fact, not this alone, but all varieties of fatigue were accompanied in their doing with no end of growling. It was aggravating, after several days of exhausting labor, of cutting and carting and digging and paving, for some of the high-toned commanders had the picket paved with cobblestones, to have boot and saddle call blown, summoning the company away, never to return to that camp, but to go elsewhere and repeat their building operations. It was the cheapest kind of balm to a company's feelings, where so much of love's, or rather unwilling, labor had been lost, to see another company appear just as the first was leaving, and literally enter into the labors of the former, taking quiet and full possession of everything they left behind. Yet such was one of the inevitable concomitants of war, and so used did the men become to such upsettings of their calculations, that 24 hours sufficed as a rule to wipe out all yearnings for what so recently had been. I will add a few words in this connection in regard to the mortality of horses. Those who have not looked into the matter have the idea that actual combat was the chief source of the destruction of horseflesh, but as a matter of fact, that source is probably not to be credited with 1/10 of the full losses of the army in this respect. It is to be remembered that the exigencies of the service required much of the brutes in the line of hard pulling, exposure, and hunger, which conspired to use them up very rapidly. But the various diseases to which horses are subject largely swelled the death list. Every few weeks a veterinary surgeon would look over the sick list of animals and prescribe for such as seemed worth saving or within the reach of treatment, while others would be condemned, led off, and shot. To bury these, and those dying without the aid of the bullet, I have shown was part of the fatigue duty of artillerymen and cavalrymen. The procuring of wood was often a task involving no little labor for all arms of the military service. At Brandy Station, Virginia, before the army left there on the 3rd of May, 1864, Some commands were obliged to go 4 or 5 miles for it. The inexperienced can have little idea of how rapidly a forest containing many acres of heavy growth would disappear before an army of 75 or 100,000 men camped in and about it. The scarcity of wood was generally made apparent by this fact, that when an army first went into camp, trees were cut with the scarf 2 or 3 feet above the ground, but as the scarcity increased, these stumps would get chipped down, often below a level with the ground. After fatigue call, the next business, as indicated by the drum or army bugle, was to respond to drill call. Drill call, artillery. Drill call, infantry. I will anticipate a little by saying that the last drill of any kind in which my own company engaged took place among the hills of Stevensburg but a day or two before the army started into the wilderness in '64. From that time until the close of the war, batteries were kept in constant motion or placed in the entrenchments on siege duty, thus putting battery drill out of the question. Such at least was the fact with the light batteries attached to the various army corps. The artillery reserve, belonging to the Army of the Potomac, may have been an exception to this. I have no information in regard to it. The artillery, like the infantry, had its squad drill, but as the marchings and facings were of only trifling importance, there was an insignificant amount of time spent on them. The drivers were usually exempted from drill of this kind, the cannoneers of the gun detachments doing enough of it to enable them, while drilling the standing gun drill, so called, a drill without horses, to get from line into their respective stations about the gun and limber, and vice versa. But long after this drill became obsolete and almost forgotten, the men seemed never to be at a loss to find their proper posts whenever there was need of it. So far as I know, artillerymen never piqued themselves on their skill in marchings by platoons, keeping correct alignment meanwhile, whether to the front, the rear, obliquely, or in wheelings. Indeed, I remember this part of their schooling as rather irksome to them, regarding it as they did, whether rightfully or wrongfully, as ornamental and not essential. It undoubtedly did contribute to a more correct military bearing and soldierly carriage of the body, and in a general way improved military discipline, but these advantages did not always appear to the average member of the rank and file, and when they did were not always appreciated at their worth. The drill of light artillerymen in the school of the piece occupied a considerable time in the early history of each company. Before field movements could be undertaken and carried out, either with much variety or success, it was indispensable for the cannoneers and drivers to be fully acquainted with their respective duties, and not only was each man drilled in the duties of his own post, but in those of every other man as well. The cannoneers must know how to be drivers, and the drivers must have some knowledge of the duties of cannoneers. This qualified a man to fill not only any other place than his own when a vacancy occurred, but another place along with his own if need came. This education included a knowledge of the ordinary routine of loading and firing, the ability to estimate distances with tolerable accuracy, to cut fuses, take any part in the dismounting and mounting of the piece and carriage, the transfer of limber chests, the mounting of a spare wheel or insertion of a spare pole, the slinging of the gun under the limber in case a piece wheel should be disabled. Even all the parts of the harness must be known by cannoneer as well as by driver, so that by the time a man had graduated from this school, he was possessed of quite a liberal military education. Doing this sort of business over and over again, day after day, got to be quite tedious, but it all helped to pass away the 3 years. One part of this instruction was quite interesting, particularly if the exercise was a match against time or if there was a competition between detachments or sections, and this was the dismounting and remounting of the piece and carriage. In this operation, each man must know his precise place and fit into it as accurately as if he were a part of the machine. This was absolutely necessary in order to secure facility and dispatch. In just the measure that he realized and lived up to this duty did his gun detachment succeed in reducing the time of the exercise. One gun's crew in my company worked with such speed, strength, unanimity, and precision that they reduced the time for performing this maneuver, including loading and firing, to 49 seconds. Other batteries may have done even better. The guns we then used were the steel Rodmans, weighing something over 800 pounds, and 4 of us could toss them about pretty much at will. I say 4 of us because just 4 were concerned in the lifting of the gun. We could not have handled the brass Napoleons with equal readiness, for they are somewhat heavier. After cannoneers and drivers came to be tolerably familiar with the school of the piece, field maneuvers with the battery began. The signal which announced this bit of entertainment for man and beast is known to Army regulations as boots and saddles. A call whose tones at a later period would send the blood of artillerymen and cavalrymen coursing more rapidly through the veins when it denoted that danger was nigh and seeking an encounter. Battery drill was an enterprise requiring ample territory. When the vicinity of the camp would not furnish it, the battery was driven to some place that would. If cannoneers as a class were more devout than other members of a light artillery company, it must have been because they were stimulated early in their military career to pray that the limits of the drill ground should be so contracted that the battery could not be cantered up and down a plain more than half a mile in extent, with cannoneers dismounted and strung along in the rear at intervals varying with their running capacity or the humor of their commanding officer, or, if mounted, clutching at the handles or edge of the limber chest, momently expecting to be hurled headlong as the carriages plunged into an old sink or tent ditch or the gutter of an old company street, or struck against a stump or stone with such force as to shake the ammunition in the chests out of its packing, making it liable to explode from the next concussion. At least so feared the more timid of the cannoneers, when their fears of being thrown off were quieted so that they could think of anything else. On such occasions they appreciated the reinforced trousers peculiar to artillerymen, and wished government had been even more liberal in that direction. But this mental state of timidity soon wore off, and the men came to feel more at home while mounted on these noisiest and hardest riding of vehicles, or else sulked in the rear with less indifference to consequences. Notwithstanding the monotony that came of necessity to be inseparable from them, battery drills were often exhilarating occasions. It was in the nature of things for them to be so, as when the artillery in action moved at all, it must needs move promptly. A full 6-gun battery going across a plain at a trot is an animated spectacle. To see it quietly halted then at the command, "Fire to the rear, caissons pass your pieces, trot march, in battery," break into moving masses, is a still more animated and apparently confused scene, for horses and men seem to fly in all directions. But the apparent confusion is only brief, for in a moment the guns are seen unlimbered in line, the cannoneers at their posts, and the piece limbers and caissons aligned at their respective distances in the rear. There was an excitement about this turmoil and dispatch, which I think did not obtain in any other branch of the service. The rattle and roar was more like that which is heard in a cotton factory or a machine shop than anything else with which I can compare it. The drill of a light battery possessed much interest to outsiders when well done. It was not unusual, when the drill ground was in proximity to an infantry camp, for the men to look on in hundreds. To see 6 cannons, with their accompanying 6 caissons, sped by 72 horses across the plain at a lively pace, the cannoneers, either mounted or in hot pursuit, suddenly halt at the bugle signal, and in a moment after appear in battery, belching forth mimic thunder in blank cartridges at a rapid pace, and in the next minute limbered up and away again to another part of the field, was a sight full of interest and spirit to the unaccustomed beholder. And if, as sometimes happened, there was a company of cavalry out on drill to engage in a sham fight with the battery, a thrilling and exciting scene ensued, which later actual combats never superseded in memory, for while the cavalry swept down on the guns at a gallop, with sabres flashing in the air, the cannoneers, with guns loaded with blank cartridges, of course, stand rigid as death awaiting the onset until they are within a few rods of the battery. Then the lanyards are pulled, and the smoke, belched suddenly forth, completely envelops both parties in this bloodless fray. As the drilling of a battery was done for the most part by sounding the commands upon a bugle, it became necessary for cannoneers and drivers to learn the calls, and this they did after a short experience. Even the horses became perfectly familiar with some of these calls, and would proceed to execute them without the intervention of a driver. Cavalry horses, too, exhibited great sagacity in interpreting bugle signals. Sometimes the lieutenants, who were chiefs of sections, were sent out with their commands for special drill. A section comprised 2 guns with their caissons. There was little enthusiasm in this piecemeal kind of practice, especially after familiarity and experience in the drill of the full battery, but it performed a part in making the men self-possessed and expert in their special arm of the service. Beyond that, it gave the men and horses exercise and appetite for government food, which without this exercise would have been wanting to a degree at least, and it occupied time that would otherwise have been devoted to the soldiers' pastime of grumbling. At 12 o'clock the dinner call was sounded. Dinner call, artillery. Dinner call, infantry. I can add nothing of interest here beyond what I have already presented in my talk on rations. There was nothing in the regular line of duty in light artillery for afternoons which could be called routine, although there was more or less standing gun drill for cannoneers early in the service. In the infantry, battalion drill often occupied this time. The next regular call for a battery was the water call, sounded at 4 o'clock, or perhaps a little later. On the return of the horses, stable call was again blown, and the duties of the morning under this call were repeated. At about 5:45 p.m., attention was blown, soon to be followed by the assembly, when the men fell in again for retreat roll call. The music for this was arranged in 3 parts, and when there were 3 bugles to blow it, the effect was quite pleasing. Retreat. The name retreat was probably given this call because it came when there was a general retiring from the duties of the day. This roll call corresponded with the dress parade of the infantry. Uniformity of dress was a necessity at this time with the latter, and quite generally too in the artillery, but the commanders of batteries differed widely in taste and military discipline. A company of soldiers was what its captain made it. Some were particular, others were not, but all should have been in this matter of dress for at least the one roll call in the day. At this parade all general orders were read, with charges, specifications, and findings of courts-martial, etc., so that the name of E.D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General, became a household word. At this time, too, lectures on the shortcomings of the company were in order. The lecturer employed by the government to do this was usually the officer of the day, though now and then the captain would spell him. A lecturer of this kind had two great advantages over a lecturer in civil life. First, he was always sure of an audience, and second, he could hold their attention to the very close. None of them left while the lecture was in progress. Now and then an orderly sergeant would try his hand in the lecture field, but unless he was protected by the presence of a pair of shoulder straps, he was quite likely to be coughed and groaned down, or in some other way discouraged from repeating the effort. The shortcomings alluded to were of a varied character. I think I mentioned some of them in the chapter on punishments. Sometimes the text was the general delinquency of the men at getting into line. Sometimes it was a rebuke for being lax in phases of discipline. The men were not sufficiently respectful to superior officers, did not pay the requisite attention to saluting, had too much back talk, were too boisterous in camp, too untidy in line. These and 20 other allied topics, all having a bearing on the characteristics essential in the make-up of a good soldier, were preached upon with greater or less unction and frequency as circumstances seemed to require, or the standard in a given company demanded. After the dismission of the line, guard mounting took place. But this in the artillery was a very simple matter. The guard at once formed on the parade line were assigned to their reliefs and dismissed until wanted. Sometimes the guard mounting took place in the morning, as did that of the infantry. The neatest and most soldierly appearing guardsman was selected as the captain's orderly. But guard mounting in light artillery was not always thus simple. Camp Berry, near Washington, was used as a school of instruction for light batteries for a period of at least 3 years. During the greater part of this time, there were 10 or a dozen batteries there on average. Under one of its commandants at least, a brigade guard mounting was held at 8:00 a.m., and here members of my company responded to the bugle call known as the Assembly of the Guard for the first and last time. Assembly of Guard. The infantry bugle call for the same purpose was more familiar, as it was heard daily for months. It ran as follows. This call was immediately followed by other music, either a brass band or a fife and drum corps, to which the details from the various companies marched out onto the color line, where the usual formalities ensued, such in substance as may be seen at a muster today. The guard necessary in a single company of artillery was so small that the call with the bugle was rarely, if ever, sounded, at least in volunteer companies. A detail of cannoneers stood guard over the guns day and night, and over the cookhouse and quartermaster's stores at night, and sometimes there was one posted in front of company headquarters. A detail of drivers also went on duty at night at the picket rope to assure that the horses were kept tied and were not stolen by marauding cavalrymen. In the safe rear, where, as the men used to say, the officers were wont to sit up late at night burning out government candles, while they devised ways and means to keep the men exercised as well as exorcised, a guard tent was pitched in front of the camp, in which the guard were compelled to stay when off post, much to their disgust sometimes. But when the company or regiment was in line along the glorious front, that unpopular lodging-house was abandoned, and each guardsman slept in his own quarters, on his own army feather-bed, whither the corporal of the guard must come for his victim in the silent hours when that victim was wanted to go on post. With the infantry, guard mounting took place in the morning at 8:00. The guard was divided into 3 equal portions called reliefs, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, each relief being on post 2 hours and off 4, thus serving 8 hours out of the 24. With all the irksomeness of this detail, the guardsman enjoyed a temporary triumph as such, for on that day at least he could snap his fingers at roll calls and all calls for fatigue duty, In short, he was an independent gentleman within certain limits. I have stated it to have been the duty of the corporal of the guard to seek out the members of the various reliefs in their quarters when the time came for them to go on post. There was more or less of lively incident attending to these explorations, not, however, with the sanction of the corporal, to whom the liveliness was anything but amusing. Your corporal of the guard was up to the average of ordinary officers in intelligence, and as he was just started on the ladder of promotion, fully intended to do his whole duty at least. And so he was wont to prepare himself for his nightly rounds by obtaining such a knowledge of the local geography of the camp as would enable him to rouse and assemble his guard with the least inconvenience to himself and the least commotion to the camp. But the best laid plans of corporals of the guard would frequently gang agley, even though they used every precaution, and so it was the rule rather than the exception for him to get into the wrong tent, and after waking up all the inmates and getting the profane to swearing and all to abusing him for his stupid intrusion, to retreat in as good order as possible and try again. The next time, perhaps, he would get into the right one, and after scrutinizing his list of the guard once more, call out the name of Smith, for example. No answer. There was a kind of deafness generated in the service which was almost epidemic among guardsmen, especially night guard. At least such seemed to be the case, for the man that was wanted to go out and take his post was invariably the last one in the tent to be awakened by the summons of the corporal, and long before that waking moment came, the corporal had as aides on his staff all these self-same inmates who had been victims to the assumed deafness of the man sought, and whose voices were now furnishing no mean chorus to the corporal's refrain. Sometimes, when the knight of the double chevron was a man of retiring and quiet demeanor, he would save his lungs and make an effort to find his man by stepping inside the tent and flashing the light of his army candle from the open side of his tin lantern upon the features of each of the slumberers until he came to his victim, when he would shake him by the shoulder and arouse him. The only drawback to this method occurred when the reflections of the corporal woke up the wrong man, who, if he happened to be one of those explosive creatures whom I have before mentioned, was not always complimentary to the intruder in his use of language. Once in a while, in making his midnight rounds, when calling the name of one of his guard through the door of the stockade, the corporal would be politely directed by someone from within, perhaps the very man he wanted, to "next tent below," and many a time this officer succeeded in getting such an innocent and unsuspecting household completely by the ears before being convinced of the joke which had been played on him, when he would return to the first tent in no enviable humor, for meanwhile the men to be relieved were chafing and sputtering away at the non-appearance of the corporal with their relief. I think there was no one minor circumstance which vexed soldiers more than tardy relief from their posts, for every minute that they waited after the expiration of their allotted time seemed to them at least 10, so that the reception which the corporal and relief received when they did arrive was likely to be far from fraternal. Speaking of the corporal of the guard reminds me of a snatch of a song which used to be sung in camp to the tune of "When Johnny Comes Marching Home." Here is the fragment. My Johnny he now a corporal is, hurrah, hurrah. My Johnny he now a corporal is, you bet he knows his regular biz, and we'll all feel gay, etc. At 8:30 p.m. the bugle again sounded "Attention," followed by the assembly about 5 minutes afterwards, and the tumbling out of the company from their evening sociables to form in line for the final roll call of the day, known as tattoo. Tattoo, for 3 buglers. But this was tattoo in the artillery. A somewhat more inspiriting call was that of the infantry, which gave the bugler quite full scope as a soloist. Here it is. Ere the last tone had died away, we could hear, when camped near enough to the infantry for the purpose, a very comical medley of names and responses coming from the several company streets of the various regiments within earshot. It was Jones, Brown, Smith, Joe Smith, Green, Gray, O'Neill, O'Reilly, O'Brien, and so on through the nationalities, only that the names were intermingled. Then the responses were replete with character. I believe it to be among the abilities of a man of close observation to write out quite at length prominent characteristics of an entire company by noting carefully the manner in which the men answer "here" at roll call. Every degree of pitch in the gamut was represented. Every degree of force had its exponent. Some answered in a low voice only to tease the sergeant and roar out a second answer when called again. There were upward slides and downward slides, guttural tones and nasal tones. Occasionally someone would answer for a messmate who was absent without leave and take his chances of being detected in the act. Darkness gave cover to much good-natured knavery. Tattoo was blown in the artillery with the company at parade rest as at reveille. The roll call and reports followed just as before, and the company was then dismissed. Well do I recall, after the lapse of more than 20 years, the melodious tones of this little bit of army music coming to our ears so consecutively from various parts of the army as to make continuous vibrations for nearly 15 minutes, softened and sweetened by varying distances, as more than 1,000 bugles gave tongue to the still and clear evening air, telling us that in the time specified 100,000 men had come out of their rude temporary homes, possibly the last ones they would ever occupy, to respond to their names and give token that though nature's pall had now overshadowed the earth, they were yet loyally at their posts awaiting further orders for their company's service. After this roll call was over, the men had half an hour in which to make their beds, put on their nightcaps, and adjust themselves for sleep, as at 9 o'clock taps was sounded, which in the artillery ran as follows. In the infantry, the bugle call for taps was identical with the tattoo call in the artillery. At its conclusion, a drummer beat a few single isolated taps, which closed the army day. At this signal, all lights must be put out, all talking and other noises cease, and every man except the guard be inside his quarters. In a previous chapter, I think I stated that the Black List caught the men who violated this regulation. Some officers enforced it with greater rigidity than others, but all must have a quiet camp. Yet here, as elsewhere, rank interposed to shield culprits from violations of military regulations, and while the private soldier was punished for burning his candle or talking to his messmate after the bugle signal, general, field staff, or line officers could and did get together and carouse and make the night turbulent with their revelry into the small hours, with no one to molest or call them to account for it, although making tenfold the disturbance ever caused by the high private after hours. Taps ended the army day for all branches of the service, and unless an alarm broke in upon the stillness of the night, the soldiers were left to their slumbers, or, what was oftener the case, to meditations on home, the length of time in months and days that they must serve before returning thither, their prospects of surviving the vicissitudes of war, of the boys who once answered roll call with them, now camped over across the dark river, or of plans for businesses or social relations to be entered upon if they should survive the war. All these and 100 other topics which furnished abundant field for air castle building would chase one another through the mind of the soldier dreamer, till his brain would grow weary, his eyes heavy, and balmy sleep would softly steal him away from a world of trouble into the realm of sweet repose and pleasant dreams.
End of Chapter 9. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Chapter 10 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raw Recruits. She asked for men, and up he spoke, my handsome and hearty Sam. I'll die for the dear old Union, if she'll take me as I am. And if a better man than he there's mother that can show, from Maine to Minnesota, then let the people know. Lucy Larcom. Many facts bearing upon the subject of this sketch have been already presented in the opening chapter, but much more remains to be told, and the reader will pardon me, I trust, for now injecting a little bit of personal history to illustrate what thousands of young men were doing at that time, and had been doing for months, as it leads up directly to the theme about to be considered. After I had obtained the reluctant consent of my father to enlist, my mother never gave hers. The next step necessary was to make selection of the organization with which to identify my fortunes. I will remember that to me eventual August evening, when that decision to enlist was arrived at. The Union Army, then under McClellan, had been driven from before Richmond in the disastrous Peninsular Campaign, and now the rebel army, under General Lee, was marching on Washington. President Lincoln had issued a call for 300,000 3-years volunteers. One evening, shortly after this call was made, I met 3 of my former schoolmates and neighbors in the chief village of the town I then called home, and, after a brief discussion of the outlook, one of the quartet challenged, or stumped, the others to enlist. The challenge was promptly accepted all around, and hands were shaken to bind the agreement. I will add in passing that 3 of the 4 stood by that agreement. The 4th was induced by increased wages to remain with his employer, although he entered the service later in the war, and bears a shell scar on his face to attest his honorable service. After the decision had been reached, not to be revoked on my part, as I fully determined, I returned to my home, and either that night or the next morning informed my father of the resolution I had taken. Instead of interposing an emphatic objection, as he had done the previous year, he said in substance, "Well, you know I do not want you to go, but it is very evident that a great many more must go, and if you have fully determined upon it, I shall not object." Having already determined upon the arm of the service which I should enter, accompanied by 3 other acquaintances of the same opinion, 2 of them the schoolfellows mentioned, I started for Cambridge, with a view of seeing Captain Porter, who was then at home recruiting for the 1st Massachusetts Battery, which he commanded, and enlisting with him, as there were at least 2 men in his company who were fellow townsmen. But we were much disappointed when the captain informed us that his company was now recruited to the number required. However, we directed our steps back to Boston without delay, and there, in the 2nd story of the old State House, enlisted in a new organization then rapidly filling. Here is a copy of a certificate still in my possession, which I was to present on enlisting. It tells its own story. Volunteer Enlistment. State of blank, town of blank. I blank, born in blank, in the state of blank, aged blank years, and by occupation a blank, do hereby acknowledge to have volunteered this blank day of blank 18 blank to serve as a soldier in the Army of the United States of America for the period of 3 years, unless sooner discharged by proper authority. Do also agree to accept such bounty, pay, rations, and clothing as are or may be established by law for volunteers. And I, do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the United States of America, and that I will serve them honestly and faithfully against all their enemies or opposers whomsoever, and that I will observe and obey the orders of the President of the United States, and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the rules and articles of war, sworn and subscribed to as this day of 18 before I certify on honor that I have carefully examined the above-named volunteer, agreeably to the general regulations of the Army, and that in my opinion he is free from all bodily defects and mental infirmity, which would, in any way, disqualify him from performing the duties of a soldier. Examining Surgeon. I certify on honor that I have minutely inspected the volunteer, previously to his enlistment, and that he was entirely sober when enlisted, that, to the best of my judgment and belief, he is of lawful age, and that, in accepting him as duly qualified to perform the duties of an able-bodied soldier, I have strictly observed the regulations which govern the recruiting service. This soldier has eyes, hair, complexion, is feet, and inches high. Regiment of Volunteers. Recruiting Officer. Declaration of Recruit. Desiring to volunteer as a soldier in the Army of the United States for the term of 3 years, do declare that I am years and months of age, that I have never been discharged from the United States service on account of disability, or by sentence of a court-martial, or by order before the expiration of a term of enlistment, and I know of no impediment to my serving honestly and faithfully as a soldier for 3 years. Given at the day of Witness. Consent in case of minor. I, do certify that I am the father of that the said is years of age, and I do hereby freely give my consent to his volunteering as a soldier in the Army of the United States for the period of 3 years, given at the day of 18 Witness. How often in later years did the disappointment I experienced in not obtaining membership in the company I had first decided upon recur to me, and how grateful I always felt for the fate which thus controlled my enlistment. For the lot of a recruit in an old company was, at the best, not an enviable one, and sometimes was made very disagreeable for him. He stood in much the same relation to the veterans of his company that the freshman in college does to the sophomores, or did when hazing was the rule and not the exception. It is to be remembered that he was utterly devoid of experience in everything which goes to make up the soldier. The details of camping, cooking, drilling, marching, fighting, etc., which put him at a disadvantage on all occasions. For this reason he easily became the butt of a large number of his company. Not all, for there were some men who were ever ready to extend sympathy and furnish information to him when they saw it was needed, and did what they could to raise him to the same general plane occupied by the old members. But many of the veterans seemed to forget how they themselves obtained their army education little by little, and so oft-times bore down on recruits with great severity. In the later years of the war, when large bounties were being paid by town, city, and state governments to encourage enlistments, these recruits were often addressed as bounty jumpers by the evil-disposed among the old members. But that term was a misnomer, unless these men proved later that they were deserving of it, for a bounty jumper was a man, I hate to call him one, who enlisted only to get the bounty, and deserted at the earliest opportunity. Recruits, it should be said, as a class, stood the abuse which was heaped upon them with much greater serenity of temper than they should have done, and indeed, so anxious were they to win favor with the veterans, and to earn the right to be called and passed for old soldiers, that they generally bore indignities without turning upon their assailants. The term recruit in the mouth of a veteran was a very reproachful one, but after one good brush with the enemy it was dropped, if the new men behaved well under fire. In fact, those who abused the recruits most were themselves as a rule the most unreliable in action, and the greatest shirks when on camp duty. When a detail made up of recruits and veterans was sent with the wagons for wood, the recruits would be patted on the back by their wily associates, and cajoled into doing most of the chopping, and then challenged to lift the heaviest end of the logs into the wagons, which they seldom refused to do. In the artillery, it usually fell to their lot to care for the spare and used-up horses, not from any intention of imposing upon them, but because cannoneers and drivers had their regular tasks to perform, and all recruits entering the artillery began as spare men, and worked up from the position of private to that of the highest private, a cannoneer. They always came to camp flush with money, and received every encouragement from the bummers of the company to spend it freely. If they did not do this, they were in a degree ostracized, and their lot made much harder. When their boxes of goodies arrived from home, the lion's share went to the old hands. If the recruit did not give it to them, the meanest of them would steal it when he was away on detail. Then all sorts of games were played on recruits by men who liked nothing so well as a practical joke. I recall the case of a young man in my own company who had just arrived, and having been to the quartermaster for his outfit of clothing and equipments, was asked by one of the practical jokers why he did not get his umbrella. "Do they furnish an umbrella?" he asked. "Why, certainly," said his persecutor, unblushingly. "It's just like that fraud of a quartermaster to Jew a recruit out of a part of his outfit, to sell for his own benefit. Go back and demand your umbrella of him, and a good one, too." And the poor beguiled recruit returned to the quartermaster in high dudgeon at the imagined attempt to swindle him, only to find, after a little breeze, that he had been victimized by one of the practical jokers of the camp. There were at least two kinds of recruits to be found in every squad that arrived in camp. One of these classes was made up of modest, straightforward men who accepted their new situation with its deprivations gracefully, and brought no sugar plums to camp with which to ease their entrance into stern life on government fare and the hardships of government service. They wore the government clothing as it was furnished them, from the unshapely, uncomely forage cap to the shoddy, inelastic sock. It mattered not to them that the limited stock of the quartermaster furnished nothing that fitted them. They accepted what he tendered cheerfully, believing it to be all right, and seemed as happy, as much at ease in a wilderness of overcoat and breeches as others did who had been artistically renovated by the company tailor. But they were none the less ludicrous and unsoldierly sights to look upon in such rigs, and after a while would see themselves as others saw them, and spruce up somewhat. These men drew their army rations to the full, not slighting the salt horse, which I have intimated was rarely taken by old soldiers. They found no fault when detailed for fatigue duty, were always ready to learn, and in every way seemed anxious only to do the proper thing to be done, hoping by such a course to win a speedy and easy ascent to the plane of importance occupied by the veterans. And this course undoubtedly did much to give them caste in the eyes of the latter. Unlike these men in many particulars was the other class of recruits. This latter class was not modest or retiring in demeanor. Its members came to camp in a uniform calculated to provoke impertinent remarks from the old vets. Their caps were from the store of a professional hatter, and the numbers and emblem on the crown were of silver and gilt instead of homely brass. Their clothing was generally custom-made. The pantaloons in particular were not only made to fit well, but were of the finest material obtainable. Much unlike the government shoddy which covered the old veteran, and through whose meshes peas of ordinary caliber would almost rattle. Then their boots, such masterpieces of elegance and extravagance, of the cavalry pattern, reaching above the knee, almost doing away with the necessity for pantaloons, sometimes of plain-grained leather, sometimes of enameled, elaborately stitched and stamped, but always seeming to mark their occupant as a man of note and distinction among his comrades. They seemed a sort of fortification about their owner, protecting him from too close contact with his vulgar surroundings. Alas, it never required more than one day's hard march in these dashing appendages to humble their possessor so much that he would evacuate in as good order as possible when camp was reached, if not compelled to before. Their underwear was such as the common herd did not use in service. Their shirts were boiled, that is, white ones, or, if woolen, were of some load, checkered pattern, only less conspicuous than the flag which they had sworn to defend. In brief, their general make-up would have stamped them as military dudes, had such a class of creatures been then extant. Of course, it was their privilege to wear whatever did not conflict with army regulations, but I am giving the impressions they made on the minds of the old soldiers. As for government rations, they scoffed at them so long as there was $1 of bounty left, and a sutler within reach of camp to spend it with. But when the treasury was exhausted, they were disconsolate indeed, and wished that the wicked war was over with all their hearts. On fatigue duty they were useless at first, and the old soldiers made their lot an unhappy one. But by dint of bulldozing and an abundance of hard service, most of them got their fine sentimental notions pretty well knocked out before they had been many weeks in camp. The sergeants into whose hands they were put for instruction did not spare them, keeping them hard at work until the recall from drill. It was fun in the artillery to see one of these dainty men, on his first arrival, put in charge of a pair of spare horses. Spare enough, too, usually. It was expected of him that he would groom, feed, and water them. As it often happened that such a man had no experience in the care of horses, he would naturally approach the subject with a good deal of awe. When the watering call blew, therefore, and the bridles and horses were pointed out to him by the sergeant, the fun began. Taking the bridle, he would look first at it, then at the horse, as if in doubt which end of him to put it on. In going to water, the drivers always bridled the horse which they rode, and led the other by the halter. But our unfledged soldier seemed innocent of all proper information. For the first day or two he would lead his charges. Then, as his courage grew with acquaintance, he would finally mount the near one, and with his legs crooked up like a V, cling for dear life until he got his lesson learned in this direction. But all the time that he was getting initiated, he was a ridiculous object to observers. The drilling of raw recruits of both the classes mentioned was no small part of the trials that fell to the lot of billeted officers, for they got hold of some of the crookedest sticks to make straight military men of that the country, or rather countries, produced. Not the least among the obstacles in the way of making good soldiers of them was the fact that the recruits of 1864 and 1865 in particular included many who would neither speak nor understand a word of English. In referring to the disastrous battle of Reams Station, not long since the late General Hannock told me that the 20th Massachusetts Regiment had received an accession of about 200 German recruits only 2 or 3 days before the battle. Not one of them could understand the orders of their commanding officers. It can be easily imagined how much time and patience would be required to mold such subjects as those into intelligent, reliable soldiery. But outside of this class there were scores of men that spoke English who would hayfoot every time when they should strawfoot. They were incorrigibles in almost every military respect. Whenever they were out with a squad, usually the awkward squad, for drill, they made business lively enough for the sergeant in charge. When they stood in the rear rank, their loftiest ambition seemed to be to walk up the backs of their file leaders, and then they would insist that it was the file leaders who were out of step. Members of the much-abused front rank often had occasion to wish that the regulation 13 inches from breast to back might be extended to as many feet. But when the march was backward in line, these front rank men would get square with their persecutors in the rear. To see such men attempt to change step while marching was no mean show. I can think of nothing more apt to compare it with than the game of hopscotch, in which the player hops first on one foot, then on both, or to the blue jay, which, in uttering some of its notes, jumps up and down on the limb, and if such a squad under full headway were surprised with the sudden command to halt, they went all to pieces. It was no easy task to align them, for each man had a line of his own, and they would crane their heads out to see the buttons on the breast of the second man, to such an extent that the sergeant might have exclaimed, with the Irish sergeant under like circumstances, "Oh, begorra, what's a bintero? Come out here, lads, and take a look at yourselves." The awkward squad excelled equally in the infantry manual of arms. Indeed, they displayed more real individuality here, I think, than in the marchings, probably because it was the more noticeable. At a shoulder, their muskets pointed at all angles, from 45 degrees to a vertical. In the attempt to change to a carry, a part of them would drop their muskets. At an order, no two of the butts reached the ground together, and if a man could not always drop his musket on his own toe, he was a pretty correct shot with it on the toe of his neighbor. But, with all their awkwardness and slowness at becoming acquainted with the soldier's duties, the recruits of the earlier years in time of need behaved manfully. They made a poor exhibition on dress parade, but could generally be counted on when more serious work was in hand. Sometimes, when they made an unusually poor display on drill or parade, they were punished, unjustly it may have been, for what they could not help, by being subjected to the knapsack drill, of which I have already spoken. It was a prudential circumstance that the war came to an end when it did, for the quality of the material that was sent to the army in 1864 and 1865 was for the most part of no credit or value to any arm of the service. The period of enlistments from promptings of patriotism had gone by, and the man who entered the army solely from mercenary motives was of little or no assistance to the army when it was in need of valiant men, so that the chief burden and responsibility of the closing wrestle for the mastery necessarily fell largely on the shoulders of the men who bared their breasts for the first time in 1861, 62, and 63. I have thus far spoken of a recruit in the usual sense of a man enlisted to fill a vacancy in an organization already in the field. But this seems the proper connection in which to say something of the experiences of a man who enlisted with original regiments, and went out with the same in 61 and 62. In many respects, their education was obtained under as great adversity as fell to the lot of recruits. In some respects, I think their lot was harder. They knew absolutely nothing of war. They were stirred by patriotic impulse to enlist and crush out treason, and hurl back at once in the teeth of the enemy the charge of cowardice and accept their challenge to the arbitrament of war. These patriots planned just two moves for the execution of this desire. First, to enlist, to join some company or regiment. Second, to have that regiment transferred at once to the immediate front of the rebels, where they could fight it out and settle the troubles without delay. Their intense fervor to do something right away to humble the haughty enemy made them utterly unmindful that they must first go to school and learn the art of war from its very beginnings. And right at that point their sorrows began. I think the greatest cross they bore consisted in being compelled to settle down in home camps, and some regiments did for months, waiting to be sent off. Here they were in sight of home in many cases, yet outside of its comforts to a large extent. Soldiers, yet out of danger, bidding their friends a tender adieu today, because they are to leave them, perhaps forever, tomorrow. But the morrow comes, and finds them still in camp. Yes, there were soldiers who bade their friends a long goodbye in the morning, and started for camp expecting that very noon or afternoon to leave for the tented field, but who at night returned again to spend a few hours more at the homestead, as the departure of the regiment had been unexpectedly deferred. The soldiers underwent a great deal of wear and tear from false alarms of this kind, owing to various reasons. Sometimes the regiment failed to depart because it was not full. Sometimes it was awaiting its field officers. Sometimes complete equipments were not to be had. Sometimes it was delayed to join an expedition not yet ready. And thus, in one way or other, the men and their friends were kept long on the tiptoe of expectation. Whenever a rumor became prevalent that the regiment was surely going to leave on a certain day near at hand, straightway there was an exodus from camp for home, some obtaining a furlough, but more going without one, to take another touching leave all around, for the dozenth time perhaps. Many of those who lived too far away to be sure of returning in time remained in camp and telegraphed friends to meet them at some large center as they passed through on the specified day, which of course the friends faithfully tried to do, and succeeded if the regiment set forth as rumored. I said that many soldiers went home without furloughs. There was a camp guard hemming in every rendezvous for troops with which I was familiar, but no sentinel could see a man cross his beat if he did not look at him, and this few of them did. Indeed, many of the sentinels themselves, as soon as they were posted and the relieving squad were out of sight, stuck their inverted muskets into the ground, and decamped, either for their 2 hours or for the day, and took their chances of being brought to answer for it. The fact is, the men of 61 and 62 wanted to go to war, and whether they left the camp with or without leave, they were sure to return to it. This fact was quite generally understood by their superiors. This home camp life seemed interesting to look back upon. Hundreds of men did not spend one day in 6 in camp. They came often enough to have it known that they had not deserted, and then flitted again. But other hundreds conscientiously remained. The company streets on every pleasant day were radiant with the costumes of fair women and brave men to be. On such a day a young man sauntering along the parade, or winding in and out of the various company streets, the willing prisoner of one or more interesting young women, his sisters perhaps, or somebody else's, walked, the envy of the men who had no such friends to enliven their camp life, or whose friends were too far away to visit them. If these latter men secured an introduction to such a party, it tempered their loneliness somewhat. And if such a party entered a tent and joined in the social round, it made a merry gathering while they tarried. But there were other promenaders whose passing aroused no emotions of envy. The husband and father attended by the loving wife and mother, whose brow had already begun to wear that sober aspect arising from a forecasting of the future, seeing, possibly, in the contingencies of war, herself a widow, her children fatherless, dependent on her own unaided hands for all of this world's comforts, which must be provided for the helplessness of childhood and youth. The husband, too, leading his boy or girl by the hand as he walks, is not unmindful of the risks he has assumed, or the comforts he must sacrifice, but his hand is on the plow, and he will not turn back. Another interesting party often to be seen in the company street comprised a father, mother, and son, perhaps an only boy who had volunteered for the war. Their reluctance at the step which he had taken was manifested by turns in their looks, words, and acts. But while he remained in the state, they must be with him as much as possible. See that carpet bag which the mother opens as they take a seat on the straw in the son's tent? Notice the solicitude which she betrays as she takes out one comfort or convenience after another. The socks for cold weather, the woolens to ward off fever and ague, the medicine to antidote foul water, the little roll of bandages which may he never have occasion for, the dozen other comforts that he ought to be provided with, including some goodies which he had better take along, if the regiment should chance to go in a day or two. And so she loads him up, God bless her, utterly unmindful that the government has already provided him with more than he can carry very far with his unaided strength. Then the camps were full of peddlers of Yankee notions, which soldiers were supposed to stand in need of. I shall refer to some of these in another connection. The lesson of submission to higher military authority was a hard one for free, honest American citizens to learn, and while learning it, they chafed tremendously. It was difficult for them to realize the difference between men with shoulder straps and without them. In fact, they would not realize it for a long time. When the straps crowned the soldiers of social inferiors, submission to such authority was at times degrading indeed. I have already touched upon this subject, but the most judicious code of military discipline, even if administered by an accomplished officer of estimable character, would have met with vigorous opposition for a time from these impetuous and hitherto untrammeled American citizens. Fortunately for them, perhaps, but unfortunately for the service, the line officers were men of their own selection, their neighbors and friends, who had met them as equals on all occasions. But now, if such an officer attempted to enforce the authority conferred by his rank, in the interest of better drill or discipline, he was at once charged by his late equals with showing off his authority, putting on airs, feeling above his fellows, and letters written home advertised him as a miniature tyrant, etc., which made his position a very uncomfortable one to hold for a time. But this condition of affairs wore away soon after troops left the state, when the necessity for rigid discipline became apparent to every man, and when the private soldier saw that his captain was held responsible by the colonel for uncleanly quarters or arms, or unsoldierly and ill-disciplined men, the colonel in turn being held to accountability by his next superior, the growls grew less frequent or were aimed at the government rather than the captain, and the growlers began to settle down and accept the inevitable, taking lessons in something new every day. It will be readily seen, I think, that the men composing the earliest regiments and batteries had also their trials to endure, and they were many, for not only they but their superiors were learning by rough experience the art of war. They were, in a sense, achieving greatness, while the recruits had greatness thrust upon them, often at short notice. Furthermore, recruits from the latter part of 1862 forward went out with a knowledge of much which they must undergo in the line of hardship and privation, which the first rallies had to learn by actual experience. And while it may be said that it took more courage for men to go with the stern facts of actual war confronting them than when its realities were unknown to them, yet it is also true that many of these later enlistments were made under the advantage of pecuniary and other inducements, without which many would not have been made. For patriotism, unstimulated by hope of reward, saw high water mark in 1861, and rapidly receded in succeeding years, so that whereas men enlisted in 1861 and early in 62 because they wanted to go, and without hope of reward, later in 62, towns and individuals began to offer bounties to stimulate lagging enlistments, varying in amounts from $10 to $300, and increased in 63 and 64, until, by the addition of state bounties, a recruit enlisting for a year received in the fall of 64 from $700 to $1,000 in some instances. It was this large bounty which led old veterans to haze recruits in many ways. Of course, there was no justification for their doing it, only as the recruits in some instances provoked it. There was a song composed during the war entitled "The Raw Recruit," sung to the tune of Abraham's Daughter, which I am wholly unable to recall, but a snatch of the first verse, or its parody, ran about as follows: I'm a raw recruit with a brand new suit, $900 bounty, and I've done come down from Darby Town to fight for Oxford County. The name of the town and county were varied to suit the circumstances. In 1863, a draft was ordered to fill the ranks of the army, as volunteers did not come forward rapidly enough to meet the exigencies of the service. Men of means, if drafted, hired a substitute, as allowed by law, to go in their stead, when patriotism failed to set them in motion. Many of these substitutes did good service, while others became deserters immediately after enlisting. Conscription was never more unpopular than when enforced upon American citizens at this time. Here is a suggestive extract from a rhyme of that period, entitled "The Substitute." A friend stepped up to me one day. These are the words that he did say: $1,000 to you I'll owe, if in my place to war you'll go. $1,000, done, says I, 'twill help to keep my family. I soon was clothed in a soldier's suit, and off to war as a substitute. To a conscript camp first I was sent, and to the barracks my steps I bent. I saw many there who wore blue suits, and learned they were all substitutes. Then orders came for us to go, way down where blood like rivers flow. When the soldiers saw me, they yelled, "Recruit! Why did you come as a substitute?" End of Chapter 10. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 11 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Special rations, boxes from home, Sutlers. Can we all forget the bills on Sutlers' ledger haply yet, which we feared he would remember, and we hoped he would forget? May we not recall the morning when the foe were threatening harm, and the trouble chiefly bruiting was, the coffee isn't warm? Professor S.B. Sumner. If there was a red-letter day to be found anywhere in the army life of a soldier, it occurred when he was the recipient of a box sent to him by the dear ones and friends he left to enter the service. Whenever it became clear, or even tolerably clear, that the army was likely to make pause in one place for at least 2 or 3 weeks, straightway the average soldier mailed a letter home to mother, father, wife, sister, or brother, setting forth in careful detail what he should like to have sent in a box at the earliest possible moment, and stating with great precision the address that must be put on the cover in order to have it reach its destination safely. Here is a specimen address: Sergeant John J. Smith, Company A, 19th Mass. Regiment, 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, 2nd Corps, Army of the Potomac, Stevensburg, Virginia. Care Captain James Brown. As a matter of fact, much of this address was unnecessary, and the box would have arrived just as soon and safely if the address had only included the name, company, and regiment, with Washington, D.C. added, for everything was forwarded from that city to Army headquarters, and thence distributed through the Army. But the average soldier wanted to make a sure thing of it, and so told the whole story. The boxes sent were usually of good size, often either a shoe case or a common soap box, and were rarely, if ever, less than a peck in capacity. As to the contents, I find on the back of an old envelope a partial list of such articles ordered at some period in the service. I give them as they stand, to wit: round-headed nails, for the heels of boots; hatchet, to cut kindlings, tent poles, etc.; pudding, turkey, pickles, onions, pepper, paper, envelopes, stockings, potatoes, chocolate, condensed milk, sugar, broma, butter, sauce, preservative, for the boots; The quantity of the articles to be sent was left to the discretion of thoughtful and affectionate parents. In addition to the above, such a list was likely to contain an order for woolen shirts, towels, a pair of boots made to order, some needles, thread, buttons, and yarn, in a line of dry goods, and a boiled ham, tea, cheese, cake, preserve, etc., for edibles. As would naturally be expected, articles for the repair and solace of the inner man received most consideration in making out such a list. How often the wise calculations of the soldier were rudely dashed to earth by the army being ordered to move before the time when the box should arrive, and how his mouth watered as he read over the invoice, which had already reached him by mail, describing with great minuteness of detail all the delicacies he had ordered, and many more that kind and loving hearts and thoughtful minds had put in. For the neighborhood generally was interested when it became known that a box was making up to send to a soldier, and each one must contribute some token of kindly remembrance for the enjoyment of the faraway boy in blue. But the thought that some of these good things might spoil before the army would again come to a standstill came upon the veteran now and then with crushing force. Still, he must needs endure and take the situation as coolly as possible. It was a little annoying to have every box opened and inspected at brigade or regimental headquarters, to assure that no intoxicating liquors were smuggled into camp in that way, especially if one was not addicted to their use. There was many a growl uttered by men who had lost their little pint or quart bottle of some choice stimulating beverage, which had been confiscated from a box as contraband of war, although the sender had marked it with an innocent name, in the hope of passing it through unsuspected and uninspected. Yet the inspectors were often baffled. A favorite ruse was to have the bottle introduced into a well-roasted turkey, a place that no one would for a moment suspect of containing such unique stuffing. In such a case the bottle was introduced into the bird empty, and filled after the cooking was completed, the utmost care being taken to cover up all marks of its presence. Some would conceal it in a tin can of small cakes. Others inserted it in a loaf of cake, through a hole cut in the bottom. One member of my company had some whiskey sent for his enjoyment, sealed up in a tin can. But when the box was nailed up, a nail was driven into the can, so that the owner found only an empty can and a generally diffused odor of departed spirits, pervading the entire contents of food and raiment which the box contained. It was really vexing to have one's knickknacks and dainties overhauled by strangers under any circumstances, and all the more so when the box contained no proscribed commodity. Besides, the boxes were so nicely packed that it was next to impossible for the inspector to return all the contents, having once removed them, and he often made more or less of a jumble in attempting to do so. I think I must have had as many boxes sent as the average among the soldiers, and simple justice to those who had the handling of them requires me to state that I never missed a single article from them, and, barring the breakage of 2 or 3 bottles, which may or may not have been the fault of the opener, the contents were always undamaged. Sometimes the boxes were sent directly from brigade headquarters to the headquarters of each company without inspection, and there only those were opened whose owners were known to imbibe freely on occasion. The boxes came, when they came at all, by wagon loads, mule teams of the company going after them. I have already intimated that none were sent to the army when it was on the move or when a campaign was imminent, and as these moves were generally foreshadowed with tolerable accuracy, the men were likely to send their orders home at about the same time, and so they would receive their boxes together. In this way it happened that they came to camp by wagon loads, and a happier, lighter-hearted body of men than those who were gathered around the wagons could not have been found in the service. I mean now those who were the fortunate recipients of a box, for there was always a second party on hand who did not expect a box, but who were on the spot to offer congratulations to the lucky ones. Perhaps these would receive an invitation to quarters to see the box unpacked. This may seem a very tantalizing invitation for them to accept, but, nevertheless, next to being the owner of the prize, it was most entertaining to observe what someone else was to enjoy. I think the art of box packing must have culminated during the war. It was simply wonderful, delightfully so, to see how each little corner and crevice was utilized, not stuffed with paper by those who understood their business, thus wasting space, but filled with a potato, an apple, an onion, a pinch of dried apples, a handful of peanuts, or some other edible substance. These and other articles filled the crannies between carefully wrapped glass jars, or bottles of toothsome preserves, or boxes of butter, or cans of condensed milk, or well-roasted chickens, and the turkey that each box was wont to contain. If there was a new pair of boots among the contents, the feet were filled with little notions of convenience. Then there was likely to be, amid all the other merchandise already specified, a roll of bandages and lint for the much feared but unhoped-for contingency of battle. It added greatly to the pleasures of the investigator to come now and then upon a nicely wrapped package, labeled, "From Mary, from Cousin John," and perhaps a dozen other relatives, neighbors, schoolmates, or shopmates, most of which contributions were delicious surprises, and many of them accompanied by notes of personal regard and good wishes. There were some men in every company who had no one at home to remember them in this tender and appreciative manner, and as they sat or stood by the hero of a box, and saw one article after another taken out and unwrapped, each speaking so eloquently of the boxing care and thoughtful remembrance of kindred or friends, they were moved by mingled feelings of pleasure and sadness, pleasure at their comrade's good fortune, and downright enjoyment of his treasure, and sadness at their own lonely condition, with no one to remember them in this pleasant manner, and often would fill their eyes with tears by the contrast of their own situation with the pleasant scene before them. But these men were generally remembered by a liberal donation whenever a box came to camp. Still, there were selfish men in every company, and if they were selfish by nature, the war, I think, had a tendency to make them more so. Such men would keep their precious box and its precious contents away from sight, smell, and taste of all outsiders. It was a little world to them, and all their own. "Send for a box yourself, if you want one," appeared in their every look, and often found expression in words. As a boy I have seen a schoolmate munching an apple before now with 2 or 3 of his less favored acquaintances wistfully watching and begging for the core. But the men of whom I speak never had any core to their apples. They absorbed everything that was sent them. I knew one man who, I think, came uncomfortably near belonging to this class of soldiers. The first box he ever received contained among other delicacies about a peck of raw onions. Before these onions had been reached in this man's consumption of the contents of his box, a move was ordered. What was to be done? It was one of the trying moments of his life. 19 out of every 20 men, if not 99 out of every 100, would at this 11th hour have set them outside of the tent and said, "Here they are, boys, take hold and help yourselves." But not he. He was the 100th man, the exception. So, packing them up with some old clothes, he at once expressed them back to his house. But, as I have intimated, such men were few in number, and while war made this class more selfish, yet its community of hardship and danger and suffering developed sympathy and large-hearted generosity among the rank and file generally, and they shared freely with their less fortunate but worthy companions. Nothing, to my mind, better illustrates the fraternity developed in the army than the following poem composed by Private Miles O'Reilly. "We've drank from the same canteen. There are bonds of all sorts in this world of ours, fetters of friendship and ties of flowers, and true lovers' knots, I ween. The girl and the boy are bound by a kiss, but there's never a bond, old friend, like this. We have drank from the same canteen." It was sometimes water, and sometimes milk, and sometimes applejack, fine as silk. But whatever the tipple has been, we shared it together, in bane or bliss. And I warm to you, friend, when I think of this, we have drank from the same canteen. The rich and the great sit down to dine, and they quaff to each other in sparkling wine, from glasses of crystal and green. But I guess in their golden potations they miss the warmth of regard to be found in this: we have drank from the same canteen. We have shared our blankets and tents together, and have marched and fought in all kinds of weather. And hungry and full we have been, had days of battle and days of rest. But the memory I cling to and love the best, we have drank from the same canteen. For when wounded I lay on the outer slope, with my blood flowing fast, and had little to hope, upon which my faint spirit could lean. Oh, then I remember you crawled to my side, and bleeding so fast, it seemed both must have died. We drank from the same canteen. But I will now leave this, to me deeply interesting theme, and introduce the Army Sutler. This personage played a very important part as quartermaster extraordinary to the soldiers. He was not an enlisted man, only a civilian. By army regulations, sutlers could be appointed at the rate of one for every regiment, corps, or separate detachment, by the commanding officer of such regiment, corps, or detachment, subject to the approval of higher authority. These persons made a business of suttling or supplying food and various collection of other articles to the troops. Each regiment was supplied with one of these traders, who pitched his hospital tent near camp, and displayed his wares in a manner most enticing to the needs of the soldier. The sutler was of necessity both a dry goods dealer and a grocer, and kept, besides, such other articles as were likely to be called for in the service. He made his chief reliance, however, a stock of goods that answered the demands of the stomach. He had a line of canned goods, which he sold mostly for use in officers' messes. The canning of meats, fruits, and vegetables was then in its infancy, and the prices, which in time of peace were high, by the demands of war were so inflated that the highest of high privates could not aspire to sample them unless he was the child of wealthy parents, who kept him supplied with a stock of scrip or greenbacks. It can readily be seen that his $13 a month, or even $16, to which the pay was advanced June 20, 1864, through the efforts of Henry Wilson, who strove hard to make it $21, would not hold out a great while to patronize an army sutler, and hundreds of the soldiers, when the paymaster came round, had the pleasure of signing away the entire amount due them, whether 2, 3, or 4 months' pay, to settle claims of the sutler upon them. Here are a few of his prices as I remember them. Butter, warranted to be rancid, $1 a pound. Cheese, 50 cents a pound. Condensed milk, 75 cents a can. Navy tobacco of the blackest sort, $1.25 a plug. Other than the milk, I do not remember any of the prices of canned goods. The investment that seemed to pay the highest dividend to the purchaser was the molasses cakes or cookies, which the sutlers vended at the rate of 6 for a quarter. They made a pleasant and not too rich or expensive dessert when hardtack got to be a burden. Then one could buy sugar or molasses or flour of them, though at a higher price than the commissary charged for the same articles. The commissary, I think I have explained, was an officer in charge of government rations. From him quartermasters obtained their supplies for the rank and file, on a written requisition given by the commander of a regiment or battery. He also sold supplies for officers' messes at cost price, and also to members of the rank and file, if they presented an order signed by a commissioned officer. Towards the end of the war, sutlers kept self-raising flour, which they sold in packages of a few pounds. This the men bought quite generally to make into fritters or pancakes. It would have pleased the celebrated $4,000 crook at the Parker House in Boston could he have seen the men cook these fritters. The mixing was a simple matter, as water was the only addition which the flour required, but the fun was in the turning. A little experience enabled a man to turn them without the aid of a knife by first giving the fry pan a little toss upward and forward. This threw the cake out and over, to be caught again, the uncooked side shown, all in a half second. But the miscalculations and mishaps experienced in performing this piece of culinary detail were numerous and amusing, many a cake being dropped into the fire, or taken by a sudden puff of wind, just as it got edgewise in the air, and whisked into the dirt. Then the Sutlers' pies. Who can forget them? Moist and indigestible below, tough and indestructible above, with untold horrors within. The most mysterious products that he kept. I have yet to see the soldier who can furnish a correct analysis of what they were made from. Fortunately for the dealer, it mattered very little as to that, for the soldiers were used to mystery in all its forms, and the pies went down by hundreds. Price, 25 cents each. Not very high, it is true, compared with other edibles, but they were small and thin, though for the matter of thickness several times the amount of such stuffing could have added but little to the cost. I have said that these army merchants were dry goods dealers. The only articles which would come under this head that I now remember of seeing were army regulation hats, cavalry boots, flannels, socks, and suspenders. They were not allowed to keep liquors, and any one of them found guilty of this act straightway lost his permit to settle for the troops if nothing worse happened to him. I am of the opinion that the sutlers did not always receive the consideration that they deserved. Owing to the high prices which they asked the soldiers for their goods, the belief found ready currency that they were a little better than extortioners, and I think that the name sutler today calls up in the minds of the old soldiers a man who would not enlist and shoulder his musket, but who was better satisfied to take his pack of goods and get his living out of the soldiers who were doing his fighting for him. But there is something to be said on the other side. In the first place, he filled a need recognized long before the rebellion by army regulations. Such a personage was considered a convenience, if not a necessity, at military posts and in campaigns, and certain privileges were accorded him. In the second place, no soldier was compelled to patronize him, and yet I question whether there was a man in the service any great length of time, within easy reach of one of these traders, who did not patronize him more or less. In the third place, when one carefully considers the expense of transporting his goods to the army, the wastage of the same from exposure to the weather, the cost of frequent removals, and the risk he carried of losing his stock of goods in case of a disaster to the army, added to the constant increase in the cost of the necessaries of life, of which the soldiers were not cognizant. I do not believe that sutlers as a class can be justly accused of overcharging. I have seen one of these merchants since the war, who seemed seized with the fullest appreciation of the worth of his own services to the country, and with an innocent earnestness most refreshing, applied for membership in the Grand Army of the Republic, into which only men who have an honorable discharge from the government are admitted. There undoubtedly were Shylocks among them, and they often had a hard time of it, and this leads me to speak of another risk that sutlers had to assume, the risk of being raided or cleaned out, to quote the language of the expressive army slang. This meant the secret organization of a party of men in a regiment to fall upon a sutler in the darkness of night, throw down his tent, help themselves liberally to whatever they wanted, and then get back speedily and quietly to quarters. It did not do to carry stolen goods to the tents, for the next day was likely to see a detachment of men, accompanied by the sutler, searching the quarters for the missing property. Sometimes this raiding was done in a spirit of mischief, by unprincipled men, sometimes to get satisfaction for what they considered his exorbitant charges. Sometimes the officers of a regiment sympathized in such a movement, if they thought the Sutlers' exactions deserved a rebuke. When this was the case, it was no easy task to find the criminals, for the officers were very blind and stupid, or, if the culprits were detected, they were quietly reminded that they were foolish enough to get caught, they must suffer the penalty. But Sutlers, like other people, profited by the teachings of experience, and, if they had faults, soon mended them, so that late in the war they really found it necessary to beg deliverance from their friends. The following incident came under my own knowledge in the winter of '64, while the artillery brigade of the 3rd Corps lay encamped in the edge of a pine woods near Brandy Station, Virginia, just in rear of the 10th Battery Camp near company headquarters. The brigade sutler had erected his tent, and every wagon load of his supplies passed through the camp under the eyes of anyone who cared to take note. A load of this description was thus inspected on a particular occasion, and while the wagon was standing in front of the tent, waiting to be unloaded, and without special guarding an always thirsty veteran stole up to it, seized upon a case of whiskey, said to have been destined for a battery commander, and was off in a jiffy. Less than 3 minutes elapsed before the case was missed. At once the captain of the company was notified, who immediately gave his instructions to the officer of the day. The bugler blew the assembly, summoning every man into line, and every man had to be there, or be otherwise strictly accounted for by his sergeant. What it all meant, no one apparently knew. Meanwhile, 2 lieutenants and the orderly were carrying on a thorough search of the men's quarters. When it was completed, the orderly returned to the line, and the company was dismissed, in a curious frame of mind as to the cause of all the stir. This soon leaked out, as did also the fact that no trace of the missing property had been discovered. All was again quiet along the Potomac, except when the culprit and his coterie waxed a little noisy over imbibitions of ardent mysteriously obtained, and not until after the close of the war was the mystery made clear. It seems that as soon as he had seized his prize, he passed swiftly down through the camp in the picket rope, where the horses were tied, and there, at a pile of manure thrown up behind them, quickly concealed the case, and at the bugle signal was prompted to fall into the line. Under cover of darkness, the same night, the plunder was taken from the manure heap and carried to a hill in front of the camp, where it was buried in a manner which would not disclose it to the casual traveler, yet leave it easily accessible to its unlawful possessor, and here he resorted periodically for a fresh supply until it was exhausted. I have quoted a few of the prices charged by Sutlers. Here are a few of the prices paid by people in Richmond during the latter part of the war in Confederate money. Potatoes, $80 a bushel. A chicken, $50. Shad, $50 per pair. Beef, $15 a pound. Bacon, $20 a pound. Butter, $20 a pound. Flour, $1,500 a barrel. Meal, $140 a bushel. Beans, $65 a bushel. Cow peas, $80 a bushel. Hard wood, $50 a cord. Green pine, $80 a cord. And $1 in gold was worth $100 in Confederate money. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 12 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Foraging. Can we all forget the foraging the boys were prone to do, as with problematic rations we were marching Dixie through, and the dulcet screech of Chanticleer, or the soothing squeal of swine, when occurred the grateful halt or brief excursion from the line? Professor S.B. Sumner. There was one other source from which soldiers, at least some soldiers, replenished their larder, or added to its variety. The means employed to accomplish this end was known as foraging, which is generally understood to mean a seeking after food, whether for man or beast, and appropriating to one's own use whatever is found in this line, wheresoever it is found in an enemy's country. It took the army some time to adopt this mode of increasing its stores. This arose from the fact that early in the war many of the prominent government and military officers thought that a display of force with consideration shown the enemy's property would win the South back to their allegiance to the Union, but that if, on the other hand, they devastated property and appropriated personal effects, it would only embitter the enemy, unite them more solidly, and greatly prolong the war. So that for many months after war began, Northern troops were prohibited from seizing fence rails, poultry, swine, straw, or any similar merchandise in which they might under some circumstances feel a personal interest. And whenever straw stacks and fences were appropriated by order of commanding officers, certificates to that effect were given the owners, who might expect at some time to be reimbursed. But the rebellion waxed apace and outgrew all possibility of certificating everybody whose property was entered upon or absorbed. And furthermore, it came to be known that many who had received certificates were in collusion with the enemy, so that the issuance of these receipts gradually grew beautifully less. Then there was another obstacle in the way of a general adoption of foraging as an added means of support. It was the presence in the army of a large number of men who had learned the 10 Commandments, and could not, with their early training and education, look upon this taking to themselves the possession of others without license as any different from stealing. These soldiers would neither forage nor share in the fruits of foraging. It can be readily imagined, then, that when one of this class commanded a regiment, the diversion of foraging was not likely to be very general with his men. But as the war wore on, and it became more evident that such tender regard for rebel property only strengthened the enemy and weakened the cause of the Union, conscientious scruples stepped to the rear, and the soldier who had them at the end of the war was a curiosity indeed. There are some phases of this question of foraging which at this late day may be calmly considered, and the right and wrong of it carefully weighed. In the first place, international law declares that in a hostile section an army may save its rations and live off the country. To the large majority of the soldiers, this would be sufficient warrant for them to appropriate from the enemy whatever they had a present liking for in the line of provisions. If all laws were based on absolute justice, the one quoted would settle the question finally, and leave nothing as an objection to foraging. But while the majority make the laws, the consciences and convictions of the minority are not changed thereby. Each man's conscience must be a final law unto himself. It is well for it to be so. I only enlarge upon this for a moment to show that on all moral questions every intelligent man must in a measure make his own law, having conscience as a guide. The view which the average soldier took was, as already intimated, in harmony with the international law quoted. This view was, in substance, that the people of the South were in a state of rebellion against the government, notwithstanding that they had been duly warned to desist from war and to return to their allegiance, that they had therefore forfeited all claim to whatever property the soldier chose to appropriate, that this was one of the risks they assumed when they raised the banner of secession, that for this and perhaps other reasons they should be treated just as a foreign nation waging war against the United States, all of which may seem plausible at first view. And indeed it may be said just here that if the soldiers had always despoiled the enemy to supply their own pressing personal needs, or if they had always taken or destroyed only those things which could be of service to the enemy in the prosecution of the war, the arguments against foraging would be considerably weakened. But the authority to forage carried with it also the exercise of the office of judge and jury, from which there was no appeal. If the owner of a lot of corn or poultry was to protest against losing it on the ground that he was a Unionist, Unless the proof was at hand, he would lose his case, that is, his corn and chickens. However sincere he may have been, it was not possible for him to establish his Union sentiments at short notice. Indeed, so many who really were secesh claimed to be good Union men, it came latterly to be assumed that the victim was playing a false role on all such occasions, and so the soldiers went straight for the plunder, heeding no remonstrances. Without doubt, hundreds of Union men throughout the South suffered losses in this way, which, if their loyalty could have been clearly shown, they would have been spared. A good deal of the foraging, while unauthorized and forbidden by commanding officers, was often connived at by them, and they were frequently sharers in the spoils. But I was about to say that it was not always of the most judicious kind. No one better than the old soldiers knows how destitute many, if not most, of the houses along the line of march were of provisions, clothing, and domestic animals after the first few months of the war. I will amend that statement. There was one class who knew better than the soldiers. The tenants of those houses knew that destitution better. Sometimes feigned it, maybe, but as a rule it was the ugly and distressing reality. I am dealing now with the Army of the Potomac, which traveled the same roads year after year, either before or behind the rebel army of Northern Virginia. In or near routes of these bodies, little was attempted by the people in the way of crop raising, for their products were sure to feed one or the other of the two armies as they tramped up and down the state, so that destitution in some of the wayside cabins and farmhouses was often quite marked. No one with a heart less hard than flint could deprive such families of their last cow, shote, or ear of corn. Yet there were many unauthorized foragers who would not hesitate a moment to seize and carry off the last visible mouthful of food. So it has seemed to me that the cup of rebellion was made unnecessarily bitter from the fact that such appeals too often fell on deaf ears. Granting it to be true that the rebels had forfeited all right to whatever property their antagonists saw fit to appropriate, yet in the absence of those rebels, their families ought not to suffer want and distress. The innocent should not suffer for the guilty, and when nothing was known against them, they should not have been deprived of their last morsel. But there were exceptions. There were some families who gave information to the rebel army or detachments of it, by which fragments of ours were killed or captured. And when this was known, the members of that family were likely sooner or later to suffer for it, as would naturally be expected. Some of these families were so destitute that they were at times driven to appeal to the nearest army headquarters for rations to relieve their sufferings. To do this, it was often necessary for them to walk many miles. Horses they had not. They could not keep them, for if the Union cavalry did not borrow, the rebel cavalry would impress them, so that they were not only without a beast of burden for farm work, but had none to use as a means of transportation. Now and then, a sore-backed, emaciated, and generally used-up horse or mule, which had been abandoned and left in the track of the army to die, was taken charge of, when the coast was clear, and nursed back into vitality enough to stand on at least 3 of his legs, when by means of bits of tattered rope, twisted corn husks, and odds and ends of leather which had seen better days, the sorry-looking brute, still bearing the brand U.S. or C.S. on his rump, partly concealed perhaps by his rusty outfit, was tackled into a nondescript vehicle, possibly the skeleton remains of what had been in years gone by the elegant and stylish family carriage, but fully as often a 2-wheeled cart, which now answered all the purposes of the family in its altered circumstances. One would hardly expect to find in such a brute a goldsmith maid or a J.I.C. in locomotion, and so, as a matter of fact, such a beast was urged on from behind by lusty thwacks from a cudgel, propelling the family at a headlong walk. Headlong because he was likely to go headlong at any moment from lack of strength over the rough Virginia roads. When such a brute got to be pretty lively once more, unless he was concealed, he would soon fall into service again in one of the armies, and possibly another gasping skeleton would be left in his place. But later in the war, all animals abandoned by the Union Army were shot if any life remained in them, so that even this resource was to that extent cut off from the inhabitants, and the family cow, while she was spared, was fitted out for such service. But the soldiers did not always content themselves with taking eatables and forage. Destruction of the most wanton and inexcusable character was sometimes indulged in. It is charged upon them that when the army entered Fredericksburg in 1862, they took especial delight in bayoneting mirrors, smashing piano keys with musket butts, pitching crockery out of windows, and destroying other such inoffensive material which could be of no possible service to either party. If they had been imbibing commissary whiskey, they were all the more unreasonable and outrageous in their destruction. Whenever a man was detected in the enactment of such disgraceful and unsoldierly conduct, he was put under arrest and sentenced by court-martial. But this class of men was an insignificantly small fraction of an army, although seeming very numerous to their victims. A regularly authorized body of foragers, in charge of a commissioned officer, never gave way to excesses like those I have mentioned. Their task was usually well defined. It was to go out with wagons in quest of the contents of smoke-houses or barns or corn barns, and if a flock of fowl or a few swine chanced to be a part of the livestock of the farms visited, the worse for the livestock and Secessia, and the better for the Union Army. The usual plunder secured by regular foraging parties was hams, bacon sides, flour, sweet potatoes, cornmeal, corn on the cob, and sometimes corn shooks, as they were called, that is, corn leaves stripped from the stalks, dried and bundled for winter fodder. The neat cattle in the South got the most of their living in the winter by browsing, there being but little hay cured. In traversing fresh territory, the army came upon extensive quantities of corn in corn ricks. At Wilcox's Landing on the James River, where we crossed in June 1864, the rebel Wilcox, who had a splendid farm on the left bank of the river, had hundreds of bushels of corn, I should judge, which the forage trains took aboard before they crossed over. And on the south side of the James, east from Petersburg, where Northern troops had never before penetrated, many such stores of corn were appropriated to feed the thousands of loyal quadrupeds belonging to Uncle Sam. In this section, too, and in the territory stretching from the Wilderness to Cold Harbor, immense quantities of tobacco were found in the various stages of curing. The drying houses were full of it. These houses were rude structures having watertight roofs, but with walls built of small logs placed 2 or 3 inches apart to admit a free circulation of air. On poles running across the interior hung the stalks of tobacco, root upwards. Then in other buildings were hogsheads pressed full of the weed in another stage of the curing. It is well known that Petersburg is the center of a very extensive tobacco trade, and in that city are large tobacco factories. But the war put a summary end to this business for the time by closing northern markets and blockading southern ports, so that this article of foreign and domestic commerce accumulated in the hands of the producers to the very great extent found by the army when it appeared in that vicinity. Every soldier who had a liking for tobacco helped himself as freely as he pleased, with no one caring to stay his hand. But I believe that the experts in smoking and chewing preferred the black navy plug of the Sutler at $1.25 to this unprepared but purer article to be had by the taking. While the army lay at Warrenton Sulphur Springs after Gettysburg in '63, a detail of men was made from my company daily to take scythes from the battery wagon and with the 6-mule team go off and mow a load of grass wherever they could find it within our lines to eke out the government forage. The same program was enacted by other batteries in the Corps. As Sherman's bummers achieved a notoriety as foragers par excellence, some facts regarding them will be of interest in this connection. Paragraphs 4 and 6 of Sherman's Special Field Orders 120, dated November 9, 1864, just before starting for Savannah, read as follows. 4. The Army will forage liberally on the country during the march. To this end, each brigade commander will organize a good and sufficient foraging party under the command of one or more discreet officers, who will gather, near the route traveled, corn or forage of any kind, meat of any kind, vegetables, cornmeal, or whatever is needed by the command, aiming at all times to keep in the wagons at least 10 days' provisions for his command and 3 days' forage. Soldiers must not enter the dwellings of the inhabitants or commit any trespass, but during a halt or camp they may be permitted to gather turnips, potatoes, and other vegetables, and to drive in stock in sight of their camp. 2 regular foraging parties must be entrusted the gathering of provisions and forage at any distance from the road traveled. 6. As for horses, mules, wagons, etc., belonging to the inhabitants, the cavalry and artillery may appropriate freely and without limit, discriminating, however, between the rich, who are usually hostiles, and the poor and industrious, usually neutral or friendly. Foraging parties may also take mules or horses to replace the jaded animals of their trains, or to serve as pack mules for the regiments or brigades. In all foraging of whatever kind, the parties engaged will refrain from abusive or threatening language, and may, where the officer in command thinks proper, give written certificates of the facts, but no receipts, and they will endeavor to leave with each family a reasonable portion for their maintenance. As Sherman was among the commanders who believed most heartily in having those who provoked the conflict suffer the full measure of their crime, the above instructions seem certainly very mild and humane. On page 182, volume 2 of his Memoirs, and also on pages 2078 in a letter to Grant, describing the march, he presents a summary of the working of the plan. His brigade foraging parties, usually comprising about 50 men, would set out before daylight, knowing the line of march for the day, and proceeding on foot 5 or 6 miles from the column, would visit every farm and plantation in range. Their plunder consisted of bacon, meal, turkeys, ducks, chickens, and whatever else was eatable for man or beast. These they would load into the farm wagon or family carriage and rejoin the column, turning over their burden to the brigade commissary. Often, says Sherman, would I pass these foraging parties at the roadside, waiting for their wagons to come up, and was amused at their strange collections, mules, horses, even cattle packed with old saddles, and loaded with hams, bacon, bags of cornmeal, and poultry of every description. No doubt many acts of pillage, robbery, and violence were committed by these foragers, usually called bummers, for I have since heard of jewelry taken from women and the plunder of articles that never reached the commissary, but these acts were exceptional and incidental. Sherman further states that his army started with about 5,000 head of cattle and arrived at the sea with about 10,000, and that the state of Georgia must have lost by his operations 15,000 first-rate mules. As to horses, he says that every one of the foraging party of 50 who set out daily on foot invariably returned mounted, accompanying the various wagon loads of provisions and forage seized, and as there were 40 brigades, an approximation to the number of horses taken can be made. But this traveling picnic of the Western armies was unique. There is nothing like it elsewhere in the history of the war. Certainly the Army of the Potomac could not present anything to compare with it. As a matter of fact, there was no other movement in the war whose nature justified such a season of riotous living as this one. but it illustrates in a wholesale way the kind of business that other armies did on a retail scale. There was no arm of the service that presented such favorable opportunities for foraging as did the cavalry, and none, I may add, which took so great an advantage of its opportunity. In the first place, being the eyes and ears of the army, and usually going in advance, cavalrymen skimmed the cream off the country when a general movement was making. Then, when it was settled down in camp, they were the outposts, and never let anything in the line of poultry, beehives, milk-houses, and applejack, not to enumerate other delicacies which outlying farmhouses afforded, escape the most rigid inspection. Again, they were frequently engaged in raids throughout the country, from the nature of which they were compelled to live in a large measure off Southern products seized as they went along. But infantry and artillery must needs confine their quests for special rations to the homesteads near the line of march. The cavalry not only could and did search these when they led the advance, but also made requisitions on all houses in sight of the thoroughfares traveled, even when they were 2 or 3 miles away, so that in all probability they ate a smaller quantity of government rations, man for man, than did any other branch of the land service. But they did not therefore always fare sumptuously, for now and then the cavalry too were in a strait for rations. Next to the cavalry, the infantry stood the best chance of good living on foraged edibles, as their picket duty took them away some distance from the main lines and often into the neighborhood of farmhouses, from which they would buy or take such additions to their rations as the premises afforded. Then they went out in reconnoitering parties, or perhaps to do fatigue duty, such as the building of bridges or the corduroying of roads, which also opened opportunities for them to enlist a few turkeys or chickens in the Union cause. Perhaps the most unfortunate natives were those who chanced to live in a house by the roadside in the direct line of march of the army, for from the time the head of the column struck such a house until the last straggler left it, there was a continuous stream of officers and men thronging into and about the premises, all ambitious to buy or beg or take whatsoever in the line of eatables and drinkables was to be had by any of these methods. The net result of this was to leave such families in a starving condition and finally begging rations from the army. Those families by whose premises both armies had marched were in the depths of distress, for Confederate soldiers let little in the way of provisions escape their maws on their line of march, even in Virginia, so that it was not unusual for such families to meet the Union advance with tearful eyes and relate the losses which they had sustained and the beggary to which they had been reduced by the seizure of their last cow and last ounce of cornmeal. Sometimes, no doubt, they deceived, to ward off impending search and seizure from a new quarter, but as a rule the premises showed their statements to be true. Sometimes the inhabitants were shrewd and watchful enough to scent danger and secrete the articles most precious to them until the danger was past, but not infrequently they were a little tardy in adopting such a measure and were overhauled just before they had reached cover, and despoiled of the whole or a part of their treasure. The cornfields of these roadside residents were the saddest of all spectacles after the army had passed along in the early fall, for no native-born Southron had a finer appreciation of the excellent qualities of roasting ears than the average Yankee soldier, who left no stalk unstripped of its burden. Even the stalks themselves were used to regale the appetites of the horses and mules. Volumes might be filled with incidents of foraging. I will relate 1 or 2 that came under my own personal observation. The people of Maryland undoubtedly enjoyed greater exemption from foragers as a whole than did those of Virginia, for a larger number of the former than of the latter were supposed to be loyal and were therefore protected. I say supposed, for personally I am of the opinion that the Virginians were fully as loyal as the Marylanders, But a large number of the soldiers, when fresh and new in the service, saw an enemy in every bush, and recognized no white man south of Mason and Dixon's line as other than a secesh. Very often they were right, but the point I wish to make is that they indulged in foraging to a greater extent, probably, than troops which had been longer in the service. Before my own company had seen any hard service, it was located at Poolesville, 38 miles from Washington, where it formed part of an independent brigade which was included in the defenses of Washington and under the command of General Heintzelman. While we lay there drilling, growling, and feeding on government rations, a sergeant of the guard imperiled his chevrons by leading off a midnight foraging party, after having first communicated the general countersign to the entire party. On this particular occasion, a flock of sheep was the object of the expedition. These sheep had been looked upon with longing eyes many times by the men as they rode their horses to water by their pasture, which was perhaps half a mile or more from camp. As soon as the foragers came upon them in the darkness, the sheep cantered away, and their adversaries, who could only see them when near to them, followed in full pursuit. As the chase up and down the enclosure, which was not a very large one, waxed warm, one of the party, more noted for his zeal than for his discretion, drew a revolver and emptied nearly every barrel among the flock, doing no bodily injury to the sheep, however. But he did succeed in calling down upon his head the imprecations of the sergeant for his lack of good sense, and with reason, for in a few minutes the fire of the outer pickets was drawn. This being heard and reported in camp, the long roll was sounded, calling into line the 2 regiments of infantry that lay near us, and causing every preparation to be made to resist the supposed attack. The foragers, meanwhile, skulked back to camp by the shortest route, bringing with them 2 sheep that had been run down by some of the fleeter of the party. But no one, save an interested few, inside or outside the company, ever knew, until the story was told at a reunion of the company in 79 or 80, the cause of all that tumult in camp that dark winter's night. On another occasion, a party of 5 or 6 men stole out of camp at midnight in quest of poultry. They knew of a farmhouse where poultry was kept, but to ascertain its exact whereabouts at night was no easy task. On looking around the premises, they found that there was no isolated outbuilding, whereupon they at once decided that the L to the main house must be the place which contained the biddies, but to enter that might rouse the farmer and his family, which they did not care to do. However, a council of war decided to take the risk and storm the place. Investigation showed the door to be padlocked, but a piece of iron which lay conveniently near on a window-sill served to pull out the staple, and the door was open. Meanwhile, guards had been posted at the corners of the house, with drawn revolvers, which they would not have dared to fire, and the captures began. One man entered the L, and lighting a match, discovered that he had called at the right house, and that the feathered family were at home. Among them he caught a glimpse of 2 turkeys, and these, with 4 fowls taken one at a time by the neck to control their noise, were passed to another man standing at the door with a penknife, who, having performed a successful surgical operation on each, gave them to a third party to put in a bag. Back of our camp stood the house of a secessionist, at least Black Mary, his colored servant, said he was one, and in his kitchen and cook stove, for the sum of 25 cents in scrip, having previously dressed and stuffed them, Mary cooked these turkeys most royally, and one commissioned officer of our company at least sat down to one of the feasts, blissfully ignorant, of course, as to the source from which this special ration was drawn. Beehives were among the most popular products of foraging. The soldiers tramped many a mile by night in quest of these depositories of sweets. I recall an incident occurring in the 10th Vermont Regiment, once brigaded with my company, when some of the foragers, who had been out on a tramp, brought a hive of bees into the camp after the men had wrapped themselves in their blankets, and by way of a joke set it down stealthily on the stomach of the captain of one of the companies, making business quite lively in that neighborhood shortly afterwards. Foragers took other risks than that of punishment for absence from camp or the column without leave. They were not infrequently murdered on these expeditions. On the 7th of December, 1864, Warren's Fifth Corps was started southward from Petersburg to destroy the Weldon Railroad still further. On their return, they found some of their men, who had straggled and foraged, lying by the roadside, murdered, their bodies stark naked and shockingly mutilated. One of Sherman's men recently related how in the Carolinas one of his comrades was found hanged on a tree, bearing this inscription, "Death to all foragers." A large number of men were made prisoners while away from their commands after the usual fruits of foraging. Just how many no one will ever know, and many of those, not killed on the spot by their captors, ended their lives in the prison pens. During the expedition of the Fifth Corps alluded to, while the column had halted at some point in its march, a few uneasy spirits, wishing for something eatable to turn up, had made off down a hill ahead of the column, had crossed a stream, and reached the vicinity of a house on the high ground on the other side. Here a keen-scented cavalryman from the party had started up 2 turkeys, which, as the pursuit grew close, flew up onto the top of the smokehouse, whence, followed by their relentless pursuer, they went still higher to the ridge-pole of the main house adjoining. Still up and forward pressed the trooper, his soul in arms and eager for the fray, and as the turkeys, with fluttering wings, edged away, the hungry veteran, now astride the ridge-pole, hopped along after, when ping, a bullet whistled by, uncomfortably near him. "What in thunder are you about?" blurted the cavalryman, suspecting his comrades of attempting to shoot off his quarry in the moment of his victory. Receiving no satisfactory response from his innocent companions, who had stood interested spectators of his exploit, yet unconscious of what he was exclaiming at, he once more addressed himself to the pursuit, when chuck! A bullet struck a shingle by his leg and threw the splinters into his face. There was no mistaking the mark or the marksman this time, and our trooper suddenly lost all relish for turkey, and, standing not on the order of his going, came sliding and tumbling down off the roof, striking the ground with too much emphasis and a great deal of feeling, where, joined by his comrades, who had by this time taken in the situation, he beat a hasty retreat, followed by the jeers of the Johnnies, and rejoined the column. A veteran of the 7th New Hampshire tells of one Charlie Swain, who was not only an excellent duty soldier, but a champion forager. While this regiment lay at St. Augustine, Florida, in 1863, Swain started out on one of his quests for game, and, although it had grown rather scarce, at last found 2 small pigs penned up in the suburbs of the town. His resolve was immediately made to take them into camp. Securing a barrel, he laid it down open at one end in a corner of the pen, and without commotion soon had both grunters inside the barrel and the barrel standing up on end. By hard tugging he lifted it clear of the pen, and, taking it on his back, started rapidly for camp. But his passengers were not long reconciled to such quick and close transit, for he had not proceeded far before grunts developed into squeals, squeals into internal dissensions, to which the bottom of the barrel at last succumbed, and the brace of pigs were coursing at liberty. Here was a poser for the spoilsman. If he caught them again, how should he carry them? While he was attempting to solve this problem, the cavalry patrol hove in sight, and Swain made for camp, where, crestfallen and chagrined, he related how he had left to the greedy maws of the provost guard the quarry which he had hoped to share with his mess that night. In considering this question of foraging, it has not been my purpose to put the soldiers of the Union armies in an unfair or unfavorable position as compared with their opponents. It has been claimed that Southerners on Northern soil were more vindictive and wanton than Northerners on Southern soil, and the reason on which this statement is based is that the South hated the Yankees, but the North hated only slavery. Nor is it my intention to charge atrocities upon the best men of either army. They were committed by the few. And I do not wish to be understood as declaring foraging a black and atrocious act, for, as I have shown, it had a legal warrant. I only claim that when the order once goes forth, it leads to excesses which are difficult to control, and such excesses are likely to seriously affect the unoffending, defenseless women and children, with woes out of all proportion with their simple part in bringing on the strife. But so it has always been, and so it probably always will be, till wars and rumors of wars shall cease. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 13 of Hardtack and Coffee by John D. Billings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Corps and Corps Badges. You'll find lovely fighting along the whole line. Kearney. What was an Army Corps? The name is one adopted into the English language from the French, and retains essentially its original meaning. It has been customary since the time of Napoleon I to organize armies of more than 50 or 60,000 men into what the French call corps d'armée, or, as we say, Army Corps. It is a familiar fact that soon after the outbreak of the rebellion, Lieutenant General Scott, who had served with great distinction in the Mexican War, found himself too old and infirm to conduct an active campaign, and so the command of the troops that were rapidly concentrating in and around Washington was devolved upon the late General Irvin McDowell, a good soldier withal, but, like every other officer then in the service, without extended war experience. His first work after assuming command would naturally have been to organize the green troops into masses that would be more cohesive and effective in action than single undisciplined regiments could be. But this he was not allowed to do. The loyal people of the North were clamoring for something else to be done, and that speedily. The rebels must be punished for their treason without delay, and President Lincoln was beset night and day to this end. In vain did McDowell plead for a little more time. It could not be granted. If our troops were green and inexperienced, it was urged, so were the rebels. It is said that because he saw fit to review a body of 8 regiments, he was charged with attempting to make a show, so impatient was public sentiment to have the rebellion put down. So, having done no more than arrange his regiments in brigades, without giving them any discipline as such, without an organized artillery, without a commissariat, without even a staff to aid him, McDowell, dividing his force of about 35,000 men into 5 divisions, put 4 of them in motion from the Virginia bank of the Potomac against the enemy, and the result was Bull Run, a battle in which brigade commanders did not know their commands and soldiers did not know their generals. In reality, the battle was one of regiments rather than of brigades, the regiments fighting more or less independently. But better things were in store. Bull Run, while comparatively disastrous as a battlefield, was a grand success to the North in other respects. It sobered, for a time at least, the hasty, reckless spirits who believed that the South would not fight, and who were so unceasingly thorning the President to immediate decisive action. They were not satisfied, it is true, but they were less importunate, and manifested a willingness to let the authorities have a short breathing spell, which was at once given to better preparation for the future. All eyes now seemed to turn by common agreement to General George B. McClellan to lead to victory, who was young, had served with distinction in the Mexican War, had studied European warfare in the Crimea, and, above all, had just finished a successful campaign in West Virginia. He took command of the forces in and around Washington July 27, 1861, a command which then numbered about 50,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 650 artillerymen, with 9 field batteries, such as they were, of 30 guns. A part of these had belonged to McDowell's Bull Run army, and a part since arrived from the north. The brigade organization of McDowell was still in force on the Virginia side of the Potomac. I say in force. That statement needs qualifying. I have already said that there was originally no cohesion to these brigades, but since the battle the army was little better than a mob in the respect of discipline. Officers and men were absent from their commands without leave. The streets of Washington were swarming with them. But I must not wander too far from the point I have in mind to consider. I only throw in these statements of the situation to give a clearer idea of what a tremendous task McClellan had before him. In organizing the Army of the Potomac, he first arranged the infantry in brigades of 4 regiments each. Then, as fast as new regiments arrived, and at that time, under a recent call of the President for 500,000 3-years volunteers, they were coming in very rapidly. They were formed into temporary brigades and placed in camp in the suburbs of the city to await their full equipment, which many of them lacked, to become more efficient in the tactics of Scott or Hardee, and in general to acquire such discipline as would be valuable in the service before them as soldiers of the Union. As rapidly as these conditions were fairly complied with, regiments were permanently assigned to brigades across the Potomac. After this formation of brigades had made considerable headway, and the troops were becoming better disciplined and tolerably skilled in brigade movements, McClellan began the organization of divisions, each comprising 3 brigades. Before the middle of October 1861, 11 of these divisions had been organized, each including, besides the brigades of infantry specified, from 1 to 4 light batteries, and from a company to 2 regiments of cavalry which had been specially assigned to it. The next step in the direction of organization was the formation of Army Corps, but in this matter McClellan moved slowly, not deeming it best to form them until his division commanders had, by experience in the field, shown which of them, if any, had the ability to handle so large a body of troops as a corps. This certainly seemed good judgment. The Confederate authorities appear to have been governed by this principle, for they did not adopt the system of Army Corps until after the Battle of Antietam in September 1862. But months had elapsed since Bull Run. 1862 had dawned. All quiet along the Potomac had come to be used as a byword and reproach. That powerful moving force, public sentiment, was again crystallizing along its old lines and making itself felt. And why don't the army move was the oft-repeated question, which gave to the propounder no satisfactory answer, because to him, with the public pulse again at fever beat, no answer could be satisfactory. Meanwhile, all these forces propelled their energies and persuasions in one and the same direction, the White House, and President Lincoln, goaded to desperation by their persistence and insistence, issued a war order March 8, 1862, requiring McClellan to organize his command into 5 Army Corps. So far, well enough. But the order went further and specified who the corps commanders should be, thus giving him officers in those positions not, in his opinion, the best in all respects that could have been selected. But my story is not of the commanders nor of McClellan, but of the corps, and what I have said will show how they were composed. Let us review for a moment. First, the regiments, each of which, when full, contained 1,046 men. 4 of these composed a brigade, 3 brigades were taken to form a division, and 3 divisions constituted a corps. This system was not always rigidly adhered to. Sometimes a corps had a 4th division, but such a case would be a deviation and not the regular plan. So, too, a division might have an extra brigade, For example, a brigade might be detached from one part of the service and sent to join an army in another part. Such a brigade would not be allowed to remain independent in that case, but would at once be assigned to some division, usually a division whose brigades were small in numbers. I have said that McClellan made up his brigades of 4 regiments. I think the usual number of regiments for a brigade is 3. That gives a system of 3s throughout. But in this matter also, after the first organization, the plan was modified. As a brigade became depleted by sickness, capture, and the bullet, new regiments were added, until, as the work of addition and depletion went on, I have known a brigade to have within it the skeletons of 10 regiments, and even then its strength was not half that of the original body. My camp was located at one time near a regiment which had only 38 men present for duty. There were 25 Army Corps in the service at different times, exclusive of Cavalry, Engineer, and Signal Corps, and Hancock's Veteran Corps. The same causes which operated to reduce brigades and divisions naturally decimated corps, so that some of them were consolidated, as for example the 1st and 3rd Corps were merged in the 2nd, 5th, and 6th in the spring of 1864. At about the same time the 11th and 12th were united to form the 20th. But enough of corps for the present. What I have stated will make more intelligible what I shall say about corps badges. What are corps badges? The answer to this question is somewhat lengthy, but I think it will be considered interesting. The idea of corps badges undoubtedly had its origin with General Philip Kearny, but just exactly when is somewhat legendary and uncertain. Not having become a member of Kearny's old corps until about a year after the idea was promulgated, I have no tradition of my own in regard to it. But I have heard men who served under him tell widely differing stories of the origin of the Kearny patch, yet all agreeing as to the author of the idea, and also in its application being made first to officers. General E.D. Townsend, late Adjutant General of the United States Army, in his Anecdotes of the Civil War, has adopted an explanation which I have no doubt is substantially correct. He says, "One day, when his brigade was on the march, General Philip Kearny, who was a strict disciplinarian, saw some officers standing under a tree by the roadside. Supposing them to be stragglers from his command, he administered to them a rebuke, emphasized by a few expletives. The officers listened in silence, standing in the position of a soldier until he had finished, when one of them, raising his hand to his cap, quietly suggested that the general had possibly made a mistake, as they none of them belonged to his command. With his usual courtesy, Kearny exclaimed, 'Pardon me, I will take steps to know how to recognize my own men hereafter.' Immediately on reaching camp, he issued orders that all officers and men of his brigade should wear conspicuously on the front of their caps a round piece of red cloth to designate them. This became generally known as the Kearny patch." I think General Townsend is incorrect in saying that Kearny issued orders immediately on reaching camp for all officers and men to wear the patch. First, because the testimony of officers of the old 3rd Corps today is that the order was first directed to officers only, and this would be in harmony with the explanation which I have quoted. And second, after the death of Kearny, and while his old division was lying at Fort Lyon, Virginia, September 4, 1862, General D.B. Birney, then in command of it, issued a general order announcing his death, which closed with the following paragraph: "As a token of respect for his memory, all the officers of this division will wear crape on the left arm for 30 days, and the colors and drums of regiments and batteries will be placed in mourning for 60 days. To still further show our regard, and to distinguish his officers as he wished, each officer will continue to wear on his cap a piece of scarlet cloth, or have the top or crown piece of his cap made of scarlet cloth." The italics in the above extract are my own, but we may fairly infer from it, first, that up to this date the patch had been required for officers alone, as no mention is made of the rank and file in this order. Second, that General Kearny did not specify the lozenge as the shape of the badge to be worn, as some claim, for had such been the case, so punctilious a man as General Birney would not have referred in general orders to a lozenge as a piece of scarlet cloth, nor have given the option of having the crown piece of the cap made of scarlet cloth, if the lamented Kearny's instructions had originally been to wear a lozenge. This being so, General Townsend's quoted description of the badge as a round piece of red cloth is probably erroneous. As there were no red goods at hand when Kearny initiated this move, he is said to have given up his own red blanket to be cut into these patches. Soon after these emblems came into vogue among the officers, there is strong traditional testimony to show that the men of the rank and file, without any general orders, of their own accord, cut pieces of red from their overcoat linings or obtained them from other sources to make patches for themselves. And as to the shape, there are weighty reasons for believing that any piece of red fabric of whatsoever shape was considered to answer the purpose. These red patches took immensely with the boys. Kearny was a rough soldier in speech, but a perfect daredevil in action, and his men idolized him. Hence they were only too proud to wear a mark which should distinguish them as members of his gallant division. It was said to have greatly reduced the straggling in this body, and also to have secured for the wounded or dead that fell into the rebels' hands a more favorable and considerate attention. There was a special reason, I think, why Kearny should select a red patch for his men, although I have never seen it referred to. On the 24th of March, 1862, General McClellan issued a general order prescribing the kinds of flags that should designate corps, division, and brigade headquarters. In this he directed that the 1st Division flag should be a red one, 6 feet by 5, the 2nd Division blue, and the 3rd Division a red and blue one, both of the same dimensions as the 1st. As Kearny commanded the 1st Division, he would naturally select the same color of patch as his flag, hence the red patch. The contagion to wear a distinguishing badge extended widely from this simple beginning. It was the most natural thing that could happen for other divisions to be jealous of any innovation which by comparison should throw them into the background, for by that time the esprit de corps, the pride of organization, had begun to make itself felt. Realizing this fact, and regarding it as a manifestation that might be turned to good account, Major General Joseph Hooker promulgated a scheme of Army Corps badges on the 21st of March, 1863, which was the first systematic plan submitted in this direction in the armies. Hooker took command of the Army of the Potomac January 26, 1863. General Daniel Butterfield was made his chief of staff, and he, it is said, had much to do with designing and perfecting the first scheme of badges for the Army, which appears in the following circular. Headquarters, Army of the Potomac, March 21st, 1863. Circular. For the purpose of ready recognition of corps and divisions of the Army, and to prevent injustice by reports of straggling and misconduct through mistake as to their organizations, the Chief Quartermaster will furnish, without delay, the following badges to be worn by the officers and enlisted men of all the regiments of the various corps mentioned. They will be securely fastened upon the center of the top of the cap. The inspecting officers will at all inspections see that these badges are worn as designated. First Corps, a sphere, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd. Second Corps, a trefoil, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd. Third Corps, a lozenge, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd. Fifth Corps, a Maltese cross, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd. Sixth Corps, a cross, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd, light division, green. 11th Corps, a crescent, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd. 12th Corps, a star, red for 1st Division, white for 2nd, blue for 3rd. The sizes and colors will be according to pattern. by command of Major General Hooker, S. Williams, AAG. Accompanying this order were paper patterns pasted on a flyleaf, illustrating the size and color required. It will be seen that the badges figured in the color plates in this chapter are much reduced in size. Diligent inquiry and research in the departments at Washington fail to discover any of the patterns referred to or their dimensions, but there are veterans living who have preserved the first badge issued to them in pursuance of this circular, from which it is inferred that the patterns were of a size to please the eye rather than to conform to any uniform scale of measurement. A trefoil which I have measured is about 1 7/8 inches each way. It is a copy of an original. The stem is straight, turning neither to the right nor left. The arms of the 5th Corps badge are often figured as concave, whereas those of a Maltese cross are straight. This is believed to be a deviation from the original in the minds of many veterans who wore them, and they are changed accordingly in the color plate. The 6th Corps wore a St. Andrew's cross until 1864, when it changed to the Greek cross figured in the plate. That this circular of Hooker's was not intended to be a dead letter was shown in an order issued from Falmouth, Virginia, May 12, 1863, in which he says, "The badges worn by the troops when lost or torn off must be immediately replaced." And then, after designating the only troops that are without badges, he adds, "Provost marshals will arrest as stragglers all other troops found without badges and return them to their commands under guard." There was a badge worn by the artillery brigade of the 3rd Corps, which, so far as I know, had no counterpart in other corps. I think it was not adopted until after Gettysburg. It was the lozenge of the corps, subdivided into 4 smaller lozenges on the following basis. If a battery was attached to the 1st Division, 2 of these smaller lozenges were red, 1 white, and 1 blue. If to the 2nd, 2 were white, 1 red, 1 blue, and if to the 3rd, 2 were blue, 1 red, 1 white. They were worn on the left side of the cap. The original 4th Corps, organized by McClellan, did not adopt a badge, but its successor of the same number wore an equilateral triangle prescribed by Major General Thomas, April 26, 1864, in General Orders No. 62, Department of the Cumberland, in which he used much the same language as that used by Hooker in his circular, and designated divisions by the same colors. The badge of the 7th Corps was a crescent nearly encircling a star. It was not adopted until after the virtual close of the war, June 1, 1865. The following is a paragraph from the circular issued by Major General J. Reynolds, Department of Arkansas, regarding it. This badge, cut 2 inches in diameter from cloth of colors red, white, and blue for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions, respectively, may be worn by all enlisted men of the Corps. This was an entirely different corps from the 7th Corps, which served in Virginia and which had no badge. The latter was discontinued August 1, 1863, at the same time with the original 4th Corps. The 8th Corps wore a 6-pointed star. I have not been able to ascertain the date of its adoption. There was no order issued. The 9th Corps was originally a part of the Army of the Potomac, but at the time Hooker issued his circular it was in another part of the Confederacy. Just before its return to the Army, General Burnside issued General Orders No. 6, April 10, 1864, announcing as the badge of his corps a shield with the figure 9 in the center, crossed with a foul anchor and cannon, to be worn on the top of the cap or front of the hat. This corps had a 4th Division, whose badge was green. The corps commander and his staff wore a badge of red, white, and blue, with gilt anchor, cannon, and green number. December 23, 1864, Major General John G. Parke, who had succeeded to the command, issued General Orders No. 49, of which the following is the first section. 1. All officers and enlisted men in this command will be required to wear the corps badge upon the cap or hat. For the divisions, the badges will be plain, made of cloth in the shape of a shield, red for the first, white for the second, and blue for the third. For the artillery brigade, the shield will be red, and will be worn under the regulation cross cannon. This order grew out of the difficulty experienced in obtaining the badge prescribed by General Burnside. The cannon, anchor, etc., were made of gold bullion at Tiffany's, New York City, and as it was scarcely practicable for the rank and file to obtain such badges, they had virtually anticipated the order of General Parke, and were wearing the 3 plain colors after the manner of the rest of Potomac's army. The figures in the color plate, however, are fashioned after the direction of General Burnside's order. The annexed cut is a facsimile of one of the original metallic badges worn by a staff officer. This corps had a 4th Division from April 19th to November 29th, 1864. The 10th Corps badge was the trace of a 4-bastioned fort. It was adopted by General Orders No. 18, issued by Major General D.B. Birney, July 25, 1864. The 11th and 12th Corps have already been referred to in General Hooker's circular. On the 18th of April, 1864, these 2 corps were consolidated to form the 20th Corps, and by General Orders No. 62, issued by Major General George H. Thomas, April 26th, a star, as heretofore worn by the 12th Corps, was prescribed as their badge. The annexed cut shows the manner in which many of the corps combined the 2 badges in order not to lose their original identity. The 13th Corps had no badge. The badge of the 14th Army Corps was an acorn. Tradition has it that some time before the adoption of this badge, the members of this corps called themselves Acorn Boys, because at one time in their history, probably when they were hemmed in at Chattanooga by Bragg, rations were so scanty that the men gladly gathered large quantities of acorns from an oak grove near by which they were camped, and roasted and ate them, repeating this operation while the scarcity of food continued. Owing to this circumstance, when it became necessary to select a badge, the acorn suggested itself as an exceedingly appropriate emblem for that purpose, and it was therefore adopted by General Orders No. 62, issued from Headquarters, Department of the Cumberland at Chattanooga, April 26, 1864. The badge of the 15th Corps derives its origin from the following incident. During the fall of 1863, the 11th and 12th Corps were taken from Meade's army, put under the command of General Joe Hooker, and sent to aid in the relief of Chattanooga, where Thomas was closely besieged. They were undoubtedly better dressed than the soldiers of that department, and this fact, with the added circumstance of wearing corps badges, which were a novelty to the Western armies at that time, led to some sharp tilts in words between the Eastern and Western soldiers. One day a veteran of Hooker's command met an Irishman of Logan's corps at the spring where they went to fill their canteens. "What corps do you belong to?" said the Eastern veteran, proud in the possession of the distinguishing badge on his cap, which told his story for him. "What corps is it?" said the gallant son of Erin, straightening his back. "The 15th, to be sure." "Where is your badge?" "My badge, do you say? There it is," said Pat, clapping his hand on his cartridge box at his side. 40 rounds. Can you show me a better?" On the 14th of February, 1865, Major General John A. Logan, the commander of this corps, issued General Orders No. 10, which prescribed that the badge shall be a miniature cartridge box, 1/8 of an inch thick, 15/16 of an inch wide, set transversely on a field of cloth or metal, 1 5/8 of an inch square. Above the cartridge box plate will be stamped or worked in a curve 40 rounds. This corps had a 4th Division whose badge was yellow, and headquarters wore a badge including the 4 colors. Logan goes on to say, "It is expected that this badge will be worn constantly by every officer and soldier in the corps. If any corps in the army has a right to take pride in its badge, surely that has which looks back through the long and glorious line of," here naming 29 different battles, and scores of minor struggles, the corps which had its birth under Grant and Sherman in the darker days of our struggle, the corps which will keep on struggling until the death of the rebellion. The following correct description of the badge worn by the 16th Army Corps is given by the Assistant Inspector General of that corps, Colonel J. J. Lyon. The device is a circle with 4 mini balls, the points towards the center, cut out of it. It was designed by Brevet Brigadier General John Hough, the Assistant Adjutant General of the Corps, being selected out of many designs submitted by Major General A. J. Smith, the Corps Commander, and in his honor named the A. J. Smith Cross. It is easily distinguished from the Maltese Cross in being bounded by curved instead of straight lines. No order for its adoption was issued. The badge of the 17th Corps, said to have been suggested by General M. F. Ford and adopted in accordance with general orders issued by his commander, Major General Francis P. Blair, was an arrow. He says, "In its swiftness, in its surety of striking where wanted, and in its destructive powers when so intended, it is probably as emblematical of this corps as any design that could be adopted." The order was issued at Goldsboro, North Carolina, March 25, 1865. The order further provides that the arrow for divisions shall be 2 inches long, and for corps headquarters 1 1/2 inches long, and further requires the wagons and ambulances to be marked with the badge of their respective commands, the arrow being 12 inches long. A circular issued from the headquarters of the 18th Army Corps, June 7, 1864, and General Orders No. 108 from the same source, dated August 25, 1864, furnish all the information on record regarding the badge of this body. While both are quite lengthy in description and prescription, neither states what the special design was to be. It was, however, a cross with equifoliate arms. The circular prescribed that this cross should be worn by general officers, suspended by a tricolored ribbon from the left breast. Division commanders were to have a triangle in the center of the badge, but brigade commanders were to have the number of their brigade instead. Line officers were to suspend their badges by ribbons of the color of their division. Cavalry and artillery officers also were to have distinctive badges. The whole system was quite complex, and somewhat expensive as well, as the badges were to be of metal and enamel in colors. Enlisted men were to wear the plain cross of cloth sewed to their left breast. This order was issued by General W. F. Smith. General Orders 108, issued by General E. O. C. Ord, simplified the matter somewhat, requiring line officers and enlisted men both to wear the plain cross the color of their respective divisions, and enlisted men were required to wear theirs on the front of the hat or top of the cap. By General Orders No. 11, issued by General Emory, November 17, 1864, the 19th Corps adopted a fan-leafed cross with an octagonal center. The 1st Division was to wear red, the 2nd blue, and the 3rd white, the exception in the order of the colors which proved the rule. The badge of enlisted men was to be of cloth, 2 inches square, and worn on the side of the hat or top of the cap, although they were allowed to supply themselves with metallic badges of the prescribed color if so minded. The 21st Corps never adopted a badge. The 22nd adopted, without orders, a badge quinquefarious in form, that is, opening into 5 parts and having a circle in the center. This was the corps which served in the defense of Washington. Its membership was constantly changing. The badge adopted by the 23rd Corps, without general orders, was a plain shield, differing somewhat in form from that of the 9th Corps, from which it was for a time associated, and which led it to adopt a similar badge. The following general order tells the story of the next corps' badge. Headquarters, 24th Army Corps, before Richmond, Virginia, March 18, 1865. General Orders No. 32. By authority of the Major General commanding the Army of the James, the heart is adopted as the badge of the 24th Army Corps. The symbol selected is one which testifies our affectionate regard for all our brave comrades, alike the living and the dead, who have braved the perils of this mighty conflict, and our devotion to the sacred cause, a cause which entitles us to the sympathy of every brave and true heart, and the support of every strong and determined hand. The Major General commanding the Corps does not doubt that soldiers who have given their strength and blood to the fame of their former badges will unite in rendering the present one even more renowned than those under which they have heretofore marched to battle. By command of Major General John Gibbon, A. Henry Embler, AAA General. This corps was largely made up of re-enlisted men who had served 9 months or 3 years elsewhere. Here is another general order, which speaks for itself. Headquarters, 25th Army Corps, Army of the James, in the field, Virginia, February 20th, 1865. Orders. In view of the circumstances under which this corps was raised and filled, the peculiar claims of its individual members upon the justice and fair dealing of the prejudiced, and the regularity of the troops which deserve those equal rights that have been hitherto denied the majority, the commanding general has been induced to adopt the square as the distinctive badge of the 25th Army Corps. Wherever danger has been found and glory to be won, the heroes who have fought for immortality have been distinguished by some emblem to which every victory has added a new luster. They looked upon their badge with pride, for to it they had given its fame. In the homes of smiling peace it recalled the days of courageous endurance and the hours of deadly strife, and it solaced the moment of death, for it was a symbol of a life of heroism and self-denial. The poets still sing of the Templar's cross, the crescent of the Turks, the chalice of the hunted Christian, the white plume of Marat that crested the wave of valor sweeping resistlessly to victory. Soldiers, to you is given a chance in this spring campaign of making this badge immortal. Let history record that on the banks of the James 30,000 free men not only gained their own liberty, but shattered the prejudice of the world, and gave to the land of their birth peace, union, and liberty. Godfrey Weitzel, Major General, commanding. W. L. Goodrich, AAA General. This corps was composed wholly of colored troops. In the late fall of 1864, Major General W. S. Hancock resigned his command of the Second Corps to take charge of the First Veteran Corps, then organizing. The badge adopted originated with Colonel C. H. Morgan, Hancock's chief of staff. The center is a circle, half the diameter of the whole design, surrounded by a wreath of laurel. Through the circle a wide red band passes vertically. From the wreath radiate rays in such a manner as to form a heptagon with concave sides. 7 hands spring from the wreath, each grasping a spear, whose heads point the several angles of the heptagon. Sheridan's Cavalry Corps had a badge, but it was not generally worn. The device was gold-crossed sabers on a blue field, surrounded by a glory in silver. The design of Wilson's Cavalry Corps was a carbine from which was suspended by chains a red swallow-tailed guidon bearing gilt-crossed sabers. The badge of the Engineer and Pontonier Corps is thus described: 2 oars crossed over an anchor, the top of which is encircled by a scroll surmounted by a castle, the castle being the badge of the U.S. Corps of Engineers. As a fact, however, this fine body of men wore only the castle, designed in brass. The badge of the Signal Corps was 2 flags crossed on the staff of a flaming torch. This badge is sometimes represented with a red star in the center of one flag, but such was not the typical badge. This star was allowed on the headquarters flag of a very few signal officers, who were accorded this distinction for some meritorious service performed. But such a flag was rarely seen and should not be figured as part of the corps badge. The Department of West Virginia, under the command of General Crook, adopted a spread eagle for a badge, January 3, 1865. The pioneers of the army wore a pair of crossed hatchets, the color of the division to which they belonged. Then the Army of the Cumberland have a society badge, so likewise have the Army of the Potomac. There are also medals presented for distinguished gallantry, worn by a few. They are not numerous and are seldom to be seen. For this reason, if for no other, they are of precious value to the owner, and are therefore carefully treasured. In nearly every corps whose badge I have referred to, the plan was adopted of having the first 3 divisions take the national colors of red, white, and blue, respectively. These corps emblems were not only worn by the men — I refer now to the Army of the Potomac — but they were also painted with stencil on the transportation of a corps, its wagons and ambulances. And just here I may add that there was no army which became so devotedly attached to its badges as did the Army of the Potomac. There were reasons for this. They were the first to adopt them, being at least a year ahead of all other corps, and more than 2 years ahead of many. Then, by their use, they were brought into sharper comparison in action and on the march, and, as General Weitzel says, they looked upon their badge with pride, for to it they had given its fame. These badges can be seen in any parade of the Grand Army, worn on the cap or hat, possibly now and then one that has seen service. I still have such a one in my possession. But at the close of the war, many of the veterans desired some more enduring form of these emblems, so familiar and full of meaning to them, and so today they wear, pinned to the breast or suspended from a ribbon, the dear old corps badge modeled in silver or gold, perhaps bearing the division colors indicated in enamel or stone, and some of them inscribed with the list of battles in which the bearer participated. What is such a jewel worth to the wearer? I can safely say that while its intrinsic value may be a mere trifle, not all the wealth of an Astor and a Vanderbilt combined could purchase the experience which it records, were such a transfer otherwise possible. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Maria Kasper.